Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Hid an Unkillable Quirk? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Wisteria flowers are native to China, Korea, Japan, and the eastern United States. They're a genus of flowering plants in the legume family. In Japanese kabuki theater, they symbolize love, sensuality, and support among other things. More commonly, they symbolize immortality and longevity. Izuku Midoriya never thought he had much in common with a flower like that. Plus, he wasn't a flower. He was a 4-year-old with something to prove and a dream to achieve. He wanted to be a hero for as long as he could remember. From the moment that All Might appeared on the news, saving people, he knew exactly what he wanted to do with his life. He knew he could do it too. He had plenty of drive, and being kind to people and saving them was just second nature. Becoming a hero was a given. But he knew it would probably be impossible without a quirk, so he had been eagerly awaiting this day. His 4th birthday. The day he was supposed to manifest a quirk. But instead, that day was the day his dreams were shattered. He was diagnosed as quirkless. From that day forth, he would think of himself as quirkless until 6 years later. And he wouldn't know that he and the wisteria flower had plenty in common. When he was 10 years old, he learned a little thing about death. And that day, he realized that he wasn't powerless. He wasn't useless. He wasn't weak, and he definitely wasn't quirkless. That day he got incinerated by a wayward flaming ball of fire. It had been an accident, Izuku knew that much. Endeavor Enji Todoroki had been aiming for a villain, but somehow the fire came hurtling toward his mother. He shoved her out of the way, his feet moving before he could think. He was immortal. From the flames, he emerged, dead but alive. The odds were against him. But he was among the less than 1% of quirkless kids to manifest a quirk despite the extra joint in his pinky toe. He was an anomaly in this world of impossibilities. And this wouldn't be the last time Izuku Midoriya died. Not by a long shot. Izuku couldn't really remember exactly how he died. But he definitely remembered his skin peeling, popping, and sizzling like meat on a stove. Had it been a fire? Probably. He can vaguely remember the heat and oh how it burned. How the pain laced his skin like poison, clinging to him even in death. His skin felt tight, and his joints ached with every movement as he snapped his eyes open. He was dead. He was definitely dead. There was no room for doubt about that as he scanned his surroundings. His mother was nowhere to be found, and there was nothing but darkness here, covering his surroundings like a thick blanket. And worse than that, it seemed that he was alone. Of course he was alone. The only time he wasn't was when he was with his mother. The world was just cruel to Izuku at every turn. First, his father died mere weeks after his birth. Secondly, at 4 years old, bordering on 5, his pediatrician had told him and his mother that he was quirkless. He possessed an extra joint in his pinky toe, and therefore had a 1% chance of developing a quirk. Third, Kaken Bakugo had stopped being friends with him as soon as he found out that his best friend was quirkless. Fourth, and perhaps the worst thing about his life so far, was that he'd completely given up hope in becoming a hero. The odds weren't in his favor. They've never been. It was only fitting for someone like him to die so young. Someone useless. Someone weak. Someone quirkless. No one would miss him except his mother. Izuku knew his mother would miss him, but hopefully she'd get over it quickly and move on. Besides, what could he do? What use could he be to society if he didn't have a quirk? He was Deku, a worthless excuse for a human. That's what Bakugo always told him, and it stung every single time. So he felt at peace almost as he looked around. He wouldn't have to deal with Bakugo anymore or the insults from his classmates. If this was the afterlife, then he was content to float here in the inky blackness of oblivion. This isn't the afterlife, a voice piped up, flickering in view like a hologram in front of him. Izuku scrambled to his feet, his eyes nearly bugging out of his head in shock. The man before him was sitting with his legs crisscrossed like a kid, but he definitely didn't look like one. The man had slicked back white hair, and a cocky smirk that looked slightly out of place on his face. His skin was white, almost like paper, and even though he was sitting, Izuku knew he was tall. Well, everyone was tall to Izuku. He was 10. The man had dusted off his pants, finally getting up from his spot, and Izuku found himself looking at the strange man again. He had a square face and sharp eyes that were an unnaturally vibrant blue. In fact, there was even a faint blue glow around his whole body. His nose was slightly pointed, and he had a strong jaw. "Who are you?" was the first thing that came out of Izuku's mouth. He was way past pleasantries at this point. He wanted answers. Where am I? What's going on? What do you mean this isn't the afterlife? I died, didn't I? I died. I definitely died. What does he mean? The man kneeled down to be more eye level with Izuku and patted him on the head, ruffling his dark green curls in the process. His smile was warm and genuine. Like Mom's. "I'll start with your first question. I'm part of your quirk. I don't know where we are, and you died but you're not dead." Izuku furrowed his brow in confusion. This had to be a hallucination created by his brain to help him cope with death. That was the only explanation. "This isn't real," Izuku mumbled, tugging at his hair as soon as the man pulled away his hand. "This is a hallucination. I'm dead, and I'm hallucinating. How can I die but not be dead?" "It's your quirk," the man replied, his voice comforting but firm. "I'm your quirk. You can't die." "What?" Izuku asked, and he could feel the telltale signs of tears dripping down his face, but he ignored it. "What do you mean it's my quirk?" The man flashed him an immaculate smile. "You have an invisible quirk, as they call it. A quirk that only manifests with certain activation requirements. Yours just so happened to be death. Your quirk lets you come back from any death, no matter how severe. What if my body is incinerated or vaporized? What then?" Izuku asked, crossing his arms disbelievingly. He wasn't going to trust anything this man said until he was back home with his mom. "Surely my body can't come back from that." "It can," the man chuckled. "In the event that your body does get vaporized or incinerated, you'll be recreated here, in your quirk. By me." Izuku looked around at the black void they were standing in. There was still nothing here, and if what the man said was true, then didn't he get vaporized or incinerated already? Izuku curled his hands into fists, taking a deep breath. "So how did I die?" he asked timidly. He was probably better off not knowing. He was better off clueless. But he wanted to know. He needed to know. The man's smile faltered and fell into a frown. That probably wasn't a good sign. "Well," he began reluctantly, crossing his arms. "You intercepted a fireball accidentally aimed at Inko. Your body was burnt to a crisp on impact. It took a few seconds, or maybe minutes, time didn't seem to really exist here, for his brain to catch up. It took him even longer to turn the words over his and over in his mind as he attempted to make sense of them. It all seemed to sink in at once. He had protected his mother, and as a result he burned to death in an instant. He searched the man's eyes for any lies. He had gotten very good at identifying lies in people's words, ever since he'd been tricked by his classmates over and over again. They always pretended to be his friends, and tricked him into putting his guard down. As soon as he did that, his classmates took the chance to pounce. They laughed at him, belittled him, and beat him up. He wasn't about to just trust whatever this man was saying, but he couldn't find the lie. He couldn't find the trick. Probably because there wasn't one. Tears stung at the back of his eyes, and he didn't even try to wipe them away as they streaked down his face, leaving tracks in their wake. A shuddering sob broke from his lips. It was loud and ugly in the silence. He couldn't bring himself to look at the strange man. "I still don't understand. So I can't die?" "Yeah. No matter what you do or how you die, you'll always come back," the man said, before his voice softened. "But hey, don't cry. This is a good thing. You can go back and see your mom, isn't that great? I probably should have mentioned it earlier. It's only been a few seconds on Earth since you died." I can go back?" Izuku asked, even as his throat closed up, and sobs prevented him from speaking clearly. The man cupped his cheeks and tilted his face up so they were looking each other in the eyes. He gave Izuku a smile that made Izuku's chest swell with warmth. He nodded eagerly. Of course you can. The man replied, hastily wiping away Izuku's messy tears. Wanna go back right now? Izuku smiled shakily, nodding his head eagerly. The empty void around them disappeared, replaced by a world full of angry reds and oranges. Flames, Izuku instantly thought. I got incinerated by flames. But they weren't as hot as he recalled. It was all rushing back in a flood of information. His mother had just gotten home from work and asked him to help her with a few errands. He had been reluctant to agree, but thinking back, he was glad he agreed to go. He had saved his mother from this terrible inferno that singed his skin and clothes. His mother, who was caring and so kind that it hurt to look at her. His mother, who definitely didn't deserve this. He gasped as the flames licked at his jaw, sending sharp pain pulsing across his face and arms. This was going to scar. But it didn't matter. Adrenaline was pouring from his every pore. His heart was pounding like a war drum between his breastbone and spine. There was a certain thrill and exhilaration pounding through his veins like a drag. He saved someone. Even if it was just his mother. Nonetheless, he was saving someone. He was a hero, just for these few precious moments. He knew instantly that he wanted to do this again. Well, he didn't want to get incinerated, but he wanted to save someone else again. He wanted to do this again and again. Maybe he wouldn't have to give up on his lifelong dream. The flames receded into nothing, and Izuku puffed out a ragged breath. Some of his face and arm were burnt, but otherwise he was fine. With wide, sparkling eyes he whipped around to his mother. But he quickly realized it would probably not be a good idea to look excited after getting burned alive. He willed his expression into one of concern and distress. "Mom!" he exclaimed, finding her a few feet away, where he'd shoved her. "Are you okay?" Mom's mouth was open, her jaw slack with shock. Her eyes were wet with an abundance of tears, falling from her cheeks endlessly. Her eyes flashed with so many emotions at once: worry, horror, shock, relief, worry. Izuku! Izuku rushed to her, ignoring how his skin seemed to sizzle a little. The pain pounded through his head like a shrill alarm, but he needed to touch his mother. He needed to know she was real. He needed to know that he was really alive. "Oh baby," she gasped out as Izuku crashed into her. Her arms came to wrap around him instantly, creating a cocoon of protection around him. "Don't ever do that again." Her tone was near hysterical and shrill. Her grip tightened around him for good measure. "Don't ever do that again, you hear me?" Izuku nodded against her shoulder, and Inko relaxed. She didn't stop holding him though. He was only 10, and he had protected his mother from a fireball. Of course she wasn't going to let him go and do it again. Inko let out a shuddering sigh, and she pulled away only to shake him violently. "What were you thinking, Izuku? You could have gotten yourself killed." He bit down on the urge to tell her that he did die. That wouldn't go over well. He'd probably get grounded. "I'm sorry, Mom. Is your kid okay?" a rough voice asked, and Izuku jumped back in surprise. Izuku looked up, and could feel all the blood in his face drain. Endeavor stood before him, and his mother, vague concern contorting his expression. "I saw that he got caught up in the fight. I'm sorry about that." "She's fine," Inko exclaimed stiffly, and Izuku doesn't miss how Endeavor's eyes flash with uncertainty. He vaguely gestures to the ambulance and group of paramedics that had just arrived. Inko took the hint in stride, and dragged Izuku to the ambulance with haste. Izuku understood her urgency and worry, but only a little bit. He was burned on his jaw and upper neck, and from his shoulder to his elbow, but he was fine. He died and he came back, and it was fine. He could do it again, countless times if he had to. He didn't like the idea of dying over and over again. But it was nice to have a safety net. He could essentially function as a human shield if need be, in all honesty. So he really didn't see the point in going to the ambulance and getting his burns treated, and he didn't see the point in giving a statement either. He was 10. What kind of impact would his statement be to the police? Yeah, he got burned by Endeavor's fireball. No, he wasn't going to press charges. Yeah, he got burned. No, He didn't want to get Endeavor's autograph. He wasn't exactly a fan of heroes. Not anymore. It took Inko dragging him away to get the policeman on the scene to stop badgering him about every single detail. And that day, he realized that he wasn't powerless. He wasn't useless. He wasn't weak, and he definitely wasn't quirkless. He was immortal. For some reason it reminded him of a story that his mother had told him ages ago. That on the day of his birth, Hisashi Midoriya, long dead, now had left a vase full of Wisteria next to her hospital bed. If he remembered correctly, Wisteria symbolizes immortality. How ironic. He was immortal. And his long-forgotten dream that had been collecting dust in the recesses of his mind was not so impossible as it had once been. It wasn't a world away, so out of reach that he could barely see it. It wasn't unattainable. He could be a hero. Inko was a lot of things. Anxious, sad, worried, exhausted. She was a mother, a widow, and most definitely a former vigilante. But she wasn't stupid. That was one thing Inko wasn't. She had definitely seen her son die. She'd seen his body get incinerated instantly. She smelled it. She heard it. The smell of burning flesh was so potent and strong that she knew, deep down despite the hopeful thoughts swirling in her brain, that Izuku had died. To save her. She knew this to be a fact. Indisputable fact, but as the flames receded, Izuku stood, mostly unharmed. She knew she had been gaping like a fish without water. Her heart had felt like it exploded from the stress, and she thought that surely her heart wasn't beating anymore. Her baby had died, and the world was crumbling and shattering like a broken mirror. But then he turned to her, burned on his face and arm, but otherwise fine. He turned to her, worry etched on his face like a permanent mask. But she hadn't missed the glint of excitement and confusion. She didn't miss how his eyes for a split second had been fixed and focused and so bright. Those green eyes, deep green like moss, hadn't been bright since he was 4. Izuku hadn't been excited. Hadn't been happy. He hadn't let himself dream and hadn't let himself live the second the doctor had told him he was quirkless. Quirkless, weak, and useless to society. That's how the world viewed her son, but that's not how Inko viewed her son. Her son wasn't useless or weak. He was more than his quirkless status. It didn't matter that he possessed no special ability to cultivate and use. It shouldn't matter, but it did. As much as Inko wanted to pretend the world would be fair to her son, the truth was, it wasn't going to be. It had already shown him hardship and abuse. It had already shown him how much a pipe dream it was for him to become a hero. It already broke him, before he was even 5. His dreams had been shattered before he had a chance to even dwell on them. But the fact that her son was quirkless was now void. The doctor had been wrong. So wrong. Inko Midoriya was a lot of things, but wrong wasn't one of them. Not this time. Her son had died, and somehow against all laws of nature had come back. And he was sitting on the couch, eyes still so lively and bright in a way Inko hadn't seen in so long. Inko watched from her spot in the kitchen. He had notebook number 1 in his hands, and next to it was a clean, crisp one. She hadn't seen her son touch his notebooks in 6 years. He put the older notebook on the coffee table, before he carefully, neatly, transferred and edited notes into the new one for easier use. He had 10 more notebooks to go through and rewrite. She'd been watching him do this since they got home yesterday. Inko still hadn't gone up to him to ask him the question that had been weighing on her mind for 48 grueling hours. Do you have a quirk? She couldn't bring herself to ask him yet. She returned to the bubbling pot on the stove, her mind in shambles and her stomach in knots. Maybe during dinner? She was making his favorite, katsudon. After what happened yesterday, Izuku deserved it. Needed it. Inko wiped the worried look off her face, before turning to Izuku, who was still writing away in his new notebook. His eyes were still shining. Inko shuffled around the kitchen and got 2 bowls out, piling them full of food before she called, "Izuku, dinner's ready." She barely had time to set down both of the bowls on the table before Izuku sat himself down in one of the chairs. She couldn't help the grin that pulled at her lips. "Thanks, Mom," Izuku said as he grabbed his chopsticks and dug in. Inko took a seat as well, but was slower to eat than her son was. She watched him warily as he ate, wondering exactly how she should phrase her question. Izuku, dear? She should probably start off small, build up to the question. Izuku looked up from his food, mid-bite as she spoke up. You have a revival quirk, don't you? Or just rip the band-aid off, why don't you? Izuku seemed to go pale almost instantly. His chopsticks shook in his hand, and Inko grabbed onto it. He didn't speak, but Inko didn't expect him to. We have to keep it a secret, okay? Inko began. Her voice was uneven and trembling. The possible ramifications of this quirk were terrifying. If it ever got out that Izuku had an immortality-like quirk, then he would be taken away and studied under a microscope like an animal. We'll go get your quirk registered tomorrow, and we can't tell them what it actually is, okay? Inko could tell that her son already knew the answer. She could tell by the way his shoulders tensed, and his lips pressed into a thin line that he knew what would happen to him. Because I have to keep you safe, Izuku. And that seemed to be enough of an explanation on its own. He gave her a nod, and Inko smiled. Now tell me all about it. And for the first time in 6 years, Inko saw her son truly smile. Naomasa watched the grainy footage again for the 6th time in 20 minutes. Beside him was Aizawa, looking as tired as Tsukachi felt. They both watched the camera footage again that Aizawa had gotten from a restaurant. The footage depicted not one, but 2 people in almost the same outfit. Well, now that Naomasa had watched it 6 or 7 times, he noticed that they weren't the same outfits. Not at all. The shorter one was definitely wearing a black turtleneck, a black leather belt, and black tapered cargo pants with a number of pockets and straps. The taller of the 2 wore a black jumpsuit with green lining. From the tightness of the outfit, Naomasa could say with certainty that the taller one was female. The duo darted under the camera, the shorter one giving it a nonchalant wave before they disappeared within the back alleys of Musutafu. But there was one thing that seemed to bother him. Something that seemed to itch at the back of his mind. Why did you bring this to me? Naomasa asked bluntly, leaning back in his chair to relax his back. His joints gave an audible pop that he chose to ignore. Aizawa yawned, before hunching his shoulders. You know how I was hunting that drag ring? Naomasa nodded. They'd been in operation for a while, and the chief of police finally decided they needed a hero on the case. But he didn't see how these 2 fit into the case at all. They both had their hoods drawn up, and their faces covered, with a black mask that covered the lower half of their faces. The shorter one really pulled off the ninja look. What do they have to do with your case? Naomasa asked, crossing his arms. That's footage of them an hour before they busted it. When I got to the warehouse, every single one of them was tied up and unconscious. After looking through hours of camera footage, I found this. You think they did that? Naomasa asked, perplexed. Yeah, Aizawa grumbled. Naomasa sighed. They look like vigilantes to me. Vigilantes? Naomasa blinked, before a gasp ripped out of his throat. Holy shit. What? Aizawa asked, eyes widening. What is it? Naomasa watched the footage again, just to be sure. He locked eyes with Aizawa, before tapping the screen where the taller of the 2 vigilantes stood. She's the former vigilante Attraction. That woman was undeniably Attraction, the vigilante who had disappeared off the face of the earth 12 years ago. One night she'd been stopping crime, and the next she had just vanished. Tsukachi heard stories about her circling through the office before. A vigilante that wore a black and green jumpsuit. He stood from his chair hastily. I'm sure we have footage of her in some cold case files, Naomasa murmured. I'm sure we had some footage of her back when she had been active. Izuku slapped a wobbly smile on his face as he hesitantly walked towards his desk. Every year he'd sat at the back of the classroom, but now he actually had a reason to. Despite the con of having to walk past every single desk in order to get to his, he was reassured by the fact that no one could get behind him from his spot. Ever since his mom had taken him out on his first excursion last year, Izuku was hyper-aware of his surroundings. No longer was he unaware when someone stood behind him, or if they stared at him, or if he was being followed. When you learned how to hunt, you seemed to know when you were the prey. So Izuku refused to allow his back to be exposed in any dangerous environment, and since the young age of 4 school had turned into a battlefield. One that he knew the ins and outs of intimately. One of those just happened to be him making it to his desk without making any form of eye contact. Izuku quickly stumbled to his desk, putting on his normal act of weakness. Quietly he sat at his desk, slinging his backpack onto the ground before taking out all of his necessary books. He also pulled out his analysis notebook, now being on his 14th volume. He didn't dare put a title on them anymore, instead just the number 14 glaring back at him. Izuku quickly slipped out a pen that had multiple colors on it, clicking onto the black color he primarily used for schoolwork. Instead of looking up, he kept his gaze glued to his desk. Looking up or at someone was an act of defiance. Not being a model student was seen as a weakness. Beating too many people was an act of confidence he couldn't afford. He didn't really have to worry about the last one because of Bakugo. He'd always get a 90 and up, so Izuku limited himself to a 90 even if he knew the answers to the questions. Usually he didn't have to worry too much about faking answers unless he excelled at the subject. Focusing his gaze on a notebook, he allowed himself to listen to the room. By slowing his breathing, he could listen clearly to those around him. Most of the time his classmates wouldn't talk about anything of importance, yet it was useful information if you knew how to use it. For example, the girl next to him who was named Mishi had tons of lucrative information. She was one of the people in class who would talk about anything and everything, especially if it was something she wasn't supposed to know about. She was currently talking to another kid in the class about how she overheard that one of the kids from 1B had started selling drugs. Izuku remembered how last week she had said that 1B's teacher had made a move on one of their students. Mishi had also hand-fed him the information that allowed him to make the second-year students back off when they bullied him too harshly. There had been a ring of kids who had been forming somewhat of a gang. Instead of confronting them directly at school, he had sent them letters in their lockers detailing everything he'd compiled about them. He essentially blackmailed them into staying far away from him. Soon enough the bell rang for homeroom to start and the room quickly filled up. Izuku hoped the day would go by quickly. The day had been going at a glacial pace, every teacher seemingly more boring than the last. Even classes he'd loved dragged on for forever and he wanted nothing more than to go home. But he'd have to wait for school to be over before he could get to doing what really mattered. Running his left hand down his face, softly sighing, Izuku looked up at the teacher. The short-haired woman was pointing at something in English, pronouncing it for the rest of the class. His mother was fluent in English, mostly because of Hisahi. So Izuku had quickly picked it up and he was fluent as well. Yet he couldn't allow anyone else to know and accuse him of getting too far ahead, so he forced himself to remain in the class instead of asking to be placed in a more difficult class. Or be given challenging homework. Most of the time he ended up tuning out his teachers, not because he was lazy or uninspired to learn. Izuku knew most of the material. The world as it was now had hyper-focused onto the world of heroes. So everything he learned has also been somewhat about heroes. The history of heroics was a class, gym centered around different training routines created by different pros. Literature was full of books published by pros, new and old. Math and science also centered itself around different quirks and practical reasonings for learning the material. Being a vigilante, it was only rational that he'd started learning everything he could about different quirks and how they were sorted, what weaknesses they had and how he could get the upper hand. Izuku knew he wasn't a powerhouse and he had to make up for it somehow, and intelligence seemed like a good choice. So Izuku was currently staring at his analysis notebook, rereading notes he had taken the night before when he was suddenly called upon. She just asked you what the past tense of run is. Izuku quickly looked up and made eye contact with the teacher. She didn't deserve his respect, but she definitely got it. Otherwise he'd face detention. Ran, Izuku said quickly before looking back down, ignoring her slight look of surprise. He knew that it seemed like he was never paying attention, but that was all right. He really wasn't. Thank you. He heard a soft buzzing in his mind, most likely Aoi just humming as a response. For some reason, the white-haired man had picked that habit up from his mom. Ironic when considering he thought of the man as an uncle. He sat through the rest of the lesson quietly, the teacher droning on but never calling on him again. The bell for lunch rang and he quickly darted out of the room. He needed to be one of the first people there so he could get in and out. Izuku didn't need to have attention drawn to him for any reason. He quickly made it to the large room, the first person to get there like usual. Normal kids usually ended up taking longer because they would get caught up with their friends. Not Izuku. Quickly grabbing a bowl with plain rice and fish, Izuku left the cafeteria altogether. Slipping into the bathroom quietly, he unwrapped his bowl and hungrily ate the food as fast as possible in one of the stalls. "I think someone followed you in here." Izuku swallowed the food in his mouth. He already knew that, but having another voice telling him only confirmed it. Quickly pulling his legs up onto the toilet, Izuku scarfed down his food silently in wait. The second he made a noise, it would be over. Swallowing silently yet again, he clutched the bowl to his chest as he heard people enter the bathroom. From the scuffing sound their shoes made, it was probably 3 people. There were a handful of groups that would corner him in the bathroom. Mostly just the second and third years. Bakugo wouldn't be caught dead in the same bathroom as him, despite the fact that almost no one would spread any rumors. But Izuku knew he wouldn't risk his reputation like that. However, he knew people who would. Suddenly someone punched the stall he was in, making him flinch violently. He didn't move as it was punched once more. "We know you're in there," one voice called, and he knew who it was. The group of second years he'd scared the shit out of. Izuku thought that they would have given up, but that didn't seem to be the case if their presence proved anything. They were angry with him. Izuku knew he couldn't fight them. That'd only result in him getting in trouble, as no one would listen to him when he was going against 3 second years. According to everyone else, he was too weak to fight back. That was far from the truth, and if they learned that, his life would undoubtedly go downhill. So the only option for him was defense, and this stall was perfect. "Open up, you little beach." The first voice called again, someone else joining in on the knocking. "Yeah, open up, Deku." The other person joined in. He heard another voice laugh, farther away from him than the other two. Izuku closed his eyes, bringing his breathing down to a regular level. "Izuku, you have 5 minutes until the bell rings. They'll probably leave before then." Another hit slammed against the door, rattling its frame. They were really mad then. "If you don't open up right now, we're going to beat the shit out of you." One of them growled from the back. "Shit, we only have a couple minutes until class, guys." This caused the other two to hit the door again, obviously enraged. "Don't you worry, you little shit, we'll get you later and teach you a FING lesson." The first voice called again, kicking the door once, twice before leaving the room with the rest of his trio. Izuku held his breath for another minute before he silently put his foot on the ground. Hearing no reaction, he placed the other one down before opening the stall door. There was a new dent in it. Not a good sign. Throwing his bowl in the trash, Izuku began washing his hands. He glanced in the mirror, taking in his appearance. Izuku looked tired. His eyes portrayed no emotion, seemingly indifferent to everything going on around him. The bags under them spoke the truth, and his face was pale due to the lack of sun he got. His hair was a wild mess on the top of his head. Drying his hands off, he ran a hand through it before he left. He only had a minute before class started, but he was thankfully close to it, so he slipped into the throng of people. Finding his seat was easy as he prepared himself for his next class. Yesterday the teacher had said that they'd be watching a movie, which meant he'd probably have a lot of free time during it. The final bell of the day rang and Izuku felt his heart fall to his stomach. He knew the people from the earlier would definitely be waiting around some corner to pull him aside. Izuku desperately wanted to run away and escape. Jumping through the window would be easy enough, as would a rooftop escape. Yet Izuku knew he had to face them eventually. If he just ran away and evaded them at every turn, he would only end up getting caught eventually. They'd get tired of hiding and would barge into the room as class ended and would drag him off to who knows where. It'd be worse then, and they would probably break something. So he did the only logical thing and walked down the hallway normally. Aoi was quiet as he continued down the hallway, feeling eyes on him the instant he turned towards the doorway that would let him free. A second later, there was a hard tug on his collar before he was pulled away roughly. Uncaringly, the boy holding him hauled him away from the gathering of people. Izuku knew where they were most likely going, and it made his hands shake as he was shoved face first into the bathroom. Before he could react, he was shoved into the sink. His back popped as he made contact, the porcelain not doing him any favors as he was pinned against it. Finally getting a good look at the boy, he realized that it was indeed the second year's. Philip said. Holding up his hands, he leaned away from his attacker. He didn't want to instigate anything, so retreating was probably the best option. Izuku couldn't do anything from his position against the sink. Suddenly he was hauled upwards again, now face to face with the boy. He was rather plain-looking, blue eyes and brown hair, an average jawline and body type. The only thing that was special was his smirk. Bakugo had him beat. A fist flew onto his face, but Izuku didn't make any move to dodge. He took the hit to his cheekbone, knowing it would bruise tomorrow. His head was thrown back into the mirror, shattering the glass behind his head. He heard laughing. Glass rained down on him, getting in his hair and slicing the back of his neck and head. He could already feel the blood dripping, but it didn't feel deep. It wouldn't kill him. Another body pulled him away, dragging him against the cold tile flooring. It wasn't the same boy as before, probably one of his lackeys. Glass sliced his arm as he made contact with the ground. Izuku attempted to get his feet beneath him in vain as he was thrown against the wall. There was more laughter. Slamming his head against the wall again, he crumpled to the floor as the boy retreated, probably to rear back and kick him. In an instant, he felt a tug on his mind and suddenly the room was bathed in blue light. He felt Aoi shielding his body with his own, curled around Izuku protectively where he lay on the floor. Aoi was warm, his breath hot against his neck. Izuku couldn't even turn around to clearly look at him, his head facing the wall. Too weak to protect yourself, huh, Deku? When the group laughed again, he could tell that more people had joined the party. No longer was it just 3, but more along the lines of 10 people. Izuku quickly curled up, wrapping his hands around his head. Someone tried pulling Aoi off to no avail. If the man didn't want to move, he wouldn't. Izuku could feel his heart race. He wasn't scared, he couldn't die, so he wasn't afraid of that. It was anticipation. He knew what was coming, yet he couldn't do anything to stop it. Aoi did what he wanted, and Izuku couldn't force him back into his mind. Izuku was glad that Aoi was a good person and loved him. Otherwise, this would be a problem. Let him go, you piece of garbage. The original boy hollered, brutally kicking the back of Aoi's head. No pained noise came from the man sheltering him, but he could feel him tense up. The kicking that followed rang in his ears, hearing the dull thud of shoes against the body of Aoi. All 3 of them were brutally kicking him with no worry. Aoi wouldn't die, but he would disappear after enough damage was inflicted on him. Aoi's skin was tough, almost like kicking metal, and he wouldn't feel a stab wound. He couldn't feel anything in this state. Another round of kicks, and then someone viciously stomped on Aoi's head 3 times. He still didn't disappear. The boys behind him were breathing heavily, the crowd's yelling was almost deafening. Izuku didn't know how the teachers just allowed this to happen. He knew it was a show, a spectacle to everyone else in this school. Yet, he couldn't see any reason that it should be allowed. Tears stung at the back of his eyes. Knowing he didn't feel pain helped, but he couldn't stop himself from feeling useless in this situation. Give that to me. Izuku had no clue what they were talking about and turned his head just a bit. All he saw was a flash before he heard the sound of metal on metal. They were stabbing Aoi, who had finally rolled over under the pressure. Izuku fell to the side before sitting up, only able to stare at the scene before him. The trio had dragged Aoi into the center of the room, stabbing the man in the chest over and over. Cracks were forming from the bloodless wounds, Aoi grunting as he attempted to push the trio away. He couldn't actually fight or Izuku would be arrested. But he could defend. And Aoi did so until the cracks suddenly burst outwards, spanning across his whole form. He quickly turned around, white hair no longer slicked back. He smiled sweetly at Izuku, whispering out a quick, "Sorry." Aoi exploded with a flash of blue light, finally shattering completely, blue shards flying away from where he had been before dissipating completely. Tears finally rolled down his cheeks. His breathing picked up as he retracted his hand that had reached out to Aoi. "You're gonna pay for that little stunt, fucker," the boy with the knife concluded, a deranged sort of grin creeping onto his face. Everyone in the crowd took a step back in horror. Looking around, he could see people fleeing the bathroom. They were scared, but instead of helping him they turned around and ran. The plain-looking boy took a step forward, his eyes suddenly shining a bright blue. Izuku knew his quirk. It had something to do with emotion enhancement, but only to the user. He felt too much, and right now he was undoubtedly consumed by anger. Izuku scrambled backward, trying to find a way out when the boy lunged for him. "It'll be okay, Izuku." His two lackeys were the only ones left, and they too were filled with primal fear. Yet they didn't move as the boy moved the blade into Izuku's stomach. It easily sliced through him, blood spurting out of the wound instantly. Another stab to his chest, this time the knife remained there. Izuku couldn't focus on anything other than hastily slamming his hands onto the open wound. Blood pooled between his fingers, quickly coating them in the red substance. It poured out of him onto the floor. "Let's go." Izuku didn't even look up to watch them leave. "It'll be okay." Aoi's words were always kind and soothing in moments like this. Izuku coughed violently, blood dribbling between his lips quickly. The pain suddenly shot through his system, causing him to gasp despite the blood in his lungs. He didn't try to move even as the blood spread out from his spot. He coughed again. Breathing was hard, his lungs rattling with every breath. "It'll be over soon." Aoi sounded sad. Izuku could relate to that. Dying wasn't fun. He'd never get used to it, especially in moments like these. Times when his death shouldn't have happened. He was supposed to be safe, yet here he was, bleeding out on the bathroom floor. And no one seemed to care. Izuku was losing feeling in his hands, his body slowly giving up on itself. He coughed again, sliding down the wall until he was laying on the ground once more. Hot blood poured between his fingers as he attempted to heave air into his lungs. It rattled and he wished it was over already. Death for him took too long. His body fought too hard. Any normal person would have died by now. Yet here Izuku was still breathing. More blood pooled in his mouth and he spat it out onto the ground. Finally releasing the hold on his stomach, he fumbled in his pocket for his phone. He was covered in his own blood. Not for the first time and certainly not the last. He had barely been able to send his mother his location before he coughed for the last time. "It's okay now." Izuku's eyes flew open. Tears were already spilling down his cheeks as he heaved in air. He was instantly blinded by the glowing landscape, so he screwed them shut. Tears still slipped through his eyelids as he desperately tried to breathe. Air refused to enter his lungs, and before he could reach out to touch his neck he was enveloped in a hug. Arms wrapped around him as he cried. Dying never felt good. Coming back equally esigi. Izuku could feel his lungs repairing themselves, air finally making it to them as they closed. The knife pushed itself out as the skin around it healed, the blood finally stopping. He could feel his stomach repair itself, knitting back together painfully. Slowly, Izuku's body repaired as he fell apart. In order for his wounds to heal, Aoi brought him back every time. Slowly and methodically. Aoi never missed a detail and went about his work quickly. Unable to contain himself, he allowed his ugly sobs to echo throughout his mindscape. The arms around him tightened before he was pulled into Aoi's lap. Cradled in warmth, Izuku sobbed violently. Tears dripped off of his face and onto the blue-green man below him, the liquid sliding right off of him. He drew in ragged breaths only to release them as a gut-wrenching sob a second before. Aoi ran his hands through Izuku's hair, brushing it away from his red, wet face. Izuku looked up at him, crumbling further at the thought of what had happened to him moments before. Reaching out his hand, Izuku gently touched his face. Izuku's throat closed up painfully as tears rolled down his cheeks. His voice broke horribly. "They killed you." Izuku gripped Aoi's shirt, his knuckles tightening painfully, but he didn't let go. If he let go he'd lose himself. He pulled the fabric closer to him, suddenly angry. Tears still fell from his eyes and he was sure to sound pathetic. He killed you and then they killed me," he ground out, fat tears obscuring his vision as he looked at Aoi. This was his family. "Izuku, it's all right." The blue-green man softly looked back at him, brushing his hair back once more. Izuku whined with the contact as one hand cupped his cheek before brushing his tears away. I'm not a person. Anger swelled in his chest, begging to be let free. But you are. And they killed you. Aoi looked sad now, and Izuku wanted to reach out to tell him everything was all right, but he couldn't. The tears refused to stop and he was shaking violently. Arms snaked around him once more, pushing him to the blue man's chest. Izuku sighed heavily. Even if you aren't a quirk, you're still human to me. He felt the man nod. To you and others I might be seen as a person. But in the eyes of the law, I'm only a quirk, a byproduct of your existence. Izuku tightened his hold. He wanted revenge. Badly. He couldn't sit here idly and let these kids get away with killing 2 people. Not that I agree with them. I have my own thoughts and feelings. He felt more tears glide down his cheeks at that statement. Aoi had thoughts and feelings, yet he was brutally murdered as if he was nothing more than a robot. Then again the same thing had just happened to him. Murder was murder. Izuku reined in his breathing. He couldn't allow himself to panic anymore. Time was going at a glacial pace, minutes ticking by here whereas it had only been seconds in the real world. Wiping his face on his long sleeve, Izuku finally pushed himself out of Aoi's arms. He stood unsteadily, gladly taking the hand that was offered to support him. All it took was a single thought and the landscape went from barren to an actual room. His room to be exact. Anything he took from this world followed him into the land of the living, but it was only things that he knew intimately. Like his clothes. His uniform had been torn to shreds, so he picked out a hoodie and sweatpants before he allowed Aoi to drag him to the bathroom. Izuku could also clean himself off in here and return the same way, clean as hell. Izuku couldn't seem to bring things with him into this world unless he was holding it, so theoretically he could bring people in here. Izuku had attempted as much with his mother but hadn't gotten far, the pain too great. Now, he was getting a better handle on it, which meant that he could probably bring people into his mindscape soon enough. For the last 2 years, he'd just been working on manifesting Aoi into the real world. Now they were both experts at entering and leaving at will. As soon as the duo entered the bathroom, he whisked his clothes off with a thought. Having Aoi in his head meant that he already knew what he looked like. Aoi knew everything about Izuku unless he left the mindscape, which they had started to do more often, but the damage had already been done. So being naked around Aoi, who was technically an extension of himself, wasn't awkward. Having the man wash him wasn't an awkward affair either. Izuku watched numbly as the blood ran down the hazy drain, the water running pink as the blood was scrubbed off gently. Izuku had never been murdered before. He's fallen off of a building, gotten incinerated by the hands of a hero, choked and died, accidentally stabbed and shot himself. Drowned. But he'd never been intentionally killed with malicious intent until today. It left him feeling numb, his body didn't feel real. Aoi was humming next to him. The quirk probably knew about his inner turmoil and decided to let him think through it until the shower was done. More tears slipped out as his matted hair was detangled and washed, pieces of glass falling onto the ground. Izuku could probably just wish the blood off of him, but this felt more grounding. Like he wasn't ignoring the fact that he was covered in blood because of 13 years old. As soon as the water was turned off, he willed himself dry and clothed. Slowing time was just a natural part of his quirk, but he could also sync up with time. Or leave if he wanted to. Yet he allowed himself to stay in the mindscape, wrapping himself around Aoi. He reveled in the odd warmth the man gave off and he allowed himself to doze off. I'll make sure to keep an eye on your body, sleep Izuku. He immediately did as he was told. As soon as Aoi nudged him into wakefulness, he let himself rubber band back into his body. Either some stranger had happened upon his body or his mother had finally made it. The first option was not ideal but fixable to some extent. Especially if the person was a teacher. There was no ignoring the puddle of blood surrounding him, nor the knife that lay a few feet away from him. Covered in blood. Izuku woke up with a painful gasp, tears stinging his eyes as his body revived itself. Suddenly everything was loud, the blood rushing to his brain and overwhelming him. It's a teacher. They're screaming. So that's what the ringing noise was. Izuku tore his gaze up from the ground. There was indeed a teacher standing across the room, hand covering his mouth in horror at the scene in front of him. It undoubtedly looked horrible. A student laying on the ground, blood all over the floor. Izuku was glad that his clothes didn't change in front of the teacher. Instead, he laid in the dried blood in a hoodie and sweatpants. The screaming didn't stop even though he'd made eye contact. He stood up, instantly slipping in the blood and splashing it all over himself once. Sheet. The teacher finally came to their senses and stopped screaming, but looked almost as if they were going into shock. Not entirely unexpected. Izuku should have died back there. Attempting to stand once more, he supported himself on the wall. It felt like his whole body had fallen asleep, and now he was attempting to stand on pins and needles. Usually this didn't happen because he'd go straight back to his body. But he'd let it sleep for too long and now it wasn't cooperating entirely. He did just force it into wakefulness so he wasn't surprised. Nothing was really surprising anymore. Picking up his bloody phone, he followed up his text with the word, bathroom, before he put it in his front pocket. Izuku looked back up at the teacher. Whose blood is that? He asked shakily, pointing at all of the blood that had splashed onto him. Izuku went with a half-truth, half-lie. It's technically mine. Or well, my Quirks. One of the second years dragged me into the bathroom. He paused before gesturing to the knife. And well, he tried to stab me but my quirk went out of control and protected me but Aoi still bleeds. The teacher nodded numbly. Izuku decided to pull his phone back out and take pictures of the scene. He snapped one of the sink and the mirror. Then the floor and wall that was covered in blood. Then the knife. He also took one of the teachers before one of himself, covered in blood. Evidence. His mother said she had entered the building. Oh. The teacher responded, late. He sounded horrified. He also sounded worried. Izuku didn't know what was up with him being worried, as no one had cared what happened to the Quirkless kid beforehand. Even though he wasn't Quirkless and his records proved that. Moving on. Izuku turned to the teacher. So I'm assuming we're going to be calling the police? He asked, keeping his facade of nonchalance up. He was probably in shock too. The teacher nodded. At least they were in the same boat. Tsukachi was not having a good day. The man never really did have good days, but today just seemed to get worse and worse. So when he was called to Aldra Middle, he didn't know what to expect. All dispatch had gotten from the caller was blood, kid, and pressing charges. So, being the only person who had a truth quirk in the area, he was sent out to help. It just so happened that Eraserhead was sitting next to him when he got the call, so the two ended up going together. They needed to continue their work, but a break from their vigilante duo case would be helpful. Hopefully. What he didn't expect was to arrive at the school and immediately led to one of the bathrooms. He couldn't help but look on in shock. The room was absolutely covered in blood. It looked like someone had been murdered and had their blood drained onto the floor before they rolled around in it, slapping it everywhere. There was also glass littering the floor, blood on the mirror and sink. A bloodied knife laid on the floor in a pile of blood. The detective took pictures of everything for evidence before he called a cleanup crew. If it had been any other scene with a body, he would have left it. But this was a school. He bagged the knife and some pieces of glass. He also told the cleanup crew to take blood for sampling. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he turned to the principal who looked justifiably nervous. So, what happened here? Tsukachi asked the same time Eraserhead asked, "Where's the body?" Both were perfectly reasonable questions. They didn't get answers for either. Follow me," the principal said, wringing his hands. A male teacher stood at the entrance of the bathroom, waiting for them to exit. Now that he was looking, there were bloody footprints leaving the bathroom. They followed them to offices, where a pair of shoes sat at the door, just before it turned into carpet. The shoes were bathed in dry blood. The duo made eye contact before following the teachers. There definitely should be a body. There was no way with that amount of blood. So they were on their way to interrogate a child killer. Allowing his face to fall into a small frown, he followed the two people in front of him to the office. He could smell the scent of blood from the hallway and it only worsened as they walked closer to the door. Crying could be heard from the other side. It sounded like a woman. Steeling himself, he stood beside the principal as the door was opened and he followed him inside. As he expected, there was a kid and his mother in the room. One good look at the kid had him questioning everything. The green-haired boy had blood absolutely everywhere. He was in a green hoodie and dark gray sweatpants, and neither article of clothing hid the bloodstains. Blood covered his back as well as the back of his pants. His hands were also covered in blood, fingerprints staining his hoodie's front. There was blood in his hair, and some had splashed onto his face. He had eye bags and he couldn't tell if the kid had freckles or if that was just blood. The worst part of it was his almost dead stare. Probably in shock. Best to do this as soon as possible. So, there was an incident in the boys' bathroom today. The principal began as he took a seat at the desk. The boy nodded from his standing position. There were a few more chairs in the room, but he didn't look too eager to sit down. Either it was the guilt or he felt like being nice and sparing the seats from getting covered in blood flakes. So this is the kid who did it. Where's the body? Tsukachi asked, already pulling out a pad and pencil. The green-haired teen let out a humorless laugh as his mother tried to rein in her tears. Nothing about this situation seemed funny to him, and he let it show. Technically there isn't a body. The boy stated, burying his hands in the front pocket of his hoodie. There were smears of blood there. His statement rang as true in his mind. I'm also not the one who did it. Another. He didn't get a chance to ask anything as Eraserhead jumped into the fray. So what happened then? The boy didn't respond for a moment, so Tsukachi took out his tape recorder and asked, "Would you consent to being recorded for this conversation?" "Sure," slipped out of the boy's mouth. Tsukachi pressed record and he started with his usual spiel. "I'm going to inform you that I do have a lie detection quirk and will be using it during this interview. Is that all right?" The boy nodded. "My name is Tsukachi Naomesa and I'll be carrying this out with Eraserhead, the first pro hero on the scene." He adjusted his seat so he could directly look at the boy. The man next to him did the same. "Is it okay if I ask you some questions?" Another nod. "What is your name?" The detective inquired, pencil ready to move. "Izuku Midoriya, sir." He scribbled that down. "How old are you, Izuku Midoriya?" he asked, writing down the word age next to the name. "I'm 12, almost 13. Not quite a teen like he had thought. So, another truth, so he wrote it down. "Okay, with that out of the way, can you please recount the events of today?" He quickly asked, looking the boy in the eyes. The first flicker of emotion crossed his face, anger. Even more perplexing. "Well, I guess it started at lunch? I don't eat with everyone else unless I want to get into a fight. So I usually get there first and get something before I run to the bathroom. No one can get to me there. I ate my lunch when my quirk, guardian, told me someone had followed me." There was a pause, but everything was truthful so far. Quickly interrupting him, he asked a question. "What is guardian?" he asked, watching the boy's face for any reaction. He looked sad. "Oh, he's part of my quirk. His name is Aoi. Pretty much he's an extension of me, and I can manifest him in the real world. He looks human. He's probably around your age." Another truth. Quickly scribbling everything down, he gestured for the kid to continue. "Anyways, Aoi told me that someone was following me. I knew they walk really loud. But as soon as he said that they started punching and kicking the stall I was in. I didn't do anything though because class would start up in 5 minutes. I knew they would leave. They did. So then I went back to class. Oh, by the way, there were 3 of them I'm pretty sure and they're second years." More truths. "You didn't go to the teachers about any of this?" he asked, genuinely curious. They could stop the harassment before it got too far. Before it made him snap. The boy fixed him with a look that would probably haunt him. "If I told them anything it'd get worse. And I'd get detention which would only invite them to attack me afterward. It'd be easier for them. So no, I did nothing because otherwise, everything would have gotten worse." The detective didn't really know how things could have gotten even worse from here, but he didn't speak up. Was the truth. "So then after school, I knew they would corner me but I didn't try to escape or find an alternative exit. If I did they would just find me tomorrow. Or the day after that, and the longer they're made to wait the worse they get. The 3 kids grabbed me and dragged me to the bathroom where they pinned me against a sink, punched me, and slammed my head against the mirror. Glass went everywhere before they threw me on the ground and pulled me across the floor. They then threw me into the wall where I hit my head again. He paused when his mom started crying, just muttering to her that it was all right and everything would be okay. Everything was the truth. The room was silent, and as the detective looked over at the two teachers, he was disgusted. Both of them just looked shocked, like they didn't realize this had been happening under their noses. He couldn't dwell on it because the boy continued. I heard a lot of laughing, and it was then I realized that people had come to watch. Finally, the boy's strong front cracked as a tear slipped out of his eye. He didn't seem to notice as he continued. I couldn't get up, but as soon as they threw me at the wall, Aoi manifested himself. He curled around me and protected me from them for as long as he could. More tears fell, and his face fell. Aoi, he paused again before his eyes suddenly shone a brilliant blue, lighting up his face as tears fell. Suddenly there was a man standing next to him, all blue and slightly transparent. Izuku didn't seem to notice him until a hand was placed on his arm. When he turned towards him, the boy released a sob. The mother also cried, reaching out to squeeze his arm. Takechi couldn't help but feel sorry for them. This was never easy to experience. Aoi seemed to notice the boy's state and picked up where he left. I defended Izuku as long as I could, using my body as a shield. I can't feel pain, so it was the most logical thing to do, even if it is technically illegal. They repeatedly kicked me and stomped on my head until Edo Tanaka, the main boy who has an emotion-enhancing quirk, pulled out a knife and stabbed me with it. I couldn't keep Izuku safe anymore as he pulled me away. Then he repeatedly stabbed me and kicked me out of the way. Even though I can't feel pain, my body refused to move. They then sliced my stomach and stabbed me in the chest again. Everyone ran out of the bathroom quickly after that. I protected Izuku for as long as possible. Eventually they ran away. After that I dissipated. Izuku passed out in my blood. Aoi sounded detached as he ran his hand through Izuku's hair. With companion quirks, the detective couldn't tell if they were telling the truth or not. But so far it added up. The blood on Izuku didn't seem to be from the front now that he really looked at it. It almost seemed as if he'd been laying in blood rather than spilling it. Before he could ask Izuku to confirm or deny the statement, he spoke up. Then I woke up. To the teacher screaming? He probably thought I was dead. Anyway, IT took pictures of everything, and texted my mom, and told the principal. And now we're here. It registered as the truth, so he assumed that the Quirk's recollection was correct. Scribbling down all of the information, he turned back to the student. He heard a commotion outside the door, and saw one of the cleanup crew stick their head in. All clear, heading out. The detective nodded in response before turning towards the young boy. So we're going to need your clothes as evidence as well as your shoes. Is there anything you can change into? Suddenly the mother stood up, grabbing at a bag next to her. Izuku's also sat next to it, unbelievably clean. So they wouldn't have to take that. Actually Izuku, I brought a pair with me when you sent me your location. I thought maybe you had torn something and needed to change. It registered as the truth, and he allowed the boy to leave the room to change. Aoi followed him out. As soon as the boy left the room, the mother went feral. Well, I can't pull Izuku out of the school. But I expect action to be taken, no. The room's temperature dropped, and the detective was glad it wasn't him under that glare. Surprisingly enough, Eraserhead nodded in agreement before speaking up. I'm expecting this school to expel all of the students involved, even those who ran away. And we will make our round questioning them, and ultimately putting the kid who did this in a mental hospital for their own good. This attack was obviously premeditated if the knife is any indication. He said coldly, looking at the principal who was nodding uncertainly. I also want Izuku to be able to have Aoi guard him while he's at school. He wants to protect him in any way possible, and I don't want a repeat of today, okay? She requested, folding her hands in her lap. Also not unreasonable. The school was technically private ground, so if they allowed the student to utilize their quirk on these grounds, it should be a problem. In fact, they had slips that they could give out for situations just like this. And if I ever find out anything like this has happened again, I will personally hunt you down and make you regret living. Am I clear? Inko continued, concluding as the door behind her opened. The clothes Izuku had been wearing were quickly handed over. "I'm assuming we can take our leave?" the woman asked, tone light despite the look of horror on the teachers' faces. Eraserhead looked a little smug. A nod from the detective was all it took, and suddenly the trio left. Silence was left in their wake. "Well, I assume we should take our leave as well." Tsukachi sat in his car with Eraserhead for a long moment. "We should find that kid first, Eito Tanaka?" Neither of them knew what to feel as they drove to the house. They didn't know how to feel when they realized the kid had never come home. 3 days later, when the kid never showed up and was reported missing, they gave Izuku Midoriya a temporary quirk license in case the boy ever showed up again. The scene would haunt Tsukachi for years to come. Mom was angry. She was the personification of boiling hot rage and simmering bloodlust. Izuku watched wearily from his spot on the couch as she made him his favorite comfort food, katsudon. Of course she would make that on a day like today. She always knew when he needed it. It was almost as if she had a sixth sense when it came to him. Inko was a force to be reckoned with when angry, and right now she was making katsudon as angrily as a person could. He could see it in the way she wielded her wooden spoon, the way she wielded her daggers, or how her face was set in a deep frown, and her brows were furrowed with that silent rage that only a true Midoriya could possess. Of course his mother would never direct that rage onto him. She was just as protective as Aoi was, if not more so. If she had the chance, she would probably hunt the kids down that hurt him and show them a lesson they'd never forget, but Izuku protested against it when she brought it up. She couldn't go around making 13-year-olds PSS themselves in the dead of night. No matter how justified it probably was. "Dinner's ready, honey," Inko said tightly, not quite burying the anger in her tone. Izuku detached himself from his semi-permanent residence on the couch. Where his mother had been angry, he'd been numb. He hadn't moved from that spot since he got home. Sure, he'd died plenty of times before, but never by the hands of his classmates. He didn't know how to feel, so he didn't feel at all. Aoi hadn't said anything about his refusal to react yet, but if he knew anything about Aoi, he knew he'd be hearing about it sooner or later. He was practically his dad. Izuku was quick to make it to his seat, where a steaming bowl of katsudon waited. He grabbed his chopsticks from where they rested next to his bowl and dug in without preamble. Mom was glaring something fierce into her bowl, and Izuku didn't really feel like filling the silence. But apparently Aoi did. "So are we going crime fighting tonight as a family?" Aoi asked, draping himself on Izuku's shoulders. He could feel Aoi's chin digging into the top of his head, and he could see his lanky arms coming to wrap themselves around his shoulders loosely. Izuku shoved more food into his mouth, so he wouldn't have to answer immediately. And he wasn't even sure what the answer to that question was. "I mean, obviously I'll be chilling in Izuku's brain playing really loud EDM. But I mean you guys." Aoi continued when Inko glanced up from her meal. He gestured his glowing hand between them as Inko tucked a lock of green hair behind her ear. "You can't do that," Izuku mumbled around the food in his mouth. Yeah, it was gross to talk while he was eating, but no one pointed it out. "You never know, we haven't exactly tried." Aoi pointed out, detaching himself from Izuku so he could venture around the kitchen. "It could be like that game Saints Row 4 re-elected. We could fight aliens and I could play EDM in your brain." "I'm going to kill myself," Izuku groaned, putting his head in his hands dramatically. "But you can't die," Aoi pointed out with a slight smirk. "And I won't let you kill yourself on purpose." "If you keep talking like that, young man, we won't be going anywhere at all," Inko said, as Aoi shot him the most smug look he'd ever given Izuku in his 2-year existence. "Fine," Izuku grumbled, glaring at Aoi from across the room, before returning to his half-eaten food. Inko really didn't seem to appreciate Izuku's newly discovered knack for dark humor. Even if it was completely justified and, in his humble opinion, hilarious. He couldn't die, so all of his morbid humor was pretty ironic. Even if he did kill himself, something he would never do, he'd come back. He would always come back. He would rise from the dead like some undead zombie, and walk it off like nothing happened. Single. Even getting incinerated wasn't enough to drag him to the world of the undead. I would just bring him back. Izuku shoved the remaining food in his mouth before Aoi grabbed it and took it to the sink. Inko brought some rice to her mouth and grinned slightly at the sight of him washing Izuku's dish. "So we are going out?" Izuku asked, as Aoi took Inko's empty bowl. He hadn't been sure, considering all the shit that had happened today, but he really wanted to punch someone today. Well, he wanted to punch someone every day, but that was just his anger issues talking. Another nasty, yet helpful trait the Midoriyas seemed to have. Maybe they should look into their ancestry? Maybe they were a family of psychopaths back in the day. Nothing would surprise him anymore. "You're going on a tangent again," Aoi pointed out, and Izuku blinked. "Shut up," Izuku grumbled, crossing his arms defiantly in a childlike motion. "Don't argue with Aoi," Inko sighed. Aoi gave him another smug look, and Izuku narrowed his eyes in disapproval. His own quirk, getting his mother to side with him? Shameful. Ridiculous. "I can't believe my own mother would betray me like this," Izuku groaned. Inko couldn't help the smile that pulled at her lips. "I don't think going out tonight would be a good idea, Izuku. Not after what happened today." With that, Aoi vanished without a sound to retreat back into the recesses of Izuku's mind, sensing an incoming argument. Izuku could always feel his presence like a slight pressure at the back of his head. After 2 years, that pressure had become one of the most comforting things in his life. He was never alone. Aoi was always there in his mind. He saw everything and heard everything Izuku did. Granted, he was technically nothing but an extension of Izuku's existence, but that didn't stop Izuku from thinking of Aoi as a person and loving him all the same. Extension of him or not, Aoi was someone he cared about. Deeply. Inko didn't move from her seat. "What do you mean we shouldn't go out tonight? You died. Your classmates killed you on school grounds." Inko exclaimed incredulously. "You were murdered. Does that matter?" Izuku shouted, "Yeah, I died, and that hisses. Yeah, it hurt, but I can come back, unlike everyone else. I can save people with my quirk." "Izuku," Inko's tone was firm and left no room for argument. "You need to take death more seriously." "I am taking it seriously." Izuku slammed his hand down on the table. "It's not like I want to die all the time, Mom, but I'm willing to do it to save people." She gave a heavy sigh and dropped her head into her hands. "You shouldn't be willing to die." "Just," Inko sighed again, her shoulders drooping. "Go to your room, please." "Mom. Please." Izuku bit back the retort begging to leave his lips, and stormed into his room slamming the door behind him. "You should listen to her, Izuku. I know what you're thinking." Aoi grumbled, not sounding at all sympathetic to his plight. "I'm going. You can't stop me all." Izuku threw himself into his bed with a heavy sigh. Aoi materialized in a flash of blue. "She's right, you know," Aoi admitted. "You shouldn't go out after what happened today." "I'm going," Izuku grumbled angrily. It was around midnight when Inko finally went to bed, and Izuku got up to get ready. His outfit was hidden as well as he could manage while living in an apartment. He crawled under his bed to the loose floorboard where he hid his clothes without making a sound. His outfit wasn't anything spectacular by any means. It was a simple black turtleneck, a hoodie, black tapered cargo pants. It hid his features well enough, and kept him from getting recognized by the police as his civilian identity. He adorned his assortment of weapons, which included a tranquilizer gun and a number of daggers. Once he was armed to the teeth, he opened his window and climbed out of it. Their apartment was 3 floors up, but it didn't take him long to climb his way down. Once he was safely on the ground, he brushed off the dust on his shirt and pants, and pulled his mask to cover up half of his face. Aoi grumbled something incoherently as Izuku happily slipped into the crowd of people who were still wandering the city at this time of night. He cut his way across the street and entered the 24-hour convenience store that was next to an auto shop. The door chimed as he pushed it open, and blinked away the harshness of the fluorescent lights. Izuku made his way to the back of the store near the coffee machines. Next to the old, rickety coffee machines were just as equally iffy-looking slushy machines. He grabbed a cup and stood at the 3 different machines with the same flavors in each one. The slushy sign on one of the machines was completely peeled away with age, and on a different machine the flavor stickers were gone. Oh, get kiwi strawberry. Always suggested. For a minute or two he weighed his options. He tapped his finger to his chin in thought, before caving and getting what he usually got. I'm getting blue raspberry. You always get blue raspberry. I pointed out, sounding a little annoyed. Why even bother to think about it if you get what you always get? Izuku didn't respond verbally or otherwise. He walked up to the machine and filled his cup with the freezing substance and popped a lid on it before grabbing a straw. He took a long sip of it as he strolled to the front to pay for it. The cashier looked utterly exhausted, and Izuku could relate on a spiritual level. That's because you're an insomniac. Okay, first of all, I'm not. Izuku replied as the cashier rang up his stuff, and he procured the cash from one of his many pockets. Just because I'm a vigilante doesn't mean I don't sleep. Do those 4 hours of sleep even count as sleep, Izuku? They do to me. Izuku pocketed the remaining change and then he left. Thank you for coming, the tired cashier said as the door closed behind him. Izuku rolled his shoulders and brought the drink to his lips again, downing the cold, sugary sweet drink. He took his time getting to the alley sandwiched between the auto shop and the store. Izuku grabbed his phone out of his pocket and scrolled through a hero forum for a second. Eraserhead is watching you. He's on top of the building to your right. Izuku sent a subtle glance upward, toward the building next to him. Just as Awai thought, he locked eyes with none other than Eraserhead, the underground hero. He winked, and Eraserhead looked absolutely terrified. Without preamble, Izuku waltzed into the seedy underbelly of Musutafu. It was where most criminals congregated on a daily basis. It was a network of alleyways and abandoned buildings. The alleys here were covered in graffiti marking abandoned buildings as gang territory. Izuku could tell that Eraserhead was following him, but he didn't mind. He wasn't really in a safe place, and if he got into some trouble, then Eraserhead would keep him from dying twice today. The underbelly was a treasure trove of crime, and was a surefire way to find someone to save. He twirled his daggers in his hands as he strolled. Eraserhead jumped rooftop to rooftop, and Izuku smiled slightly. It was 2 weeks later that Shoyuta noticed he was falling into a pattern. Instead of waiting for the vigilante duo to find him, he hunted them down. And for the past 2 weeks he'd been gleaning information from them. He just found it much easier to follow the duo rather than just wait for them to appear on some camera footage. The vigilante duo wasn't even too hard to find either because their patrol route was almost always the same. Or at least the starting point was. The two seemed to meet at the same spot each night. A back alley that was sandwiched between an auto shop and a small 24-hour convenience store. The shorter and therefore younger of the two always seemed to be drinking something when Shoyuta got. But today Shoyuta noticed that the pattern had changed. Today, it was just the shorter one of the duo. He was definitely alone and that was concerning. The lone vigilante pulled out his phone and seemed to scroll through a forum before looking straight at where he was perched. Fear shot through him like acid, making his chest tighten with worry. He felt frozen as sweat accumulated on his brow. He could feel his entire body breaking out into a cold sweat as the boy watched him for a moment, unblinking. Fear coiled in his gut and tightened around his heart. Shoyuta had been in full stealth mode, and never before in his entire career had someone spotted him. He didn't dare take his eyes off the vigilante for a second. The boy blinked, his eyes carefully empty as he seemed to evaluate him. After a tense few seconds, he gave Shoyuta a wink before he went back to his phone. He turned it off without a word and led the way toward a rather unsavory part of town. Had he been waiting for him? Had the duo been waiting for him every night that he stalked them? That actually made sense now that he thought about it. Being a vigilante was dangerous, deadly work. It was an illegal profession even more dangerous than being a villain. Or being a hero. At least as a villain you could find a group of people with similar ideals and missions. It was actually kind of common, and as a hero you most likely had a sidekick, or a member of the police ready for dispatch at any moment if anything went wrong. As a vigilante you were alone to fend for yourself. As a vigilante you had to find your own contacts to get gear, or create your own. As a vigilante, help wasn't readily available. So waiting for Shoyuta to arrive at the scene to stalk them was actually ingenious. It had its benefits for both sides. While it gave Shoyuta time to gather information on them without worrying about getting attacked by them, it also gave the duo a sort of safety net while working. It was a win-win situation all around. Especially if his theory was correct, that the shorter of the two was a child. This gave him an opportunity to keep watch and make sure this kid didn't die. Shoyuta hung back as the kid stopped assault before it happened, by knocking the two assaulters and tying them up. They continued like that for another 2 hours, calling the police department each time a perpetrator was taken down. The kid even waited for the police to arrive before slipping away unnoticed. Shoyuta watched the boy for a little while longer. As the night drew to a close, Shoyuta was approached by the boy. The vigilante had scaled the side of the building like it was a rock wall at a park. Shoyuta pretended not to notice the new presence as he perched himself on the edge of the building. The night was still dark and black, but now it was quieter than before. Just the mere presence of the vigilante was enough to send a lot of the minor villains underground for the night. It made his job admittedly easier in the long run. He put his elbows on his knees and watched cars go past, blaring music. There was a tense bout of silence between the two, and Shoyuta refused to acknowledge the vigilante's presence first. Let the boy say what he wanted to say. Gain his trust. That's how he would catch him. Eraserhead, the boy mumbled into the silence. He couldn't have sounded older than 10 or 11, F-. Another problem child waiting to happen. Where the hell were his parents? Did they know that their kid did this in their free time? Problem child, Shoyuta replied deadpan, after he realized the kid wouldn't elaborate. There was a soft, amused chuckle. What's so funny? I prefer the name Wisteria, Eraserhead, the boy said as his footfalls got louder. He stopped a few feet from him, and Shoyuta looked over his shoulder at him. He was met with an all-black silhouette, all-black pants, hoodie and shoes. That's a strange name for a vigilante, Shoyuta remarked, easing himself into a sitting position. The boy took it as an invitation to sit down next to him. He swung his legs back and forth. Why Wisteria? Are you asking me why I chose the name, or why I chose to be a vigilante? Wisteria turned to look at him with curious eyes. Both, I suppose. Shoyuta admitted. He scanned the area for the kid's partner, but didn't see anything. Was he really alone? Who would leave a freaking 10-year-old out this late at night, in this part of Musutafu? They were definitely in a pretty seedy place, surrounded on all sides by gangs and low-level thugs that wouldn't think twice about hurting a little kid. I chose the name because it was cool. I chose to be a vigilante because it's dangerous, but fun. Shoyuta could already feel the telltale signs of a headache coming on. This effing kid chose to be a vigilante because it was dangerous? What was he going to tell Tsukachi? So you didn't do it so you could save people? Oh, I definitely want to save people. I just like to have fun at the same time, Eraser. Why not become a hero? Shoyuta asked, if only to keep the conversation going. Not because he was a bit curious to hear his explanation. Because to be a hero, you have to subdue your enemy and not kill them. The boy began, his tone becoming somber. I can't do that. There are times where force is a necessary evil. So you're saying if your life was in danger, you'd kill someone? Shoyuta mumbled, turning to face the boy. No. If someone else's life was in danger I would. Izuku mumbled, but heroes have to abide by hero laws. Shoyuta sighed heavily. That doesn't mean you can't be a hero, kid. He turned to look at the child vigilante, but realized he was alone. He was gone. Like he'd never been there at all. Shoyuta heaved a heavy sigh, before using his capture weapon to drop down into an alleyway. The thick scent of rotting trash was potent, but he ignored it in favor of his phone. Ever since he had brought in footage of the two vigilantes, he and Tsukachi had been working the case for it. With permission from Tsukachi's boss, they'd been able to open up the cold case file of the vigilante attraction and add information to it. It was now considered an active case. And now they had a name for Attraction's newly acquired partner. Eraserhead, it's 2M. Why are you calling me? Well, Shoyuta began, choosing his words carefully. I had a talk with Attraction's partner. Watching the footage again, the stranger popped their gum loudly in the silence. It was grainy footage the stranger had gotten access to by hacking into the Musutafu Police Department information database. The stranger watched it again and grinned. Their waving at the camera was exactly who they were searching for. The vigilante Wisteria, or otherwise known as Izuku Midoriya, the death-defying boy. The stranger pulled away from the massive computer screen, their rolling chair going back a few inches as they committed the vigilante outfit to memory. Izuku Midoriya, Eve whispered into the silent warehouse, like they were sharing a secret. "I've found you at last." Her laugh crackled through the abandoned warehouse, cold like ice. Izuku didn't know what he was expecting when he went to school the next day. Maybe in the back of his mind, he'd thought that everything would proceed like it usually did. Backhanded insults, maybe some upfront insults. He expected the same battlefield he'd been coming back to for years now. But suddenly it felt like foreign territory, and it was much more quieter than it had been before. The first change had been instant. As soon as he'd entered the building, the principal had asked to see him and handed him his temporary quirk license so he could use Guardian at school. He folded the form up and stuck it in his pocket for safekeeping as he ducked his head low and trudged to class. Anxiety bloomed in his lungs, constricting his every breath. Could he just go home? Did he really need to come back after something like that? God, he didn't want to be here anymore. He hadn't even been in the building for 10 minutes, and he could already feel his hands shaking and his breath hitch. "Calm down, Izuku. You know I'll protect you no matter what." Aoi whispered comfortingly from his spot in Izuku's head. Izuku scratched the back of his neck and swerved between upperclassmen. Was he sweating? God, he probably was. He wiped his sweaty palms on his gakurin uselessly. More sweat seemed to bead on his forehead. "I'm going to die. They're going to stab me. I don't want to die again. God, I really don't want to die again." He walked down the hallways in a daze, quickening his pace so he could get to his homeroom faster. The less time he spent a hallway, the better. No one would outwardly try to hurt him in class after what happened yesterday, or at least he hoped no one would. Bakugo would probably try to start something. He always did. Izuku darted into the classroom, swallowing past the growing lump in his throat. He wiped his hands on his gakurin to no avail. More sweat. More shaking. Take deep breaths. But Aoi's advice fell on deaf ears. Izuku plopped down at his desk instantly, all the way in the back where no one could jump him. He really didn't think he could deal with anyone sneaking up on him today. It might send him spiraling into a sea of panic, and he would drown. Well, even if that didn't happen, he was probably going to have a panic attack. What did panic attacks even feel like? Shit, why was he thinking about that when the whole world was crumbling beneath his feet? The world was ending, and all he could think about was if he was having a panic attack or not. He could hardly even breathe. "Are you listening to me, ya dimmin' nerd?" Izuku lost himself in the sea of anxiety and worry that seemed to cover everything. It was like rushing water, filling the entire classroom like it was a sinking ship. It was like Izuku was on the Titanic and they hit the metaphorical iceberg and now he was sinking, sinking, sinking. And water seemed to be rushing in from every crack, every window, and he was going to drown. He seriously couldn't deal with Bakugo right now. He couldn't even deal with being here. He couldn't even bring himself to respond to Bakugo's usual taunts and jibes. "Izuku, you're not breathing. I need you to breathe." But how was he supposed to breathe when there wasn't any air? How was he supposed to respond to Bakugo if there was water in his lungs? Put, 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 put. The water was getting higher, nearly past his knees, waiting for him. He was going to drown. "You need to calm down. Oi, nerd." Bakugo's voice cut through his hysterical haze like a hot knife cutting through butter. Fear replaced panic, and the pressure in his chest seemed to hurt more and more. Fear was much more deadly than panic, and it made Izuku snap back to reality like he'd been shot. "Bakugo," Izuku replied stiffly, not sure where this conversation was headed. He didn't dare look up at Bakugo at all. That was just begging for trouble. And after what happened yesterday, he didn't want to get in anyone's way. He didn't want to get stabbed and gutted like a sacrificial lamb. Bakugo's reply was just as stiff as Izuku's response, but the words that fell from his usually rash lips weren't what Izuku was expecting. "If something shitty like that happens to you again, nerd, you call me, you got it?" Izuku did the worst thing he could have possibly done, and openly gawked at Bakugo like he was some sort of alien. Bakugo Katsuki didn't speak like this to anyone, much less him. Bakugo was never nice to him. Never once did he spare Izuku a single day of suffering and bullying, but today seemed to be that fated day. Maybe he finally feels bad? I doubt Bakugo can actually feel human emotion. Izuku. It. Izuku mumbled dumbly, like there was cotton in his ears, and he didn't quite catch it. "Ya heard me, shitty nerd," Bakugo grumbled, stuffing his hands in his pockets and hunching his shoulders like he was some gangster. His usual spiky hair seemed a little less lively than usual, and he definitely didn't miss the new pair of bags under his eyes. No one deserves to get fucking shanked in the demon bathroom like that. Shanked? Just shanked? You got f-ing gutted. Izuku watched him walk away, his red eyes burning like hot coals as he glared at nearly everyone in the classroom. The rushing, sloshing water seemed to recede, and with it so did his panic. It wasn't completely gone, and it lingered like a ghost. But it was better than drowning in it. Izuku risked a few glances around the classroom and realized that no one was saying anything or even looking at him. That was better than usual by a great margin. Izuku let the tense muscles in his back loosen until he was limply leaning back in his chair. He shouldn't let himself relax. Not here. Not in this battlefield. You deserve to relax. I'll protect you, Izuku, it's my job. Izuku heaved a heavy sigh before placing his head on his desk and wrapping his arms around his head protectively. He wouldn't nap, but he'd take this chance to actually relax for once. He needed it, especially after the entire fiasco yesterday. Luckily, as class wore on, none of his teachers called on him at all. It was a blessing. But blessings didn't last forever. Shoyuta didn't follow the vigilante duo tonight, due to being called in for a case that Present Mike was working on. A new villain was on the rise, named Viper. Apparently, their quirk allowed them to blow out poison from their lungs. The poison itself was pretty deadly, so of course Shoyuta had been dragged onto the case so no one died needlessly. For now he was perched on the edge of a building in the middle of a stakeout with Midnight, the R-rated hero. Present Mike was currently going through all the available information and videos that they'd acquired on the villain, considering that Shuta's and Midnight's quirks were more suited for this kind of operation. Shoyuta adjusted his capture weapon as Midnight peered through a pair of old binoculars. "Hey Mike, you sure this is where he was hiding?" she asked into the comms, doubt coding her words. There haven't been any movements for a long time. He stifled a yawn against his hand before snatching the binoculars away. Looking through them, he had a much clearer view of the building they were watching. The warehouse was abandoned and had been abandoned for years. The windows were all shattered, and the glass was foggy with age and grime. The outer walls of the building were smeared with gang graffiti and curse words. "That's why it's called a stakeout, Midnight," Shoyuta grumbled. "We could be here for hours. Even days." "Oh God, I hope not," Midnight whined, as Shoyuta handed her the binoculars again. "I want to sleep." Shoyuta yawned again, his joints popping as he shifted his position just slightly. Midnight's hand shot out to grab his shoulder. "Erase her head," she whispered harshly, shaking him out of his exhaustion. "There's movement." He straightened his back so fast that his spine popped in quick succession. Sure as hell, there was movement inside the building. Present Mick's voice crackled through the radio. "Engage. I have police cars dispatched to your location, and they should be there within 5 minutes." He had already launched himself forward, Midnight on his heels as they dropped onto the ground. Cutting through an alley, they came to face the only known entrance to the warehouse, if old blueprints were to be trusted. Shoyuta kicked the door, and the hinges screeched as they came loose. The door fell flat on the ground with a resounding wham. Shoyuta readied his capture weapon as the Viper darted forward to greet him. True to his nature, the villain opened his mouth, and poison shot out of it like liquid fire. He pivoted to avoid it, his eyes flashing a distinct red as his hair lifted. Midnight closed in on him and ripped open some of her suit to let her anesthetics free into the air. A purple-like fog floated from her skin like perfume, and the villain Viper was down for the count. "How long until the police arrive?" Shoyuta asked, growing impatient. He wanted to check on Wisteria. Badly. He had a weird feeling since he woke up this morning that something bad was going to happen. He wanted to be wrong, but he had to check. He had to make sure. 2 more minutes, Eraserhead. Why? Present Mike asked, his voice sounding slightly robotic over the radio. No reason, Shoyuta replied, crossing his arms and straightening. I just want to be done with this as soon as possible. It's the vigilante duo, isn't it? Present Mike guessed, and Shoyuta could hear Present Mike smiling. Attraction and Wisteria, right? You've been following them for a while, haven't you? Shut up, Shoyuta grumbled, before he began to lie. Just to spite his husband. I just want some coffee before I go on patrol. Fine, then I'm coming. Present Mike insisted. I want coffee too. FINGDMN it. Midnight remarked with a flirtatious smile. You guys are so cute. Shut up, Shoyuta grumbled at the same time that Present Mike said, thank you. To be young and in love, Midnight continued, with a slight blush coloring her cheeks. You're 1 year older than us, Shoyuta replied, without much malice. Let's get this sheet over with so we can get coffee, Present Mike. Police are there, bring out the villain, Present Mike replied, as Midnight hauled the man over her shoulder. She gave Shoyuta a wink as she shot past him out into the street. Shoyuta ran a hand through his hair and let the tenseness in his shoulders fall away. Maybe Attraction and Wisteria would be fine without him for one night? Surely they would. They were both experienced vigilantes, and they looked out for each other. He would soon learn he'd regret not going looking for them. He'd soon learn that Wisteria and Attraction weren't as fine as he thought they were going to be. Izuku twirled a dagger in each hand nervously. He couldn't help but feel nervous whenever Eraserhead chose not to follow them around all night, though he understood why. His quirk was useful in a number of ways, and he was a hero with a job to do. He couldn't always spend every night with Izuku and his mother, who chose to wander willingly into the dark underbelly of Musutafu each night like it was a leisurely stroll. Izuku and Inko knew the risks they were taking very intimately. They knew it would be easy to get killed or ambushed in this part of town, but they chose to go this route anyway. Still, he couldn't shake the worry gnawing away at him. It had stuck with him all day from the moment he walked into school. And it continued to linger, but he didn't say anything. Inko, decked out in her black and green jumpsuit, held up a hand to stop him in his tracks. They'd been hunting an illegal weapon manufacturing ring. They were creating weaponry that could be used in tandem with one's quirk. Like for example, if a villain had a quirk similar to Midnight's, like secreting poisonous gas, this gang could create bombs or darts that would have the same effect. They were monopolizing on it and mass-producing products that could help villains. An operation like this was too dangerous to let continue for much longer. They needed to put an end to it before it even became a problem, but what was more concerning was who was possibly running the operation. Aconite was probably behind it, one of the 3 gangs that seemed to rule the underbelly with an iron fist. The other 2 gangs were known as Asphodel and Amaranthus. All named after flowers, weirdly enough. All with negative meanings. It didn't sit well with him that they were about to raid their operation, but they couldn't afford to have villains buy weaponry from them. Inko and Izuku wouldn't be able to keep up, not if they started selling them. So tonight was as good as any to end the operation here and now. Inko scaled the building easily and edged her way inside through a window. Izuku, ever silent, followed her lead. They were planning on just placing bombs and destroying the facility entirely with a detonator. Izuku could have done this on his own, without having to risk Inko's life, but she refused to let him go alone. Because who knows what they would do if they killed him, and they realized he couldn't die. They might experiment on him. And Izuku really didn't like how those words made his blood go cold and the hairs on his neck rise. He really didn't want to be subject to a number of gruesome and brutal experiments. He landed silently on both feet on the 2nd floor of the empty warehouse and looked around. The place certainly didn't look like a large-scale operation just yet, but Izuku was glad. If it had been, they might have been more screwed than Izuku originally thought. There was a pile of junk parts in the corner on the 1st floor of the warehouse. The 2nd floor consisted of walkways made of steel that led down to the 1st floor. Inko placed the first set of bombs on the second level. Izuku was careful to watch their surroundings. There was another pile on the other side of the warehouse on the first floor. Weird-looking futuristic weapons. Blueprints plastered to the walls, like maps. They really needed to destroy this place and move on to the next warehouse. There were 2 in total that Izuku had narrowed down as their manufacturing warehouse. Obviously this one had just been started. Maybe the next one would have more weapons? Inko and Izuku ventured down the first level and placed bombs there too. Izuku held the detonator, eager to press it as soon as they got the second warehouse. This first warehouse would serve as a distraction, so they could buy some time to be able to destroy the main one. Inko dusted her hands off and straightened. On to the next one, she whispered through her mask, her voice muffled. Izuku gave a curt nod, and they picked their way out of the warehouse. The next one was just a few alleyways away. It didn't take them long to reach their destination. The second warehouse wasn't as decrepit and rundown as the first one had been. In fact, this warehouse seemed to be more intact than any other warehouses in the area. The lights were on, and almost all the windows were intact. It even had a sturdy-looking door. Now? Izuku asked, holding up the first of 2 detonators. Inko nodded, and Izuku pressed the button. The reaction was instantaneous. The ground shook, and a very loud explosion pulsed through the air. Izuku found himself losing his footing as the ground beneath them trembled with the sheer force of the blast. The sky seemed to turn orange and red before smoke billowed out. Izuku raised his eyebrows in surprise. "DMN," he remarked. "That's effing powerful, Mom." "Shoo," she commanded, dragging him into a nearby alley as the second warehouse seemed to come alive. Presumably half of the people occupying the building rushed out to see what the hell had just happened. They were all carrying guns of some sort, and they rushed off to the warehouse. Inko inched her out of the alley they'd hid themselves in, and beckoned Izuku to follow. "Be cautious." "I warned." "I know. I'll try." They repeated the same routine for the first warehouse, climbing the building to sneak inside unnoticed. Izuku and Inko landed silently into the warehouse, and Izuku looked around. Shock rooted him to his spot. Fear froze him right down to his bones. Izuku had expected at least half of the people guarding the warehouse to go inspect the other warehouse. But that hadn't been the case. Not at all. On the first floor below them was about 20 people armed with weapons. Inko had covered his mouth before he could make a sound, and they leaned into the dark shadows. Luckily there wasn't anyone on the second floor. But in her haste to hide in the shadows, Inko failed to notice that one of Izuku's daggers had somehow managed to get jostled out of his holster. Clang. It was like hearing a pin drop in complete silence. 20 or more pairs of eyes found them, and Izuku could already hear himself firing off a string of unsavory words. There was a long moment of tense staring and silence before either party moved. Izuku pulled all of the bombs out of Inko's jumpsuit hastily and threw them down to the first level. He whipped around, sweat already making his hands slick, as he all but pushed his mother out of the window. Inko hastily climbed down the building, and Izuku jumped. The army of 20 seemed to realize that what Izuku had thrown were bombs, and they too began to run. All hell seemed to break loose, and Izuku fumbled uselessly with the detonator. His hands were shaking too much from the pure adrenaline. "Sheet!" he panted, pushing his mother along as the gangsters ran after them. His chest heaved with horror. Fdesh, 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 fdesh. He slammed his palm on the detonation button, and the warehouse behind them imploded, casting the alleyways in a brilliant, angry gold and red. After them, Izuku pulled Inko desperately into another alley. The army of 20 followed, and gunshots rang out like an alarm. More of them seemed to pour from everywhere. Izuku turned right into the next alley, but on the other side members of Aconite waited, guns drawn. Izuku grit his teeth and backpedaled, turning left this time. But every FING exit was FANG blocked. Aoi was there in an instant, as more members of Aconite seemed to appear from nowhere like flies. There's no way out. The realization seemed to strike him somewhere deep. Izuku's gaze flickered around like a trapped animal. When you become a hunter, so seem to know when you become the prey. And they were definitely the prey. Izuku turned around completely, but they were waiting there too. Izuku pressed Inko up against the wall, with his back to her. "Izuku honey," Inko murmured, her tone gentle, yet broken with fear. "Mom," Izuku replied, his throat closing already, with tears pricking at his eyes. His vision blurred with tears, but he willed them away. "Not right now. Not right now." Aconite neared, their weapons still drawn, and aimed to kill. His knees were shaking, practically knocking together in his near-hysterical state. No. Mom can't survive death like I can. Please. Dash, Izuku said uselessly, running a hand through his curls again and again. His eyes flicked back and forth between the literal army before them. Two members of the gang stepped forward, gunning down Aoi before he could even defend Inko. His vision seemed to darken as the two men turned to Inko and him. Every part of him seemed to shake with fear, not for himself, but for his mother. Inko gave him one last look. Izuku couldn't bear to look away, as he was shoved to his knees. The asphalt dug into his joints, and he started hyperventilating. His body seemed to be screaming in every possible way. His chest seemed to burn, and his lungs stuttered with each uneven, ragged breath. A gaping pit opened where his heart should have been as a cold blade positioned itself over Inko's throat. A matching one was pressed to his own throat, but he didn't care. He didn't care because he would survive, but his mother would not. He would live while she would die. She would die, but he would live. Inko would die, body rotting in the ground. Izuku would live even if his heart end ripped out of his chest, still beating. His mother was going to die. And he was going to watch. He didn't even have time to scream. Inko didn't look away from him for an instant, as the dagger slit her throat open ear to ear. Blood squirted in a long, thin arc, before dribbling down the wound like a waterfall. It took him a moment to realize his own throat had been slit too. But she died first. Her eyes had gone cold and dead before he took his last shuddering breath. Izuku's eyes looked up from where he and his mother lay, and landed on the man responsible for this. The head of Aconite. "This is what happens when you threaten us," the man grumbled, leaning down to watch Izuku bleed. Izuku memorized every inch of his face. His cutting jaw and blue, cropped hair. The ragged scar running from his temple to his lip. The purple flower tattoo that peeked out from his collar. "You brought this upon yourself." Choking on his own blood, he managed to smile up at the man, before he took his last breath. He thought he saw something akin to fear flicker across the man's face. Izuku didn't enter his mindscape this time after death. As soon as his eyes flew open, he shoved himself back into his body, to amend the consequences. He didn't care if the gang was gone yet or not. Izuku always took a moment or two to actually enter his mindscape after death. There was a grace PRD, and without entering the mindscape this time he went straight into his body without waiting. The last thing he'd seen was that man's face staring down at him as the blood spurted from his neck. Izuku would remember that face. The face of his mother's killer. When his eyes flew open for the second time, he realized that everyone had left. It was only him and the body of his mother. Aoi was horrifyingly quiet. Izuku pushed himself up from the pile of blood he'd been laying in. The still warm liquid coated his hands. As quickly as possible, he crawled over to where his mother lay. His hands were shaking. Izuku could barely feel his body as he cupped her soft face. In the time it had taken him to revive, she'd grown cold. Her skin was pale, the blood a striking contrast in comparison. It coated her chest and the ground, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to care. Ever so carefully, he lifted her body slightly to pull her into his lap. It started to rain. Izuku ran his bloodied fingers through her hair, untangling the knots as he stared down at her. Even in death, she looked so kind. Closing her eyelids, he felt Aoi tug on the back of his mind. Soon enough it was the two of them surrounding Inko's body. Izuku didn't know when, but at some point tears had started to slip past down his cheeks. He didn't stop his hands as he looked up towards Aoi. The blue man was in a similar state as him. Aoi didn't seem to care about the fact that he was sitting in blood. Nor did he seem to notice that glowing tears had begun to fall from his eyes as well. When the duo made eye contact, he could see the pain there. The sorrow. The grief. He knew himself well enough to know it was reflected back in his own eyes. The longer he sat there, the tighter his throat got until he was swallowing sobs. Aoi crawled over, hands getting soaked in the process. The rain helped in getting rid of the blood. The blue man leaned over Inko's body, careful not to move her in the slightest. She felt like ice in his hands. As soon as he felt the warm arms wrap around him, he broke down. He couldn't hold it in anymore as the first miserable cry flew past his lips. Soon the small, secluded alleyway was filled with gut-wrenching cries. Tears obscured his vision as he tried to breathe past the lump in his throat, only succeeding in fueling his almost inhuman cries. His eyes and throat burned as he sobbed, the tears an endless flow. Izuku couldn't do anything other than grip onto Aoi for dear life as his world crumbled for the second time that day. Quickly time was lost, and suddenly it was pouring down on them. He still didn't move. Finally, his body seemed to have enough and he couldn't cry anymore. His tears were spent even though his throat constricted with every breath. Izuku finally pulled away from the embrace to look at his mother again. She looked peaceful in death. Her eyes were closed, face lax. He couldn't bring himself to find comfort in that. It seemed his body still had more tears to shed as tears rolled down his cheeks again. He clenched his fists, body rapidly filling with rage. Pure, unadulterated rage filled his small 12-year-old body as he gently set the deceased woman down on the ground, freeing his lap. Izuku couldn't contain himself as he stumbled onto his feet. "I'll effing kill them," the not-quite teenager spit out, sounding more akin to a growl leaving his lips rather than words. There was no response. "I'll rip them apart for this. I'll run the streets red with their blood." His fists were shaking violently as more tears made their way down his cheeks. He felt a hand gently clasp his right shoulder and he looked over it to make eye contact with Aoi. The blue man nodded. "We'll FNG hunt every one of them down. We'll make sure they regret what they did to her." He continued, watching his guardian nod. "We'll get revenge." They were silent as they gathered Inko's body. Aoi held her bridal style, tucking her head against his shoulder. The rain had picked up again, washing all of the blood away. As if this had never happened. The rain cleaned his face of tears. Also rid him of blood. The only thing it couldn't take away was his pain. His grief. Sneaking back home wasn't hard. No one was around to spot them. As soon as he stepped into the house, he got to work. Aoi helped him change his mother's clothes, putting her in her favorite pair of pajamas. As he stared down at her, he could feel determination pool in his gut. He knew what he had to do, and he'd do it soon enough. Soon all of the gangs in Musutafu would know his name. Tucking her under the blanket, he finally left the room. He would leave her here for the landlord to find eventually. They'd quickly realize that she didn't die in the bed, if the lack of blood was any indication. But he would be long gone by then. He immediately went to the front of their apartment, grabbing the one key he had never used. Izuku always thought he wouldn't ever use it. But here he was, grabbing it. Stalking over to the couch, he pushed it across the floor and pulled up their rug. His mother had shown him this when he first manifested his quirk. Quickly finding the loose panel, he pried it up quickly. Inside was a safe. Pulling up a couple more panels to make room, Izuku quickly heaved the safe out from its hiding spot. Instead of having a combination, it had a single keyhole. Shoving the key into its hole, he twisted until it popped open. He knew what was in here. The deed for the apartment. A burner phone with a singular number on it. Keys to an underground bunker. There were more papers and cards and insurance sheet in here as well. Aoi suddenly shoved a bag into his hands. "Thank you, Aoi," he muttered, voice quiet amid the silence. "Of course, I'm going to start packing up your stuff while you finish up in here," Aoi stated before Izuku heard him turn around and walk to his room. At least he'd never be alone. No matter what. He carefully set everything into the backpack, making sure not to crumple anything in the process. Sticking the burner phone into his hoodie pocket was easy enough. The outfit he was in was innocuous enough as long as he changed his hoodie that was still covered in blood. He didn't bother putting anything in its rightful place. The police wouldn't find anything in the safe aside from his fingerprints. Pushing himself off of the floor, he hauled his backpack with him. Finding his mother's wallet was easy. She had always kept it by the front door for easy access. He threw the whole thing into his backpack. Quickly walking towards his room, he spotted Aoi. He was currently throwing anything and everything into a bag. He stood there for a moment watching the white-haired man. When he filled up the bag in his hand, he willed it away to his mindscape and it disappeared in a flash of blue. Aoi handed him a hoodie and he quickly changed. Then he procured another bag and started filling that one with as much stuff as he could reasonably get. Izuku decided to make quick work of this as well. Immediately he grabbed his laptop and any chargers he'd need, putting them into his backpack. Then he grabbed his own wallet that had been filled with money. His mother had been a paranoid person. They always had a contingency plan for if this ever happened, and he was following it as fast as possible. Open the safe. Grab your sheet. Call the number on the burner phone and meet with him. Finish the meeting. Head to the bunker. Soon enough his room was almost completely barren of clothes and other necessities. For a 12-year-old, he certainly had a lot of clothes. He used to have exclusively hero merchandise, but now he had plain t-shirts and skinny jeans. Not the most fashionable, but it did the job. He didn't grab his school uniform. The last things he grabbed were the remnants of his vigilante costume and notebooks, as well as his mother's vigilante costume. The police would find no trace of attraction here. That's the least he could do. Izuku handed the bag to Aoi who, along with himself, willed it away to the mindscape. He heard Aoi sigh in the back of his head. Here we go. Suddenly the sun was rising as Izuku stared down at the pile of ashes. He'd burnt their vigilante sheet. The only thing he left were the clothes on his back. Pushing himself up from his sitting position, he looked at the pile. This was it. His final goodbye for now. He couldn't cry. Slipping the phone out of his pocket, he dialed the number that was saved. An older man answered with a sigh. He sounded tired. So it happened, huh? The man asked, tone gentle. Yes. Another sigh. Meet me in 30 minutes at the location I just sent you. Head out now, make sure you have everything. The man quickly hung up after that. Izuku clicked around on the phone until he found the text with the location. He willed the phone into his mindscape and it flashed away. Get off the roof and take a left. Instead of entering the building and walking down, he launched himself off the edge. Landing on the fire escape, he descended. The meeting was brutal. It put everything into perspective. The reality of the situation was dawning on him. Izuku was given the location of the bunker, hidden in a privately owned warehouse. He was also given the key. The man had somehow procured a new identity for Izuku. His mother had set it up. Akatani Mikumo was his new name. He didn't know if he liked it. He'd also drained every account Wisteria had, transferring the funds to one of his new accounts. The amount his mother had saved up for him was insane. It would last him a long time. The apartment didn't go to him, nor did any of her belongings other than the bunker. He left the meeting with a new birth certificate, ID, social security, bank account, and phone. Izuku never asked the man for his name, yet he saved his number in his new phone. Just in case. The warehouse was actually only a block away. Clearing the distance quickly, he opened the doors. It looked completely abandoned. Glass littered the floor and rust had set in. Izuku didn't worry about it and instead stalked to the middle of the room. There was a lid to the sewer in the middle of the room. Odd, but not entirely out of place in a place like this. Except, he knew better. Prying it open, he pushed it aside. Giving himself enough room to plop inside, he landed in a crouch. As soon as his feet made contact with the ground, everything lit up. He wasn't inside just yet, the door looming in front of him. Glancing back above, he moved the lid back in place before moving on. He knew the code. Punching in the numbers 8629, the door made a pressurized sound before opening the rest of the way, blinding him with light. It was just one massive room. Closest to him, there was a small kitchen with numerous appliances. Attached to the counter there was a breakfast bar, with 2 stools. Beyond the kitchen, there was a small adjoining room. Probably either a bathroom or storage room. Walking further into his new home, he saw a bed on the floor on the other side of the room. It already had a cover on it with blankets and pillows. Next to it sat a small couch and desk. There was another door there. Between the bed and kitchen sat a huge table with chairs lining it. The whole room was beautifully decorated. Just for him it seemed. Nothing of Inko's stood out. Aoi suddenly pulled out of his mind, beginning to walk around the room and inspect everything. After setting his bag down, Izuku did the same. The first door he'd seen did lead to a storage closet. It was filled with non-perishable food. The kitchen also had food, but it seemed to be a new purchase. At least in the last week or so. His mother had been visiting this place a lot then. There wasn't any dust anywhere either. Checking the food again, he realized it'd last him a while. Which was reassuring. Before he could move on, he saw Aoi walking back over to him. The other room is a bathroom. It already had a bunch of soap and towels, as well as toilet paper, a toothbrush, toothpaste, deodorant and body spray. The desk has some notebooks and pencils. Izuku nodded in thanks. We should probably unpack everything first. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 bags appeared out of nowhere in a blue flash. Soon everything was packed away. Izuku placed his laptop on the desk along with all of his chargers. Opening the drawer, he pulled out a notebook and 2 pencils. One for him and one for Aoi. He found his way to the table and slammed the notebook down onto it. So, I have a plan, he said into the silence. Aoi smiled in response. Let's get to work then, the man states, wandering over to the table and taking a seat next to Izuku. Since we've both committed the man to memory, we should leave him for last, I think. It'd make him paranoid and afraid. Izuku nodded. Exactly. We want him to stew in his emotions. It'll make him reckless. I'm also pretty sure I scared the shit out of him there at the end. Ami nodded, scribbling something down along with Izuku. We'll also need to find out the names of each gang head and how they operate. I think we should do the smallest one first and work our way up. That's exactly what Izuku had been thinking. We'll also need more weapons to make up for what we lack. Izuku flipped to a different page and labeled it, Weapons and Outfit. I also plan on finishing school online as fast as possible before we go back out. I think it'd be useful later on when I need to get a job. Aoi scribbled down the word job on another page, listing a few options. There were a handful of places he could get a regular job when he got old enough. He also could sell information on the side. Or steal from the people he beat up. Either one. Making a new costume is probably the highest on our list of priorities though. I know you already have a prototype in the making, but I think we should stay in until it's finished. Izuku did have a prototype. Him and his mother had been working on it for a year now, knowing Izuku could bring things out of his mindscape. So they had been trying to upgrade his costume with his quirk. He'd already made his tranquilizer gun with it as practice, so they knew it could be done. Learning what everything was made of was the hard part. Everything else came along with it quickly. The duo spent the next couple hours at the table, outlining their basic plan. They also ended up putting more thought into his weapons. A long-ranged weapon would do him good, as well as new daggers. His initial vigilante identity would probably end up being tied to Inko if Eraserhead was smart. But he had never used his quirk as Wisteria. But the second he used it this time, he'd be found out. Izuku didn't care. He didn't have to worry about being found out anymore. They were off the grid, and he was no longer bound to any previous responsibilities. Izuku Midoriya was free for now. Izuku quickly filled up the notebook with designs for his costume and weapons. He also remembered to label his new notebook, Revenge, Number 1. The only thing that interrupted their work was Izuku's stomach growling for food. He'd almost forgotten what time it was. Soon the duo made food, some simple rice and fish. It was enough for 2, one for him and one for Aoi. The man didn't necessarily need food, but he could eat it. Izuku was comforted in the fact that he wasn't alone. Aoi would probably be out of his mind for a majority of the time now. Izuku didn't feel like reeling him in anymore. The silence would probably drive him insane. Izuku ate the food at a rapid pace, even though it tasted like ash in his mouth. He hadn't eaten since dinner, even though he had stayed up all night. Now it was about 10 a.m., time for his breakfast, which he'd be making without his mother from now on. Aoi also seemed to inhale it. Maybe eating would strengthen him? As soon as he finished, he brought his bowl to the sink, washing it out quickly before leaving it to dry. boy came up to do the same. The two stood in silence afterwards, staring at one another. He could already feel the tears stinging the back of his eyes. Let's go to bed, Izu. Naomasa was certainly not expecting to go straight to a crime scene this early in the morning. He had barely gotten his first cup of coffee for today when his boss burst from his office, eyes wide. He barely even got to bring the steaming mug to his lips before his boss was across the room, shaking him out of his exhaustion. "Tsukachi," he said gravely, as the detective tried his best to keep his coffee from spilling. "You're needed at a crime scene as soon as possible to question what?" Naomasa asked incredulously as he took a big swig of his drink. He needed more sugar if this was how his day was going to play out. Honestly, no, he needed 3 more cups of coffee if he hoped to get through the day, if his boss' frantic expression was any indicator. "Now, what happened?" "We just got a report that a dead body has been found at the Midoriya residence," he explained, and Naomasa blinked. The air was suddenly much heavier than it had been mere seconds ago, thick with the implication of his boss' statement. It had only been 3 days since the Aldra incident. He stared wide-eyed at his boss. "Please don't be the kid. Who is it?" Naomasa asked frantically, tightening his grip on his mug until his knuckles were white. "Who died?" "Inko Midoriya." Naomasa had never left the precinct so fast in his entire career. As soon as he started up his car and got going, he called Eraserhead. "What is it, Tsukachi?" Aizawa grumbled, sounding even more tired than usual. "Got any new information on Attraction and Wisteria?" Naomasa took a moment to calm his erratic heartbeat. "No," he began, voice surprisingly even, given the current situation. "I have bad news." Or maybe his voice wasn't as even as he'd thought. Aizawa sounded wide awake when he spoke, and Naomasa could have sworn that he heard him yell at Present Mike to stop laying on him. There was loud shuffling on the other line, and he opened his mouth to elaborate when Aizawa spoke first. "What happened?" Naomasa could hear his thinly veiled worry. "You remember the Aldra incident from 3 days ago, and how we interviewed Inko and Izuku Midoriya?" "It was only 3 days ago, Tsukachi," Aizawa told him. "What about it?" "Inko Midoriya is dead," he replied, and he could feel worry coiling in his gut like a snake. "I'm on my way," Aizawa mumbled. "Have they said anything about her kid?" "They haven't," he said before hanging up. "I'll meet you there." He couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness as he sped down the street, and finally came to a stop at the Midoriya's residence. There was yellow police tape already blocking off the area, and other policemen walking in and out of the apartment by the time Naomasa got out of his car. He made his way to the closest officer. "Who found the body?" was the first thing that came out of his mouth, unbidden. He had meant to ask about Inko's kid. The police officer blinked before pointing at a blonde lady with spiky hair. She was sitting in the back of the ambulance with a blanket wrapped around her. "She's right there," the man said, stroking his beard as he spoke. She seemed pretty shaken. Naomasa nodded and made his way over to her, slowly in case she startled. "Hello there," he began as she looked up from her phone at him. "I heard you're the one that found the body?" The woman gave a curt nod, not seeming to notice the tears easing down her face. She pulled the blanket tighter around her. Her eyes were wet with tears. "Is it okay if I record our conversation?" She gave another nod. Naomasa bit his lip, already feeling guilty for making the woman relive the entire ordeal. "Thank you," he said, as he pressed the record button. Interviewer: Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Interviewee: Bakugo Mitsuki. Date, time, location, July 25, 7:30 a.m., outside the Midoriya residence. Begin transcription. DT, for the record, I'm obligated by law to inform you that this conversation is being recorded so it may be revisited at any time. I'm also obligated to tell you that I have a human lie detector quirk, and therefore can tell when you're lying to me. BM, that's fine. DT, may I ask your name? BM, Bakugo Mitsuki. DT, and how did you come across the body, if you don't mind me asking? BM, I went to check on her. We usually hang out once a week because we were childhood friends. DT, what were you two planning on doing? BM, We usually just go grab coffee and talk about our kids. Inko was always happy to talk about Izuku. Heavy sigh, she was always so proud of him. DT. Pause, I'm sorry for your loss, Mitsuki-san. BM. It's fine. What do you want to know? DT. About what time did you find the body? BM. Around an hour ago, I called the police. She wasn't answering any of my calls, so I decided to check on her. She gave me a spare key back when she first moved into the apartment. I used that to get in. DT. Did you notice any signs of forced entry, from what you could tell? Did anything look out of place to you? BM. The place was FING destroyed. I've never seen Inko's apartment that messy. She was always pretty obsessed with keeping everything super clean, all the time. There were papers everywhere, even her shoes were thrown around the apartment. Izuku's room was probably the most trashed, and the couch was pushed aside. The rug was thrown around too, and a few panels of the floor were missing. There was a safe in the living room, but it was empty. DT, did it look like a break-in to you? Did someone break in to steal from the safe? BM, incoherent grumbling, that's the weird part. The door was locked, and so were all of the windows, so it had to be someone with a key who got inside. The only other person to have a spare key to Inko's apartment is her son, Izuku. Someone must have stolen it from him. As I said, Izuku's room was trashed. But there was a lot of sheet missing from his closet, and his notebooks were. DT, notebooks? BM? Yeah, kid had about 14 of them, full of analysis on heroes and villains alike. PNG smart, that squirt was. Could easily be a hero just with his brain. Anyway, I think he ran. Izuku Midoriya? BM, a nod. DT, you think he killed his mom? BM, hell no. Kid couldn't hurt a DMN fly even if he tried to. I think he ran away from whoever killed Inko. She always told me she had prepared for the worst. She had really bad irrational anxiety, so coming from her it kinda made sense that she had a plan for Izuku in case she died. Though, I can't fathom why she would need to have that kind of plan. That's why the safe was open, and everything was missing. Heaving to ran like a bat out of hell and didn't bother to clean the house up. DT, so for the record, you think Izuku Midoriya knows who killed his mother and he ran away? Bingo. DT, can you tell me more about the body? DT, please try your best, Mitsuki-san. I know it's hard. I just want to help. BM, sheet. After looking in Izuku's room, I went into Inko's room. This is where it gets even weirder, detective. DT, please go on. BM, when I went into Inko's room, she almost looked like she was sleeping. It wasn't until I looked at her throat that I realized it had been slit. DT, you didn't notice the blood? Normally from a fatal wound like that there would be blood, Mitsuki-san. BM, there wasn't any blood. None? BM, you can go in there yourself, detective, but there isn't any blood in that entire apartment. It was as if someone killed her somewhere else and placed her body there. D, and there was no sign of her son? At all? BM, besides the huge but mess he left in the apartment, there ain't nothing. His hero merch and sheet is still there. Everything except his clothes and notebooks. I haven't seen him at all. I'm worried. Why would Inko have a plan just in case she died? Why was she murdered? Can you find Izuku? I'm sure he'd know what's going on. IFING swear he didn't kill his own mom. DT, I'll take your word for it, Mitsuki-san. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll try my best to find her son and get some answers for you. I'm sorry again. BM, thank you. End transcription. Naomasa left Bakuga Mitsuki to her own devices as he ended their conversation. Not once did his quirk go off, which is a good and bad sign. Either it could safely reassure him that Izuku Midoriya, in fact, didn't murder his mother, or it could open up an entirely different route. A route he doesn't really want to think about. That Izuku Midoriya did kill his mom, and Mitsuki-san was in denial. Naomasa chewed absently on his thumb, thinking. It doesn't seem plausible. Izuku Midoriya didn't emanate almost any hostility or instability during their interview 3 days ago. Sure, he'd looked shaken, his hands clenched and white-knuckled. He looked like a victim of a traumatic event. And he had been. Naomasa returned to his car, grabbing his to-go cup of coffee. The drink was still steaming hot as he downed half of it, not flinching as the scalding drink went down. He decided he needed to see the scene for himself if he was going to trust Mitsuki-san's words. Detective Tsukachi, Aizawa grumbled, rubbing at his tired eyes. Naomasa jumped nearly a foot in the air in surprise. How long had Eraserhead been standing there? Have you been inside the apartment yet? He turned to face Aizawa and shook his head. I just got done talking to the witness who found the body. Did you record the conversation? Aizawa asked, with both of his eyebrows raised. Naomasa nodded and procured his phone out of his pocket and replayed it. Aizawa listened to it intently, before handing it back once the playback was done. Let's go inside. He led the way, pulling up the yellow police tape so Aizawa and him could venture further inside. Mitsuki-san had been correct, Naomasa noted as he stopped in the living room. There were indeed shoes thrown around the apartment like someone had nearly tripped on them by accident. There were some papers on the ground leading to what he assumed to be Izuku's room. There was some hero merch sitting on his dresser. An All Might figurine, notably the only piece of All Might merch in the entire room, and an Edge Shot poster. Even really obscure Eraserhead merch that wasn't even official. Granted, it was just a poster that had a sketch of Eraserhead on it. Naomasa doubted Eraserhead even had official merch to begin with. He was an underground hero, and therefore not as popular as other heroes. How'd he even get Eraserhead merch? He found himself wondering aloud. Hell if I know, Aizawa grumbled. Most civilians shouldn't even know I exist. That's kind of depressing, Eraser, Naomasa remarked, venturing deeper into the room. Just as Mitsuki had said, the closet was nearly barren, much like the rest of his room. He leaned down to look at the empty bookshelf. There was a thin film of dust on the entire thing, save for where books used to be. Mitsuki-san said that Izuku had around 14 notebooks. Maybe this is where he kept them. What the hell were in his notebooks again? Aizawa asked as they left the room for good. They then picked their way around the entire apartment. Apparently they were full of analysis. Heroes, villains, probably just quirks in general. Maybe even hero costume designs if he was an aspiring hero. Naomasa glanced back at Aizawa worriedly before they finally entered Inko's bedroom. The door had been left wide open, so he and Aizawa got a pretty good look at the state of Inko's room. It was probably the only part of the entire apartment that was spotless and virtually untouched. Naomasa dared to get closer to the body. A forensic scientist was still snapping pictures. What do you think happened to her? He asked, and the scientist took a step back, lowering the camera. She obviously didn't die here, that's for sure. The man said with a heavy sigh. From what I can tell right off the bat, she died around maybe an hour before she was brought here? She died from the laceration on her neck almost instantly. There isn't any blood anywhere in the entire apartment, so it checks out that she died somewhere else. But where? Aizawa pressed. Is there anything that could tell us that? I did find signs of water tracks in the house, suggesting that it probably took place outside somewhere when it was raining. I suggest you guys get camera footage from every camera in this immediate area. I'd suggest, based on when the lady died, to look at the footage at around 1 in the morning. He whipped out his legal pad and wrote it down quickly. All right, we'll look into it. Thanks. No problem, detective, the man said, raising his camera to snap more pictures. Glad to be of help. The two of them stopped at the empty safe before they left. According to Mitsuki-san, Inko had a plan should something like this happen to her. But why would she even need to have a plan like that in place? Why would Izuku Midoriya need to run? Naomasa eyed the safe for a moment. After inspecting everything he could, it was time to go back to the precinct. He left the scene, somehow recruiting Aizawa for the day. So, more camera footage? The tired man said, sipping on Naomasa's coffee without a care in the world. He furrowed his brows suddenly, in thought as the two of them sat at a red light. Camera footage? Why the hell would Inko Midoriya be outside at 1 in the morning? And why would she have a plan for him just in case she died? Unless. If it was under my FANG nose this entire time. Inko Midoriya had a telekinetic quirk that allowed her to pull objects toward her. Holy shit, Aizawa. Naomasa exclaimed, easing on the gas as the light finally turned green. I think Inko Midoriya was attraction. 2 years ago. Inko wasn't stupid. As soon as Izuku manifested his quirk, she knew that becoming a vigilante was something she would have to teach him. With a quirk like that, Izuku would spend the rest of his life hiding it from the world, or running from people who would try to experiment on him. Inko couldn't possibly in her right mind let her son be vulnerable. He needed to know how to defend himself, and kill if the situation required it. With his quirk, kidnapping and imprisonment was a much more severe situation than it would be for anyone else. He could die, but he'd always come back. And if someone found that out, who knows what they'd do to her precious little boy. So that's why Inko wanted her son to be prepared. That's why she purchased a private bunker and outfitted it with basic necessities. That's why she created the plan in the event that she died one day. He needed a safe place to stay, away from everyone else. Away from anyone who would try to take advantage of his quirk. Inko opened the safe, placing a thick wad of cash in it. She placed a number of other items too, the deed for the apartment, a burner phone. With her brother's number on it, some other legal documents, and an assortment of cards with money on them. There was even the key to the private bunker she'd purchased. Inko hoped that her son wouldn't have to put this plan into action one day, but she felt much more relieved that they at least had one. The world of being a vigilante was a cruel and unforgiving one. And she didn't want her son to suffer in it alone, after her death. She wanted to give her son another chance at life, with a plethora of knowledge at his disposal. Izuku, honey? She called, her voice echoing through the otherwise quiet apartment. Can you come here for a second? Inko could hear the telltale signs of her son running through the apartment to meet her. What is it, Mom? Why is there a safe in here? What happened to the floor? Inko patted the spot next to her. Izuku took the hint and sat down next to her, peering curiously at the safe. Izuku. Yeah, Mom? There are going to be people in the world who you can't hide your quirk from. A lot of people will want to take advantage of your quirk and hurt you, baby. Inko explained slowly, holding up the key to the safe. If I ever die for any reason, you need to run. But why? What does this have to do with the safe under the couch? Izuku asked, looking at her in confusion. His brows were furrowed together, and he looks concerned. His eyes went wide, and his tone went up a pitch in concern. Are you dying now? No, honey, Inko replied, running a hand through Izuku's curls. But if I do die, I have a plan to keep you safe. A plan? Inko patted the safe and held up the key again. First, you grab the key. Next, you get everything out of the safe. Then you grab all your things, Izuku, as fast as you can, and leave. Once you leave the apartment, you need to call the only number on this phone, she explained, grabbing the burner phone that lay in the safe. The person that will answer will help you and lead you to the private bunker I bought for you. Do you understand? Izuku bit his lip and nodded. Good. Now do you want to practice? Izuku woke up slowly. There wasn't any light drifting through his windows to indicate the sunrise because he didn't have any windows. There was no alarm on his phone because he had nowhere to be. For the first time in his life, he didn't have anything going on at all. It only took him a moment to realize Aoi hadn't left him in the middle of the night if the warm presence beside him was any indication. Sleepily, he continued to stare at the ceiling. The bunker was almost devoid of light, but the soft glow from Aoi's body was comforting in the fact that he could act as a nightlight. A stark white expanse stared back at him. Izuku lost himself as he continued to stare at the ceiling, time ticking away slowly. He could have sat there for minutes or hours before Aoi finally turned over to make eye contact with him. The man looked at him knowingly, slowly reaching out to ruffle his hair. Izuku had no idea what time it was or what day it had finally turned into. Yet none of that mattered to him anymore. A regular sleeping schedule wasn't currently on his list of priorities. And if he was planning on hunting down gang members, he couldn't afford it to be regular. Irregularity would be his friend here. Before Aoi could worry about him any more than he already was, Izuku pushed himself up into a sitting position. His world spun into focus, eyes adjusting to the almost completely dark room before he stood from his sitting position. He needed to get to work as soon as possible. Time wasn't on his side anymore. Anger was building. Flicking on the bathroom light, Izuku quickly got undressed for a shower. Aoi poked his head in quickly. "I'll make us some food, then we'll get started?" He half-stated, half-asked. Izuku nodded in response before actually replying. "I'm thinking we could focus on my costume and weapons first if you're okay with that?" Izuku asked, throwing his shirt onto the floor. "Sounds good." With that, the blue man left the room. Izuku threw off the rest of his clothes before turning on the water. Waiting for it to get hot, Izuku glanced in the mirror. His eyes, which were usually so bright, seemed to be dull. The bags underneath them seemed to scream at him in his reflection. Soon the mirror was fogging up and he decided to jump in under the spray. He was just beginning to wash his hair when he realized it smelled just like the one he used at home. Tears sprung to his eyes as he massaged the shampoo onto his head, the smell surrounding him. He'd never forget her. In her memory he'd carry out brutal revenge. And he'd save those in need. That's all she ever wanted him to do because he loved it. He continued doing it because she loved it too. So he wouldn't stop. It wasn't like he had any real danger posed towards him. If anything, this was safer than becoming a hero. A hero got press. The press would find out his quirk eventually, especially if he stopped aging at some point. Or if he had to fight a villain until he died in front of them. Only to revive right afterwards. The risk of him becoming a government experiment as a hero was higher than people figuring it out if he was a vigilante. Unless he put himself in a situation to get exposed. Izuku liked to hope that humanity was better than that. But he knew better. Once he was clean, Izuku stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around his waist, using another to dry his wild hair. Another look in the mirror made him realize that he looked a little better. More awake. At some point Aoi had laid out a new pair of clothes for him and he accepted them with a mental thank you. In the storage room he'd seen a washer and dryer, so he could wash his clothes. Finally leaving the bathroom fully dressed, Izuku made his way to the kitchen where food was already waiting for him. Izuku didn't really bother with trying to figure out what Aoi had made. He trusted him and just began to shove whatever was in the bowl into his mouth. He wasn't hungry, but he knew he had to eat. Even if he felt like laying back down and wasting away on his mattress. Maybe eventually he'd starve and actually die. Maybe his body would die and reset to a healthy level, forcing him to sit through days of growing hunger until he died again. Or maybe he'd die over and over again because of his insane hunger. Whatever. Finishing his food, he gave his thanks to Aoi before washing his dish and placing it in the same place as before. Moving over to his desk, he opened his laptop. "Hey Aoi," he asked, looking over his shoulder to watch him wash out his own dish. The blue man turned around. "Yeah." Izuku turned back to his screen. "I'm thinking we can split this up. You focus on the actual aesthetic of my costume while I work out the technical part? I'm not really good at fashion decision-making." He knew Aoi was smiling. Izuku didn't have to turn around to know. Yeah. Aoi was closer this time, probably pulling out his phone to look at some hero forum. Izuku had good ideas for items that would support a hero, but when it came to actually designing the product he came up short. That was really more Aoi's forte. He had big plans for his costume, planning one unlike any other at the moment. But his quirk was the crux for this. The only limitation he had was that he needed to know about what he was making. The fabric, length, feeling, as much as he could get his hands on. The more he knew, the better it looked. When making his tranquilizer gun, he had watched multiple movies where guns like it had been utilized. After deciding he wanted to make his own, he looked up basic blueprints and figured out how they functioned. It didn't take long for him to materialize the gun and use it to its full potential. Leaning back in his seat, he quickly set to work. This part would be time-consuming. Clicking onto the movie of choice, Tron from the 2000s. It had been his first gateway into what he really wanted as a costume. The glowing lights and high-speed battles. The futuristic setting and motorcycles were just a plus. Izuku was sketching out designs in his notebook as the movie went on, trying to figure out how to make the glowing parts as well as how to incorporate their suit into it. The next movie was Ready Player One. He stole plenty of ideas from this one, most noticeably their HUDs in-game. Watching Blade Runner and Ghost in the Shell were no-brainers. Combined with Aoi's ideas, The costume quickly started coming together. Shoyuta ran a hand over his face. This isn't what he'd wanted to see. He had hoped that the kid had just run away after seeing her body, even if that was unrealistic to think. Going through hours and hours of footage just to find this was gut-wrenching. He slid the bar backward until it showed the vigilante duo running away from a group of people. Tsukachi. The tired detective turned towards him. Find anything? The man asked, bringing his coffee to his lips. Instead of replying, he turned the screen towards him before hitting the play button. It spurred into action. At one end of the alleyway there was a group of men with guns waiting. Shoyuta watched for the second time as the vigilante duo turned the corner. He was unable to see their expressions, but he knew they probably looked terrified. With the group chasing close behind them, they ran until they were completely surrounded, the group pointing guns at them threateningly. Changing the camera, he could get a closer look at their faces as their hoods were yanked back. Turning to Tsukachi, he saw him pale as he took another sip. He knew what was coming as he turned back in front. The two were pushed onto their knees, one obviously a young child. Izuku Midoriya. The other was Inko Midoriya. Their eyes didn't leave each other, even as her neck was split ear to ear. Blood poured out of the wound as she fell forwards. Izuku Midoriya got the same treatment but didn't go down as easily. Impossibly, more blood than possible leaked out of his wound as he turned away from her body. He didn't die instantly like she had. He fought it. The boy looked up at the person who had killed his mother and he smiled. The criminal took a step backwards as he finally fell to the ground, dead. The gang quickly fled the scene afterwards. Shoyuta would have ended the video there if he wasn't curious. He wanted to know how her body was moved back to the house. This part would haunt him. Tsukachi looked confused at the scene, seconds dragging out with no movement. Suddenly the boy sprang back to life, heaving air into his lungs, but he seemed to ignore it in favor of crawling over to his mother's dead body. As soon as he'd started moving, the alleyway lit up with blue light. Aoi was suddenly sitting there too. Blood coated them as it began to rain. Shoyuta was glad there wasn't any audio. He watched the two break down on screen for several minutes. It was unbearable to watch it the first time. Watching it again felt like a blow to his stomach. Guilt was eating him up. If only he had actually gone out and checked on the duo. They may have lived if he found them in time. The poor boy wouldn't have died and cradled his dead mom. On screen the rain picked up as Izuku stood. He was screaming something, Ami nodding in response. Anger was obvious. So was the grief. Aoi picked the body up and they quickly left. After that, it wasn't hard to track his way home. Some cameras picked up his full face and it filled him with despair. His vibrant eyes were dull yet again. Blood was splattered all over his face, slowly washing off with the rain. He clenched daggers in his hands. Aoi would stare at Izuku before staring back at the body he was carrying. Every once and while a glowing tear could be seen falling to the ground. The detective and hero watched as they made their way home. Then they left the apartment together. They lost them when they went into a busy train station. Soon they had nothing to go on anymore. Shoyuta felt angry. He didn't know why, but he had felt some sort of responsibility towards the kid now. Guilt found its home right next to it. If only he'd known something like this would have happened. He would have been there any other night. Shoyuta could have jumped in at a moment's notice and swept them out of the bad situation. Literally any other night. But now, Inko Midoriya's body sat in a cold room getting an autopsy done in order to confirm that this was the cause of death. Even though they already knew the answer. Now, Izuku Midoriya was on the run, probably planning revenge. Shoyuta knew that's what he'd be doing if he were in his shoes. It wasn't fair. But then again, nothing was fair. Turning towards his partner, he took in his appearance. Tsukachi was hiding behind his hand, head downward. He could feel the guilt radiating off of him. Shoyuta could understand his frustration. Never had he actually looked a vigilante duo in the face one day only to see one of them turn up to be dead seemingly the next day. They didn't deserve what had happened to them. Vigilante work wasn't for the weak-hearted, and it made him wonder why they ended up getting into it in the first place. There had to be some reason. Maybe it was the bullying. Or maybe something else had happened that made the mother jump back into it. Bringing her immortal child into it didn't seem like the worst idea until you realized that one day she died and left him completely alone. What in her eyes would justify that? Shoyuta realized he was projecting his emotions and reined them in. It was already too late. She was dead and he was missing. Nothing he could do to change those facts other than figure out where he went and help the problem child. He couldn't afford to feel guilty right now. So he pushed himself up from the chair, closing out of the CCTV tab on his laptop. "Any leads?" he asked as he shoved the laptop into one of his many bags. The best place to start would probably be with people he knew. Maybe the school? It didn't seem to be the best environment, but it was all they had. Maybe they'd find nothing. It'd be all right. If everything else failed, he could have Nedzu run his facial recognition program from his office and eventually track down the vigilante. Tsukachi seemed to break himself out of his inner turmoil and turn towards him. Mitsuki Bakugo had mentioned something about how her kid would probably be devastated at the news, unofficially after the first meeting. "I was thinking we could go there first before going to the school. Maybe they've seen him at some point." The man also pushed himself up from his chair, brushing off the non-existent dirt on his shirt. Shoyuta nodded. "The sooner the better. Let's head out then." The Bakugo residence wasn't too far from the precinct. In fact, it was only a little further than the previous Midoriya residence. The Bakugas lived in a house rather than an apartment, so they just pulled up in front of it and parked on the road. As soon as they knocked on the door, yelling could be heard from the inside before the same woman they'd seen earlier in the week opened the door. Instantly her smile fell as she looked upon the duo. "Please come in." Awkwardly, they were ushered to the living room with tea in front of both of them. The energetic blonde spoke up before they could begin anything. "So I assume there's news?" she asked, somewhat hopeful as she sipped on a drink of her own. Shoyuta wished he could tell her that they had found Izuku, that he was safe and sound, but they couldn't offer any reassurances. "Unfortunately, Izuku is still missing. We found CCTV footage of him leaving the apartment in a rush before getting on a train. We couldn't track his location after that," Naomasa admitted, staring down at his tea. Breaking this kind of news wasn't ever easy. The spiky-haired woman sighed heavily. She didn't sound surprised. "I thought as much." She paused, looking at something on the wall before turning back towards them. Inko had a plan, and Izuku was smart enough to follow through on it. I don't know how she knew something like this would happen, but she did. I can say for certain Izuku's safe. But I just want him to come home. It's not much, but we could take care of him. At least until he could support himself. Her voice broke. "I just wish I could help find him, you know?" She stated into the silence. It hung there for a few seconds. "This isn't all we came for today," Shoyuta said gently, locking eyes with the blonde. "I heard that in the last meeting of ours you said something about your kid possibly being upset about his disappearance? I was wondering if you would give us permission to talk with him for a bit. You can stay in the room the whole time if you'd like." The semi-worried look on her face melted away. She looked nervous but determined. "Of course, anything to help. Let me go get the brat." With that, she suddenly stood up and walked out of the room. He glanced towards Tsukachi. The man nodded at him. So everything was the truth. Not that he thought Mitsuki had any reason to really lie, but it was a comforting thought that if they did find the boy, he had somewhere to go. Somewhere to come home to. Almost as fast as she had left, she returned with a boy that seemed to be a carbon copy of her. Attitude and all. Shoyuta could see the subdued spunk. It was slightly amusing, despite the sadness that resided in his eyes. The blonde duo sat down. "Is it okay if I record this meeting as well?" Tsukachi asked, pulling out a recorder. A nod is all it took for him to hit the button. Interviewer: Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Interview: Bakugo Katsuki. Date, time, location, July 26, 5:30 p.m., inside the Bakugo residence. Begin transcription. DT, for the record, I'm obligated by law to inform you that this conversation is being recorded so it may be revisited at any time. I'm also obligated to tell you that I have a human lie detector quirk, and therefore can tell when you're lying to me. BK, that's alright with me. DT, I'm going to start by asking you what's your name? BK, Bakugo Katsuki. DT, Are you currently 12, Bakugu? BK, yes. DT, alright, I just have a couple of questions about Izuku. Are you feeling well enough to answer them? BK, as ready as I'll ever be, I guess. DT, were you close with Izuku? BK, sort of. When the nerd was younger, he'd follow me around like a lost puppy. That stopped after we got our quirks, though. We just drifted apart, I guess. DT, I see. Are there any places you think he may have run off to? Any family members or close friends that he could have called? BK, not that I know of. BM, the only person in this city that Inko knew was her brother. He isn't the best kind of person, but he isn't a monster. That's the only place I think he would have gone. Inko and him loved each other a lot. They didn't have a lot of time to hang out anymore with their kids and stuff, but yeah. I'd check with him. DT, thank you for your time and cooperation. BM, no problem, detective. End transcription. Izuku missed being outside. Now that he was finally standing in the cool air of the night, he remembered what was so freeing about it. Less people, so less eyes on him. Freedom to slink around in the dark and escape the world as he knew it. It also served as a reminder that he wasn't the same kid anymore. The thrill he'd been seeking had finally faded. Now all that sat in his heart was revenge. Anger. He was no longer surrounded by the childlike wonder that he'd been cushioned in. There wasn't a buffer between him and the real world. It had died days ago. Izuku pushed his hood back into place, successfully covering his curls and face. By now he could only assume that Eraserhead and the police knew who Wisteria was. He could only rely on the fact that they had no idea where he'd gone. The city was beautiful at night. Lights lit up the street and noises flowed from the streets below him. Standing on a secluded rooftop, he gazed outward. The people walking down the street had smiles on their faces. It was almost as if they felt secure despite being in the bad part of town. Like they weren't afraid of anything because surely they would be safe from harm because of heroes. That was far from the truth. A harsh reality he'd been forced to realize days prior. One he almost wished he could forget. Pushing himself up from his crouching position, he cracked his neck in preparation. He had things to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be on the streets just yet. But he needed more hands-on research. And he couldn't get that from online schematics and movies. He needed to see something real and in action before he could get to the making of anything for his costume just yet. Just reading about how machines worked didn't do it for him. He had the knowledge but no application, so now he was out getting exactly that. In the name of Musutafu's research and support facility. It wasn't the best facility, but definitely one he could sneak into with relative ease. Just as he was about to descend the building, he heard a shriek from the alleyway below him. This wasn't part of the plan. Then again, nothing ever went according to plan, so what was he expecting? Steeling himself, he looked over the ledge. It was the group from before that he'd been watching. Now one of them was splayed on the ground, supposedly unconscious. Another was trying to pick themselves off of the ground, and the woman was surrounded. She was flanked by gang members. Instantly the rage he'd been forcing back flew to the forefront of his mind, boiling over dangerously. Aoi spoke up, from within his mindscape. I'll distract them at the mouth of the alleyway and then you can get the drop on them. Izuku smiled. That had been exactly what he was thinking. Seemed like him and Aoi were getting even more in sync. Manifesting the blue man beside him, he pulled out his blunt daggers. Killing wasn't on the agenda today. That was reserved for a special kind of evil. Aoi jumped down from the building without a care in the world, landing at the mouth of the alleyway. Pigs! He yelled, hands cupped over his mouth. The sound did its job and drew the attention of the soon-to-be muggers. There were only about 4 gang members in total. That didn't mean they didn't have reinforcements somewhere else, but that didn't seem too likely. A slightly crazed smile grew on his lips. They left the woman in favor of rushing towards Aoi, weapons drawn. Obviously they were lower class than the ones from the warehouses if the blunt weapons gave him any indication. Right as they were running under him, he jumped off the roof, landing directly on top of the largest one. Utilizing his jump advantage, he kicked the side of their head hard enough to knock them out. The body below him went limp as the others turned around at the noise. Low-level thugs like these didn't stand a chance against his superior speed. With efficiency, he dodged their ill-timed attacks and used them to his advantage. Aoi ran down the alleyway and engaged the other two members. Izuku would always have a partner at his back. The next member tried to swing his bat at Izuku. His swing wasn't accounting for Izuku's inferior height, so he slid underneath its range. Getting in a solid kick to the ball had the man lurching forward in pain. Taking the opening, he grabbed the sides of his head and slammed it down onto his waiting knee. He heard the satisfying crunch as it connected the dull pain in his knee, nothing but an afterthought. Giving him no room to recuperate, he swung the hilt of his knife onto the side of his head, knocking him out with the rest. Aoi finished off his last thug at the same time as him. Hesitantly turning around, he assessed the people who'd been in danger. The man who was still conscious had finally picked himself up off of the ground, now checking over his friend. The woman looked at Izuku in shock. They probably didn't expect someone to jump on top of them and take them down with brutal efficiency. Izuku wasn't playing around like some heroes would. Seeing that the group was relatively okay, he nodded in recognition. The woman nodded back, somewhat confused before Izuku willed Aoi back into his mindscape. The alleyway lit up with blue and he took the opportunity to climb the fire escape onto the next building. He couldn't afford to waste any more time on them. Sliding onto the roof, he took off. His boots helped him with this. They added a boost to his jumps, so now he was practically flying over large gaps he couldn't have vaulted over before. Izuku made quick work of closing the distance between him and the building he'd been needing to get to. He wasn't too far to begin with, and before he knew it he was standing in front of the building. This part of the expedition would have to be done very carefully. The facility wasn't entirely private. A lot of middle schools and high schools would come visit them time to time. He'd learned this in the days he spent watching the building. The main entrance was for the regular folk who wanted a tour. However, there was an employee entrance that he could utilize and exploit. The day before he'd swiped some poor man's ID. Now it was about 30 minutes before they would close. Which meant that there weren't a lot of people residing in the building. The flip side was also true though. He needed to get in and get out as fast as possible without warning anyone else to his presence. If he was seen in the better part of town raiding a research facility, it'd reveal that he was alive to the people he was planning on hunting. And Eraserhead would switch his patrol to this area in a heartbeat. So being discreet and effective was the top priority. Swiping out his card, he jumped off of the building he was on, using his boots to slow his fall at the last possible second. He landed silently. Izuku quietly stalked over to the door before peeking in through the window. There wasn't a person in sight, so he held the stolen badge over the scanner. It changed from red to green and he slowly turned the handle to open the door. There wasn't even a click to alert anyone of his presence. There wasn't even a receptionist at the desk. He quietly slipped into the building, slowly closing the door behind him. Before he'd left his bunker, he looked up the layout of the building, so he knew exactly what rooms he was going into. He needed to do this quickly, and he was glad he thought to figure out where the vents were and what they led to. That'd make sneaking around here a lot easier. 2 side rooms flanked the entrance and he took the left one. The vent was in the room on the ceiling, so he quickly headed inside. The vent was quickly pulled off, the screws pocketed with ease. He paused to listen for anyone and was thankful to only hear the rustle of the receptionist finally getting back to her desk. Izuku slid into the vent space, mentally reminding himself to replace the metal grate when he got back. If he went the same way again. Thankfully, Izuku was small enough to crawl through the vents silently. He already knew what room he needed to start in, the only challenge was crawling there. Izuku crawled with ease, glancing through the openings in the vent every once in a while to ensure he was heading in the correct direction. So far everything was going smoothly. When he arrived at the room he needed to be in, he paused. Looking through the vent, he didn't see anyone waiting in the room, nor did he hear anyone. Kicking it open, Izuku entered the room. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He didn't bring out Aoi as he walked over to the closest glass cabinet. Inside of it there was an arrangement of different guns. All non-lethal, but they shot some sort of plasma energy. Some would tranquilize, whereas others merely stunned. Swiping the badge, it clicked open quietly. Glancing around to ensure he was still alone, he reached out towards the large gun. As soon as he made contact, he willed it away and it disappeared in a flash of blue. In his mindscape, Aoi would duplicate all of them. Opening every cabinet, he pulled out small handguns, grenades, knives, and extendable swords. All of them were in the experimental phases, but they would do. After he cleared out the room, he felt Aoi leave the mindscape. He'd hover his hand over the spot they had been residing in before summoning the original back into its place. Together, they made quick work of the rest of the room. Izuku locked all of the cabinets. While he was locking the final glass container, he heard footsteps coming down the hall. Aoi disappeared and Izuku tucked himself behind the door just as a man rounded the corner. Holding his breath, he watched the man stalk into the room with a clipboard. He opened the first cabinet and began to scribble numbers down onto his paper. He closed it and repeated the process with the next. Waiting until he fully turned around, Izuku slipped from the room. He had one more room he needed to go into. It was their costume room, which held a lot of experimental tech he had gotten interested in. The man had seemingly come from this room, so it was also thankfully empty. This room was quicker than the last. There was no need to be quiet because everything had been placed on mannequins. There were bodysuits, helmets, boots, and so much more. The room was overflowing with tech. All it took was a single touch to get it into his mindscape. All the tech in the room was taken in 2 minutes and returned in 1 with the help of Aoi. As soon as the room looked exactly as he left it, he waited. Soon enough the man from before walked back down the hallway, entering a different room. Slipping out of the room, he entered the room he'd just been in. He fixed the vent cover easily behind him, just shoving it back into the wall. It quickly crawled through the vents again, just as silently as before. Reaching the first room, he slipped out and screwed the vent cover back on. There would be no trace of him being here. Glancing at the receptionist, who was turned away, he slipped out of the building unseen. Izuku sat in his mindscape, surrounded by a comforting blue light. Him and Aoi had designed the room he currently sat in to be a workshop of sorts. His real body was currently sleeping in bed. He'd just returned from his previous outing and his body had been exhausted. Now, he held one of the larger guns in his hands. He made another copy of it before attempting to completely dismantle it. If he F'd up, he could just use the copy he'd made and try again. He'd try dismantling it and repairing it over and over again until he could figure out how it worked. This gun was one of the plasma bursts that stunned the enemy. All of the guns shot out red beams. Aoi was doing the same next to him, looking at the smaller guns and grenades. Izuku had taken the large ones and the blades. They interested him the most. He'd already dismantled the first large weapon. It had taken him hours upon hours to figure out, taking it apart piece by piece. Now that he knew how one worked, the rest fell in line relatively smoothly. They were all made with the same idea, just different shapes and sizes, which affected the beam's range and strength. Potentially, from the information he was gathering, he could make a lethal one. But he wasn't going to do that. He'd leave the lethality to the knives. Thank you very much. Experimentally, Izuku held up the gun and shot it. It shot out a continuous beam, crashing into the wall. When he stopped, he could see a scorch mark. He frowned. Realistically, a gun like this wouldn't be effective in the field. It had too long of a cooldown, and it took too long to power up. The beam also wasn't too effective. Pushing the gun aside, he added onto his sketch. If he was being honest with himself, he needed an extremely long-range weapon as well as a medium-ranged one. Ideally, he could build them in one weapon. Ideas swirled around in his head. In tons of movies, he'd seen guns that would morph between forms. They would go from a mid-range weapon, open up and shift into a sniper in a matter of seconds. With the flip of a switch. Maybe if he figured out what the difference was between a sniper and an assault rifle. How the bullets are different, their chambers. The scopes. If he figured out the differences between the two, he'd know the similarities. He'd know what needed to be changed and modified to fit his plans. He also needed to figure out how to change the bullet size. From his glances at the other guns, he'd noticed that they didn't really house actual bullets. Instead, it had a small generator that filled the chamber with the plasma. When the trigger was pressed, it would ignite and form the plasma before shooting it off. If that was the case, then it would only be the Switching of the barrel he'd need to deal with primarily, as well as the overall shape and scope moving, which would be a challenge in its own right, combined with the fact that he'd have to change how the generation of bullets actually worked. Setting the guns aside, he huffed. That meant he'd need to actually look into bullet-centered guns instead. After he figured out how they functioned, he could probably combine them for his needs. Instead of continuing to work on the guns, he grabbed the bodysuit. It was almost exactly what he wanted in his. The black hardened surface was ideal for his body type. It'd allow him to move quickly without restricting his movement at all, while also allowing him to move silently. It was also slightly fortified so he wouldn't take as much damage. He wouldn't feel the light love taps thugs seem to enjoy handing out. All he had to do was copy the general idea of this one and change it just enough to where it wasn't noticeable. Maybe he'd add some lines running across his body that glowed. Him and Oi had figured that out the day before. If they filled in the gaps of things with their mindscape, it'd glow blue when they brought it into the real world. So building it in the mindscape as well as in the physical world would be ideal. For aesthetic purposes, of course. The stuff from his mindscape was also a lot sturdier while also being lighter. It was unique. So adding some lines and shaping it to his body would be ideal. But that still left his hands, head and feet exposed. So he'd need to come up with something for that. He'd also need holsters for his guns, grenades and knives. Among other things like first aid for civilians. He was also inspired by midnight and wanted grenades that would put people to sleep. So he'd also need a gas mask function in it. Izuku had a lot of ideas and a short PRD of time to execute all of them. At the very least he was on his way. Looking up at Aoi, he smiled. The man was working away on the other side of the room. In his hand was a blue grenade that had been completely dismantled. Earlier, the blue man had accidentally tripped something on his first attempt and blew it up right in his face. Luckily his mindscape didn't take any damage from it. They had been left laughing at the remnants of it, simultaneously relieved and amused by this new discovery. The mindscape couldn't take any damage. That would probably be a handy skill for if they ever got into a bombing situation, though. He could just bring Aoi out and have him dismantle it easily. Or bring it to his mindscape and get rid of it. Either one. Standing up from his chair, he stalked over to Aoi, watching him work with a smile on his face. He liked to think of himself as a methodical person when it came to the careful art of war. He wasn't going to rush headfirst into the stronghold, nor was he going to go into battle without anything equipped. Izuku wasn't a madman, so he spent the last 2 weeks perfecting his vigilante outfit and stalking his first target. He even went as far as to test them, seeing exactly how much damage resistance his outfit had. Anyway, after those 2 weeks of planning, experimenting, and stalking, Izuku was ready for action. But the full-scale revenge had to wait. As he said, he couldn't go rushing into the boss's room without first defeating the minions surrounding it. Aoi looked up from his spot at Izuku's desk, probably sensing that Izuku was about to go. The whole bunker had quickly become a mess as soon as he had started crafting his gear. There were piles of discarded weapons, half put together and long forgotten. Pinned all over the walls was a huge collage of faces. A literal murder board. Daggers were used to pin each leaf of paper to the wall, and his red marker was waiting to put an X on their face. Izuku conjured a duffel bag from his mindscape, taking a deep, calming breath. He had 2 locations in mind, both of which belonged to the gang Amaranthus, who had complete control over the drags in the underground. Rumor had it that Overhaul, the young head of the Yakuza, had funded quite a bit of cash into their little drag ring. He made quick work of suiting up, feeling a warm sense of satisfaction wash over him as he took 1 step closer to sweet, sweet revenge. The bunker filled with the soft glow emanating from his costume, and Izuku took a moment to stretch. His costume had been created entirely using his mindscape, meaning it was lighter and more durable than any material in the real world. It was a black jumpsuit with strips of glow-in-the-dark material that glowed blue. On the back of his jumpsuit right between his shoulder blades was a glow-in-the-dark Wisteria flower insignia surrounded by a ring, both of which glowed a soft purple. There were boots that stopped just above his knees with guards, to help add power to his kicks. They had red accents that glowed. He had a sheath strapped to his upper thigh that housed one of his numerous glowing daggers. There was a utility belt around his hips, each pocket filled with grenades and first aid items. On the belt were 2 holsters for his pistols. He had ditched the idea of plasma-powered guns because he just couldn't figure out how they worked. Instead, he decided to work on something else. The morphing gun. Strapped to his back was his brand new transforming gun. Unlike his other guns, this one glowed. In fact, he probably went a little overboard on the glowing, Tron Legacy, cyberpunk vibe. Anyway, moving on. There was a black hood that was attached to his jumpsuit too, and he pulled it up now to his unruly green curls. Lastly, but probably the most important part of his costume was his mask. The mask itself was black and looked plain on its own, but a hologram projected out of it, an exclamation point that glowed red, with a triangle surrounding it. A warning. Even though there weren't any holes for him to see out of, he could see perfectly fine. The mask itself was made of one-way bulletproof glass that he could look out of. The hologram was invisible to him as well when he wore the mask. That wasn't even the coolest part of the mask. The best part had to be the user interface he'd built into it, otherwise known as his HUD, or heads-up display. It was basically a main menu he could pull up at will and control with his mechanical gloves. With the HUD, he could check his stats, like his heart rate, blood pressure, and core body temperature. He could also use it to pull up a holographic map. It took a lot of creative thinking to get this to work, since he didn't have access to any of the technology that hero agencies had. Soon enough, with enough tweaking, he'd be able to use voice commands. "Are we leaving?" Aoi asked, coming up beside him, hands in his hoodie, breaking him out of his mental ramble. Izuku gave a curt nod from behind his mask. Aoi disappeared in a flash of blue light, and Izuku quickly left the bunker. It was around midnight as Izuku began his hunt. He still ran the risk of running into Eraserhead this early into the night, but that didn't matter. It wasn't like Eraserhead would be able to catch him, even if he found him. Izuku was too fast for Eraserhead. Twirling his daggers in around his fingers expertly in a comforting motion, Izuku pulled up his HUD. Currently, his HUD was displaying his heart rate, blood pressure, and core body temperature. With a wave of his hand, his HUD switched to a map of his immediate area. The warehouses were actually pretty far away from each other, but that didn't bother Izuku all that much. He wasn't going to school anymore, nor did he have a job. He could spend the rest of the night accomplishing everything he needed to get done. Izuku scaled the nearest building with ease, finding footholds where others would not, out of pure instinct and practice. His mother hadn't drilled parkour into Izuku's very being for no reason. Once he'd clambered to the top, he took a second to scan his surroundings. There wasn't anything special about the area Inko had chosen for Izuku to hide at. The only thing that seemed to be the deciding factor was that every building surrounding the bunker was empty, unowned, and abandoned. Izuku jumped from rooftop to rooftop before he finally reached his first destination. As of right now, Amaranthus had control over 10 warehouses. In 2 of those warehouses they housed transport trucks, and that was likely how they delivered drags to from different locations. Izuku didn't doubt that they sent drags to overhaul on a weekly basis, if their activity over the past week or 2 was any indication. Every Monday 2 trucks would leave the warehouse and head in the direction of where Izuku had theorized to be a rendezvous point. Then the trucks headed back to the warehouses, empty. Izuku crouched low to the ground, eyeing the warehouse and searching for movement. He had spent a good deal of time spying on all 10 of the warehouses and the gang members who frequented them. He was confident that he could take down the 2 warehouses that housed the transportation, even if it was heavily guarded. Even if it wouldn't do much in the long run to prevent their production of drags, it was a start. 3 other warehouses were dedicated to the mass production of the drags themselves, which left 5 of the warehouses as unknowns. After he finished his work tonight, he'd probably spend a little more time investigating them. The warehouse he was watching right now seemed to be relatively quiet, given that it was Tuesday morning and they'd already dropped off the drags to overhaul hours prior. The warehouse walls were lined with red, glow-in-the-dark graffiti. A clear mark of Amaranthus territory, yet here he was, getting ready to blow the beach up with a few explosives. Currently, there were 2 guards standing out front, but they didn't seem to notice Izuku. Not a lot of people look up at the sky these days. Rolling his shoulders, he sheathed his daggers and remained hidden in his crouched position. He pulled out his tranquilizer, shooting 2 silent darts into the night, and the 2 guards fell like a bag of rocks in a lake. He put his tranquilizer away for now as he stood to his full height. Time for Phase 2. Izuku jumped from his rooftop to the rooftop of the warehouse, tucking into a roll before he popped to his feet again. He cautiously pulled flashbangs out of the pockets of his utility belt and kept a hand on the gun strapped to his hip. According to the blueprints provided on the oh-so-trusty internet, this warehouse had 2 points of entry. The first was the huge doors at the front, and the second was from the small window on the rooftop. He'd used this exact window to stalk the members of this gang a few days ago, and it seemed that their guard rotation had remained faithful. 5 guards inside, all of them holding a gun of their own. Izuku pried open the window silently, before dropping 2 of his flashbangs into the warehouse. A few milliseconds later, 2 loud, heart-stopping thunderous bangs rang out, like gunshots. Smoke billowed from each stun grenade and they flashed. The flash itself was blinding enough to dull their sense of sight, and the deafening sound of the mini-explosion was enough to leave the 5 guards effectively disoriented. Using it to its full advantage, Izuku dropped from the open window and pulled out his tranquilizer. Thanks to the silencer, the 5 guards had no idea what hit them. Izuku then pulled out the bomb that he was going to use. Setting it for 10 minutes, Izuku quickly restrained all 7 of the guards and took them outside with 7 minutes to spare. 1 blast would be all it took for the building to come down, especially with the trucks inside. With the help of Aoi, they dragged all 7 of the gangsters to the nearest police station. Halfway there, Izuku heard rather than saw his bomb decimate the building. As they left an anonymous call at the police station, he saluted the camera outside. The police would take care of the gangsters, especially since they were wearing amaranthus jackets, decorated with red flowers. Izuku rolled out his wrists. 1 more Aoi. He grumbled, pulling up his HUD again. It was around 1:30 in the morning now. He'd wasted a lot of time dragging the gangsters to the police station. The second warehouse was almost a carbon copy of the first. Except that there were 2 more cars in this facility, and 2 more guards, for a total of 4 outside. This time he grabbed the transformative gun strapped to his back. The gun's default setting was as a sniper rifle, but there was a button on the grip that when pressed would trigger the switch. This weapon could switch from a sniper rifle to a semi-automatic in less than 10 seconds. This kind of weaponry was only possible thanks to his ability to create in the mindscape. It took most of the 2 weeks to create, after many sleepless nights of trial and error. A lot of the early models had exploded once he tried to switch them, which is why Aoi demanded that he be the one to test them out. Izuku didn't press the button to activate the transformation. He got down on one knee, pressing the butt of the weapon against his shoulder as he set his chin down. Peering down the sight he aimed, finding the first of his targets easily. Luckily, this particular weapon was meant to work as a stun gun in the shape of an actual gun, unlike regular stun guns that looked more like a taser. Depending on which form it took, it was either long-ranged or short-ranged. Hopefully, without much work, these guys would be stopped long enough for Aoi to go down there and tie them up. There was a sharp ping as he fired the first shot. 2 little metal prods flew through the night air and attached themselves to the jacket of the first man. Shifting his aim, he shot again, and the second guard dropped. 2 more shots rang out, and all 4 of the guards positioned outside were down for the count. Izuku returned its weapon to its original spot at his back, and Aoi materialized down below, beginning to drag the unconscious gang members away. Izuku repeated the same method as the first warehouse, dropping to the rooftop of the warehouse. He pried the window open, dropping more flashbangs, before dropping down. He drew both of his pistols at once, and a sharp electrical smell filled the air as the metal prods attached to the clothing of his targets. The first guard went down without a fight, but the same couldn't have been said about the other 4. They regained their composure quicker than the guards from the previous warehouse. Izuku was swift in this dance of bullets and agility. The 4 men, all of them buff and way more muscular than Izuku could hope to be, raised their weapons. Izuku summoned Aoi, and the man acted as a shield as soon as the men pulled the trigger. Shots rang out like claps of thunder and Izuku threw his pistols away, as Aoi covered for him. He hated using Aoi as a shield, but he really didn't want to die right now. His sniper rifle was back in his hands, but he pressed the button on the grip, and the weapon transformed in a flash of blue. Aoi dematerialized, and Izuku let stun charges fly out, and hopefully this time a second shock would render them immobile. The recoil pushed on his wrists, but Izuku didn't care. He couldn't hear or feel anything over the din of gunshots sent his way as he ducked behind cover. Smiling, Izuku returned his weapon to its default form and put his weapon away when he realized that all of his opponents were either knocked out or were laying on the floor groaning. Izuku used some capture tape to restrain them and dragged them out of the building. He set up another bomb, working fast just in case more gang members were on their way. He set this one for 5 minutes as he grabbed his pistols. Izuku dragged the gangsters with the help of Aoi, who could take them to the mindscape far away enough from the warehouse that their allies wouldn't find them. He grabbed his radio, directly on Eraserhead's channel as he checked their restraints. 9 members of Amaranthus restrained and unconscious 2 blocks from Musutafu police station, Eraserhead. Come and get him, Izuku said into the static. He wasn't expecting a reply at all, but he knew Eraserhead's patrols lasted long into the early hours of the morning. He knew Eraserhead would grab the gangsters, but he really hadn't expected a response. I'm on my way, problem child. Don't move. Can't sorry, I've got a revenge to plan, Eraser. Izuku responded, with a smile no one could see. There was silence for a moment, before Eraserhead spoke again. Revenge will only get you killed, kid. God, I sure hope it does. Izuku yawned, before climbing the nearest building so he could jump rooftop to rooftop. The ground groaned as the explosion finally rang through the air. Did I just hear an explosion, problem child? Izuku laughed shortly, stopping his escape for a moment to clutch at his sides. Soon enough the triad of the underworld will be nothing but explosions. And you know I prefer Wisteria, Eraserhead. Leaving Eraserhead to stew on his words, Izuku turned off his radio with a high, cruel laugh. He continued his escape before Eraserhead could find him. He jumped rooftop to rooftop. Maybe he should make a motorcycle? Should I make a motorcycle like the ones from Tron Legacy? What do you think, Aoi? Maybe then I won't have to run around all night. That's a good idea. Then I could ride with you, Aoi answered, and Izuku could feel him smiling from inside his mind. Maybe we can work on that while we plan our next attack? Hell yeah. Kai wasn't happy in the least when he received news that 2 of Amaranthus' warehouses had been obliterated by Wisteria in one night. Sneering behind his beak-like mask, Kai slammed his fist onto his desk. What do you mean they were destroyed? He yelled, trying his best to keep his anger in check. He was notorious for smashing his cell phone into bits if he got too mad. You mean to tell me one effing man blew up 2 of your warehouses, and you didn't catch him? Amarantha, the young head of the gang Amaranthus, cleared her throat slowly. She took a moment to gather herself, he presumed, as he waited for a reply. Of course, Wisteria is a one-man army in his own right. She explained, as if that was a good reason. Kai rolled his eyes, before rubbing at his temple angrily. The fiery feel rolled around his gut like a snake. Kill him. I don't see the F&G problem. The thing is, Amarantha began, her tone even and clear. Apparently Wisteria has a regenerative quirk. It's not as easy as you make it sound, overhaul. Kai stopped short, his anger evaporating like it had never been there in the first place. He could feel his eyes getting impossibly wide in astonishment. Wisteria had a regenerative quirk? Wisteria incapable of dying? Kai couldn't help but smile with sick glee. He could only imagine the implications. What kind of power would he have if he had a weapon like that? But first he'd have to teach Wisteria a very painful lesson about who not to mess with in the underworld. And then of course, he'd have to overhaul the vigilante and make him switch gears. By God, Wisteria would be his human atomic bomb that would help him achieve a quirkless world. Tell me everything you know about Wisteria. It had been a while since Kai Chisaki overhaul went on a hunt worthwhile. Izuku decided to take a break between warehouses after taking down 4 more in the span of this entire week. He still had to devise a solid plan against the young head of Amaranthus. But that could wait. Amaranthus wasn't going to disappear in the span of a few nights. He had plenty of time to relax and plan before he finally took down the gangs. Tonight was a perfect example of his version of relaxation. He sat on his bed, sketching another design for his motorcycle. Aesthetically, he was going to take plenty of pointers from Tron Legacy, as he had for his entire costume. He had a theme going and he wasn't about to ruin it by not making his bike match. Except his bike wasn't going to glow blue or red like the rest of his outfit, it was going to match the purple on his back. And it was going to have loud, bass-boosting speakers. He liked to play his music loud. He couldn't wait to get his baby up and running, loud music and all. He couldn't wait to practice wheelies on it too, in the dead of night where he didn't run the risk of accidentally hurting anyone. Or maybe he'd leave the wheelies for the mindscape, like his driving lessons. He'd been spending a lot of time learning how to drive a motorcycle safely after Aoi researched everything he could about it on the internet. Aoi wasn't even going to let him build the DMN thing until he learned how to drive it safely, which he had. Now all that was left was to design and actually create it. Right now, in fact, he was piecing it together part by part in his notebook. He even stole a bike a few days ago so he could study it and replicate the pieces in the mindscape, one by one. Now, he could theoretically build his bike, but he still had to design. Hence the rewatching of Tron Legacy, Ghost in the Shell, and The Matrix. He wanted to stick heavily to his cyberpunk vibe that he'd been creating. Drawing out the basic design of an actual bike, he decided that it would follow the design of a crotch rocket bike. He added a few futuristic touches here and there, like glowing strips of metal on the body and on the wheels so they glowed too. He even added speakers to the drawing, so he wouldn't forget. He even sketched out a drawing for a helmet. Izuku studied his sketch critically before popping into his mindscape. Aoi blinked in surprise from his spot in the middle of the black nothingness. Aoi had been laying down staring at nothing, and when Izuku arrived he popped up into a sitting position. Instantly Izuku changed the landscape, and they seemed to be in a parking garage that was empty. Dim lights lit the endless area, and Aoi made his way over to him. Izuku conjured the strange material that he could only create in the mindscape. It started as a scrap of the otherworldly metal, but beneath his practiced hands, he shaped it into exactly what he needed. It was like really advanced origami, folding and creating until the bike began to take shape. He took out more materials and created the engine, the wheels, the handles. He added the speakers that would make the ground pulse, like a siren. The city would know when Wisteria was on the hunt. He created a number of tools to piece the bike together and added the glowing panels and strips. A bright purple glow issued from the bike. Newly assembled and ready to go. He tweaked his suit to turn purple when he got on his bike. He slipped on his costume and hopped on the bike. He smiled when he realized his costume did in fact turn purple. Aoi grinned approvingly, and Izuku looked back at him. "Hop on, Aoi, let's make sure it works before we got out." Aoi's grin broke out into a full smile as he climbed on, wrapping his arms around Izuku's stomach. Izuku smiled and revved the engine, and the landscape melted away to reveal an empty city. The music was deafening. The cyberpunk playlist ripped through the mindscape and Izuku leaned closer to his bike, pressing himself against it as they shot forward. The city whipped past them at an alarming rate, but Izuku had been practicing driving at these speeds for a reason. He wanted to be prepared if he ever got caught up in a police chase. They shot through the city, nothing more than a purple streak of light, and Aoi conjured up other cars to block him. Weaving through traffic shouldn't be one of his many talents, but it was. Aoi even made sure he could drive backwards. Aoi was too overprotective most of the time, but even Izuku had to admit that this training was necessary. Now Aoi conjured up police vehicles chasing him. Izuku dodged those expertly too, even taking a sharp, mildly terrifying turn onto a highway. The back tire fishtailed beneath them slightly, but Izuku kept steady. Izuku weaved his way through more fake cars before trying a wheelie. He understood the concept of it, of course, but he'd only tried it a couple of times when he had first been learning to ride. The pounding cyberpunk music blared through his ears like a war drum. The first wheel lifted off the asphalt, and Aoi tightened his arms around him before shouting, I know this is just the mindscape, but we shouldn't be doing wheelies on the highway. Izuku just grinned like a madman, letting his weight keep the wheel up in the air. He heard Aoi groan loudly before he finally relented and let the wheel come in contact with the ground again. Oh, thank God, Aoi mumbled in relief. Izuku eventually let the cityscape fall away and slowed to a stop. He pulled off his mask with a lopsided grin. I think it works. Let's go kick some butt. You're going to be the death of me, Aoi affirmed, and Izuku laughed. Well, it's a good thing I can't die, isn't it? He said as they both left the mindscape and the bunker altogether. Izuku put his mask back on as soon as he was outside. Aoi disappeared for now, unless Izuku needed him. He wouldn't. He wasn't really planning on doing any gang activity. Not tonight, at least. He was going to do regular vigilante stuff tonight, like save people and show off his beauty of a bike. Izuku left the alleyways he'd grown so accustomed to, and smiled as he willed his bike out of the mindscape with practiced ease. The purple glow filled the empty city instantly, and Izuku hopped on. His suit turned a brilliant purple, and the baby beneath him purred to life. The music was loud, but he was a vigilante. It didn't matter if he broke the laws with his reckless driving or loud music. He had already broken so many laws just by saving people. What were a few more? The pounding waves of music was probably enough to wake anyone up, but Izuku didn't give a shit. He finally made his FANG motorcycle, and he was living for it. He didn't even start off slow. He shot forward as the sleeping city around him whipped past. There weren't that many cars out at 2 in the morning. He didn't even pay attention to the colors of the traffic lights as he whipped past. There was nothing to hit, and even if there was, Izuku was good enough at driving to swerve out of the way. He just reveled in the dark of the early morning and breathed in the air whipping past his face. Eraserhead found us. Aoi mumbled in the back of Izuku's mind. But at this speed he can't follow us, so you're good. Why not let him follow us? I want to chat with him. That's a bad idea, Izuku, Aoi stated, sounding unsure. What if he tries to erase our quirk? It probably wouldn't be good. Oh, it'll be. Fine, Aoi, quit worrying about everything. Izuku mumbled back, slowing his speed so that Eraserhead could follow him. Even as a courtesy, he lowered his music enough so he could hear his surroundings. Hitoshi couldn't sleep. He was never able to sleep in that house, with his beach of a foster mother. He couldn't stand to be around her any longer than he had to be, which is why he found himself at a convenience store at 2 in the morning. Her beating that night hadn't been anything to cry over, but it didn't mean he liked them. In fact, he was buying some FING gauze and disinfectant right now thanks to her beach, but, yawning as the cashier tiredly rang him up. Got into a fight, kid? The man asked, blinking a few times. Hitoshi shrugged. If getting his face slammed into shattered glass by his mom counted as a fight, then yeah, he got into a fight. More or less. He grabbed his bag full of snacks and first aid stuff as he handed the cashier his money. Have a good night, man, the cashier said as Hitoshi left. Hitoshi yawned tiredly. That's when he heard it. The loud squealing of tires and pounding EDM music. He looked around with raised eyebrows. There in the street was a glowing purple bike doing donuts in the empty street, lazy and slow while Eraserhead glared at him from a nearby rooftop. Wisteria, please don't do donuts in the middle of the street, he grumbled, and Hitoshi watched with wide eyes. But I just made this bike. It's fun, the vigilante on the rise exclaimed from on top of his bike. Hitoshi couldn't help but laugh. Two heads whipped over to look at him. Wisteria's mask displayed an exclamation mark with a triangle around it. Below the triangle was the word warning. He definitely was the vigilante infamous for destroying gang warehouses in the nearby area. Wisteria stopped doing donuts as soon as he saw Hitoshi. The two stared at him for a long time. That's when he remembered that his face was cut up. Eraserhead's brow furrowed with worry, and Hitsuhai scratched the back of his head. Shit. I'll be going now. He turned around, a red blush making his face hot with embarrassment. He really shouldn't have laughed. He should have ignored it and went home. But that was Eraserhead, sounding like a tired dad at 2 in the morning, asking a vigilante to politely stop doing donuts in the empty street. A voice called out, higher pitched than Eraserhead's could have been. It was Wisteria. Don't capture me, Eraser, let me do this. Footsteps closed in behind Hitoshi, and he stopped in his tracks to look over his shoulder at the vigilante. His chest tightened with worry, the voice in the back of his head whispering to him that he was a villain, that he shouldn't be talking to this vigilante because he had a villainous quirk. If either Wisteria or Eraserhead knew his quirk, they wouldn't be trying to talk to him right now. Are you okay? The small vigilante asked, and Hitoshi found it unnerving that he couldn't see the man's face. The mask was off-putting. Why, you're bleeding. I can help you if you want. Hitoshi stared at him wide-eyed for a moment, as he watched Eraserhead jog up to meet them. For a moment he watched Wisteria with his mouth open in shock. Why do you want to help someone like me? Because of the mask. Hitoshi couldn't see his features. Hitoshi didn't like it. Why wouldn't I want to help you? Wisteria asked, sounding genuinely concerned. Everyone deserves help. Not me, Hitoshi grumbled bitterly, and he didn't miss how Eraserhead flinched. I have a villainous quirk. You shouldn't even be talking to me. Hitoshi saw how Wisteria's fist clenched and he took a weary step back. Your quirk doesn't make you a villain. It's all about how you use it. You don't understand, Hitoshi began, crossing his arms angrily. He could brainwash people. Of course his classmates and foster parents would think he's destined for evil. Hell, even he thought about it for a while, before deciding to prove all of them wrong. Wisteria's next words were gentle, interrupting Hitoshi before he could rant. Then make me understand. He said it like it was the easiest thing in the entire world. What's your quirk? Eraserhead prodded gently, his face carefully kind. I'm sure it's not bad. I can brainwash people if they respond to me, Hitoshi admitted, looking down at the ground in preparation. He steeled himself for the inevitable rejection and disgust. It never came. Instead, Wisteria seemed to short-circuit with excitement. Oh! He exclaimed, jumping up and down. Hitoshi watched him wearily. Brainwash me? Brainwash me? You want me to brainwash you? Hitoshi asked incredulously, and for the second time today his jaw dropped. Wisteria's mask flickered slightly, and the vigilante nods. Yeah. Just don't force me to get captured, Wisteria answered. Do a handstand, Hitoshi commanded. Wisteria's body went stiff for a moment, before following through. Tell me what you really think about my quirk. Still doing a handstand, Wisteria started to ramble. I think it's really cool and you could totally be an underground hero with a quirk like that. You could even go to UE, but you probably would have to do some physical conditioning since your quirk relies on a response. But, of course, you could probably control people through other types of responses like non-verbal responses. It'd be very useful for hostage situations, or to calm a victim down, or to force someone to tell you the truth, or to stop a villain in their tracks. Can I have a list of names of the people who told you your quirk is villainous? I swear I just want to talk. Did I mention how cool your quirk is? Can I have your name so I can add it to my notebook? What's the name of your quirk? How long can you hold the mind control for? Can you mind control multiple people? Your hero name could be Control Freak. Stop talking, Hitoshi mumbled, covering his face with his hands, hiding his burning blush. No one had ever said anything like that to him. You can stop doing a handstand now too. That's literally so cool, Wisteria told him as he dusted off his hands. Eraserhead didn't say anything. He was just watching Hitoshi very closely. Hitoshi watched Eraserhead back for a few seconds before the man spoke. You're bleeding. It's fine. Hitoshi scrambled to say, waving his hands around placatingly. It's nothing, really. Then you wouldn't mind if I helped you get patched up? Wisteria asked, and if Hitoshi could see his face, he was sure the vigilante was probably smiling. Eraserhead glared at the vigilante. Do you even have a first aid kit, Wisteria? Yes, obviously, Wisteria grumbled as if he couldn't believe Eraserhead asked him that, producing gauze and disinfectant from his many pockets. Is it okay if I help you? Hitoshi was hesitant, but nodded in the end. Wisteria was methodical in the way he cleaned Hitoshi's cuts and bruises. He was surprisingly gentle as he covered up Hitoshi's cuts. Who did this to you? He asked, before amending himself after seeing the look on Hitoshi's face. Never mind, you don't have to tell me. Hitoshi remained silent until Wisteria was done. Do you want to ride on my motorcycle? He asked suddenly, but Eraserhead glared at him. He's not riding your motorcycle with your reckless butt. But he needs to get home and it's 2 in the morning. Wisteria pointed out, turning to look at Eraserhead. I'll be fine, Hitoshi tried, but then both of them turned to look at him. I'll take you home, Eraserhead grumbled. Consider yourself lucky tonight, Wisteria. I would have arrested you. I'd love to see you try, Wisteria laughed, walking back over to where he'd left his purple bike. With his back to Hitoshi, he could easily identify the glowing Wisteria flower insignia on his back. He turned back to Eraserhead. Well, see you around. I hope you become a hero, control freak. The EDM began anew and the vigilante shot forward in a blur of purple before disappearing. Hitoshi watched him go, more confused than he had in his entire life. So that's the vigilante who keeps exploding random warehouses? Yep, Eraserhead grumbled. He's definitely a FNG handful. Where do you live? I'll get you home. Hitoshi shifted his feet wearily before leading the way. After being alive for centuries, All for One could say with the utmost certainty that nothing surprised him anymore. Nothing threw him through a loop and got him excited anymore. He'd seen every quirk in existence. He stole more quirks than he could count. He just wasn't entertained anymore, even after fighting successor after successor of One for All. They dropped like flies, every one of them. They didn't really even turn out to be that much of a challenge anyway. But this surprised him. This camera footage that had been going around the dark web was footage that intrigued him. He'd seen many regeneration quirks. But he'd never seen a boy get incinerated and walk out with only minor burns. He never saw someone with a regeneration quirk die and then come back. Once someone died, they died. There was never room for argument about that. They never came back. But when he watched a few members of Aconite slit Wisteria's throat, and then watched him get right back up, All for One was surprised. All for One was intrigued. He wanted Izuku Midoriya on his side. He wanted that quirk. Enji didn't really think that his assistance in the Wisteria case was needed at all. Eraserhead was a fine hero in his own right, and Detective Tsukachi was really good at his job. Bringing him in on a mission like this was overkill. Especially because Wisteria wasn't predictable in the slightest. One night he'd be blowing up warehouse after warehouse, then others he'd be found beating the shit out of it to be RP. But a job was a job. And ever since the day he'd literally incinerated a kid during a mission, Enji had decided that he'd do his best to do his job while also protecting those who needed it. For some reason, the number 2 hero got a lot of shit at first for dropping his indifference act. His approval rating was higher than it had ever been, but fewer people were crowding around him nowadays. He didn't care. Not anymore. He'd realized 2 years ago that his fight for the number 1 spot was futile. Enji was the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Being second place didn't give him the right to be an a-hole, or to force Shudo to do what he wanted. Now he changed. He realized that as Endeavor and as a father he needed to do and be better. To set an example. For the longest time, he'd been refused vigilante cases because he ended up crippling 1 or 2 of them. The Hero Commission seemed to realize he'd finally calmed down. At least enough to put him on this case. The Flame Hero sighed to himself as he pushed open the debriefing room. Immediately, he was greeted by Eraserhead as well as Detective Tsukachi. In a rare display of politeness, he nodded to both people in the room before taking a seat across from them. Papers were strewn across the table, a paused video was projected on the wall. It seemed like they'd be jumping right into it then. Enji sat quickly before waiting for someone to start the meeting. Alright, so we're gonna catch you up to speed on everything before we actually go out and see if he's out tonight. First off, the detective moved some papers around before turning it so he could read. There was a picture with a boy. Green hair and eyes with freckled cheeks. He looked young. The name Izuku Midoriya were written under it along with his age. 12 years old. A literal child was running around on these streets unsupervised and dangerous, blowing apart FANG buildings in his free time. This kid was the same age as Shudo. He couldn't imagine Shudo being capable of anything like this, even as well-trained as he was, and didn't that hurt to think about? Training his child so young that it almost drove his wife crazy. NG glanced at the picture again. Something about the boy looked familiar. Alarms were ringing in the back of his head, yet he didn't know why. Maybe he'd seen him before? A fanboy, perhaps? Wisteria is Midoriya Izuku. About 2 years ago he appeared along with this vigilante. Another paper was placed in front of him, this time provided by Eraserhead. Her name is Attraction. The paper had a picture of a woman with green hair and eyes that matched. Flipping between the pages, he quickly realized they were related. It was a punch to the gut when he read the words, deceased, under her age. In her picture she was smiling. Reading further down, he also had the sinking realization that she had no family to speak of other than her brother who'd been MIA for years. He'd left around the time she went out the first time as a vigilante, before she disappeared for 10 years. NG flipped back to the first paper. Izuku's birthday was in July. Midoriya had stopped her vigilante work around 8 months before that. Uncharacteristically, he bit his lip in frustration. Why had she gone back just to die? And leave her kid alone? Before he could think it over, another paper slipped in front of him. She died about a month ago. Found in her apartment with her throat slit, no blood anywhere though. The whole apartment was destroyed. Izuku Midoriya was nowhere to be found. Tsukachi finally finished, folding his hands on the table in front of him. While this was certainly room for suspicion, this wasn't really definite proof. Izuku could quite literally be anywhere. The vigilante duo could have been two strangers meeting up. The feeling in his gut didn't agree with him all too much. NG looked up at the two men, expecting the conversation to be over and for them to start planning their outing. When he made eye contact with them, he knew there was something else. Something much more incriminating than any of his educated guesses. This time it was Eraserhead who spoke, surprisingly. What we are about to show you does not leave this room in any capacity. I don't care who asks you about this. Not your kids, certainly not the commission. We only brought you because we need more firepower to get Wisteria safe. So they weren't just looking to capture and detain Wisteria. They wanted to keep him safe from something, which probably related to what they were about to talk about. He gruffly nodded. NG has hid his fair share of shit from the commission, so this certainly was not his first rodeo. Eraserhead and Tsukachi looked at each other again. They seemed to come to a final verdict and pressed play. Prepare yourself. Ominous. The video started playing, opening up to a dark and narrow alleyway. There were about 15 gang members surrounding two figures. Based off of the general location and the flowers on the back of their jackets, he could tell they were from some local gang. He'd only known that because that had been Wisteria's MO, destroying gangs' bases of operations. NG got the creeping feeling that he'd figure out why he hated them so. The camera suddenly switched angles before zooming in just as the duo's hoods were yanked off. Despite the bad quality and poor lighting, it was obvious who the two were. Midoriya sat off to one side, and the other showed the terrified face of Izuku Midoriya. The cameras didn't have audio. The head said something, and from what he could tell, a smile appeared on his face. NG hated thugs like these. Villains he could deal with. A lot of the time he understood why they did what they did. They had motives, inspirations, and could actually think logically. Gangs, however, were a different story. First of all, it was iffy on whether or not they were intelligent enough to actually run themselves. Another reason was the fact that they seemed to just be absolutely endless. Take down a quirk trafficking ring and 2 more would pop up in its place. Think you just got rid of a drag on the street? Now there's word of a much more powerful version sweeping across the country. They were powerful in a different way. It just made them that much more annoying. NG knew he was about to leave this meeting with more reasons. His throat was dry as he swallowed. The leader said something else on screen, waving a knife around. The other members around him had their guns aimed at the duo. There wasn't any escape. Just how did Wisteria make it out alive? And why did he feel so damn familiar? There was a flurry of movement on screen. Blood flowed out of a new wound on Attraction's neck, staining the front of her outfit in seconds. A desperate smile had been on her face as she died, her body falling onto the ground as they released her from their grip. The same had been done to Wisteria, the blood following the same path it had of his mother's. He didn't fall instantly like she had. Instead, the blood kept flowing, kept spurting from the wound impossibly. The camera angle changed once more, now clearly focused on the faces of the two interacting individuals. Wisteria turned to the head of the gang. With blood staining his teeth and a blaze in his eyes, the crazed vigilante smiled. It sent a chill down his spine just from watching it. Apparently the head of the gang felt the same way if his horrified expression gave him any insight. The man took a step backwards as the vigilante slowly died. It took a lot longer than his mother. The video was suddenly sped up as the gang left. If the boy had died, then Wisteria had to be a copycat vigilante, which would make all of this information he'd gotten very misleading. He was just about to say so when the video went to a normal speed. Suddenly the boy shot up from where he was laying in a pool of his own blood. With a gasp, the boy crawled over to his mother's body. NG watched on in shock. Never had he expected to see the boy with this quirk ever again. He'd wrongly assumed that the mother would hide him away from the rest of eternity, that his quirk would have been hidden from society, because if anyone had caught wind of it, they would want him. His body, his blood, to experiment on him until there was nothing left to give. That was the only future he'd seen in the boy. It had scared him and shook NG to the core. He watched as Wisteria broke down over his mother's body. Another part of his quirk seemed to manifest, but it didn't matter to him. Now, everything made sense. He knew where he'd seen him. The video cut out and he looked towards the other occupants. The detective started to speak when NG said nothing. I know it's hard to believe, but the flame hero held up a hand. Interrupting the man was rude, but he needed to do it. I've met him. He paused as the two looked at him in shock. If he'd seen the boy before, he should have mentioned it. But he couldn't mention something he'd forgotten about. Something he'd rather forgotten. I met him 2 years ago when I was in a fight with a villain. There were tons of civilians walking around the place. I tried to be as careful as possible, but back then I wasn't as cautious as I am now. NG paused. The image of Shudo being burned alive by his hell flame popped into his mind. He swallowed heavily and pushed away the guilt. He was better now. It didn't excuse the things he'd done, but he was trying to be better. That day, as the villain was getting away, I shot a fireball large enough to incinerate him. He was going to kill the civilians if I did nothing, so I took the chance. He dodged it at the last minute and my fireball hit a kid. NG slammed his fist down onto the page he'd been studying earlier. Izuku Midoriya. It hit Izuku Midoriya and killed him instantly. His whole body was gone. It took 2 seconds for my fireball to incinerate his body. I remember looking at his mom and feeling so guilty because I thought about if it had been Shudo in his place. It's why I'm so careful now. But that doesn't matter because a few seconds later he popped back into existence with nothing more than a burn on his face. The flame hero didn't really know what to do with his information. Technically, he already knew what was happening. With this information, he knew his job had switched from capture and punish to protect and save. The way the duo stared at him only confirmed it. This was a child that had the possibility of getting kidnapped and tortured or experimented on just because of his quirk. His whole view on the mission had changed with a 5-minute video. It made him wonder if the case was the same for some villains. Were they just people who needed to be saved like this vigilante? Were there people out there who had killed in the name of survival and only needed a push to turn it all around? NG huffed quietly before looking up at the two once more. They didn't seem too surprised by his admission. It explained a lot actually. Why Inko Midoriya became a vigilante. Again, and why she had dragged her kid into it. He couldn't die, and they probably had an aversion to regular heroes now because of him. All it took was a moment for him to change their mind about staying on the sidelines to people who were in the thick of it. It made the flame hero uneasy. So he knew what he had to do now. Right his wrongs. I'm assuming this case isn't a simple capture and detaining of a criminal? It's changed, hasn't it? He asked, making eye contact with Eraserhead. They had told him not to tell the commission, which probably meant that Nedzu would be eventually brought into this. That rat always seemed to find a way to get what he wanted despite the commission. A simple nod. All right, so how are we going to do this? Izuku pulled the bike out of his mindscape. It wasn't as hard as it seemed, But all it took was a wave of his hand and there it was. Sitting in the middle of the road, glowing its beautiful purple. He didn't bother bringing Aoi out. The man would only get mad at him for doing reckless shit with him attached. It did take him about 5 minutes to be able to manifest him again, so he understood. Not having a body was an odd experience. Izuku stalked over to his motorcycle before mounting it. The familiar pull of the magnets on his inner thighs and the sides of the bike was comforting. He'd added that after he tried to do a wheelie about a week ago, falling off and dying wouldn't be entirely too pleasant. Everything on his suit turned purple as he finally settled in. He wasn't anywhere near his warehouse, so he didn't have to worry about his music. Pulling up his HUD, he selected a different playlist. This one fit his theme, but had more of a synthwave vibe instead. He wouldn't be caught dead playing the same playlist over and over. The music blasted out of his speakers instantly and a smile lit up his face. Today was going to be a fun day, he decided. Izuku had work to be done and, most importantly, places to blow up. All it took was a second and he shot off like a rocket, absolutely flying down the street at an insane speed. Buildings whipped past him quickly, most things becoming a mere blur in his vision. Leaning closer to the bike itself, he picked up the speed. He was glad that the roads he usually drove on were empty and void of cars or people. Otherwise they'd probably feel the force behind him. Without realizing it, Izuku had probably created one of the fastest vehicles on the planet. All because of his quirk. An delighted smile slipped on his face as he flew down streets. The GPS was chatting away inside of his helmet and he diligently followed it. 2 streets down, take a left. Izuku braced himself for the turn. If he was anyone else, the bike would skid across the ground at this speed when taking a turn like this. Luckily for him, he'd planned for this. The mindscape helped him a lot. Especially in cases like these. Instead of slowing down, Izuku sped up. If he failed this stunt, oh well. But if he succeeded, this would be FING amazing. With no regards for his personal safety, Izuku willed his bike away to his mindscape. Suddenly, the music disappeared and he was flying through the air at impossible speeds. Now that there was no noise, he could hear Aoi practically screeching in his mind. It didn't matter how many times they practiced the sheet, the man still would die a little bit on the inside. He had an upgrade to his costume. As he flew down the road, slowing down a bit, he used his boots' double jump feature. It flung him higher into the air before he used it again. Now higher in the air, just above the rooftops, Izuku could control his direction easily. Everything around him was a blur of motion. This is the street. Turning his body onto it, he allowed himself to fall towards the road at impossible speeds. If he actually hit it, he'd probably be reduced to nothing more than a splatter. Before it was too late, he materialized his motorcycle back into existence, riding it just like before. He was glad they decided to add the shock absorption to the wheels as he made contact with the ground, music suddenly blaring again. Japan was absolutely filled with slight turns and straights. It wouldn't be common that he'd need to drive fast enough to even use this move, but God was it satisfying. The whole bike bounced dangerously as he laughed maniacally. The speed picked right back up, not losing a single second of time as he shot down the highway. That move would also be handy if he needed to jump onto an elevated street. Or if he wanted to drive somewhere higher. Maybe the rooftops. He was too preoccupied to notice the number 2 hero on one of the buildings he'd flown past. Eraserhead dropped his head onto the table with a resounding thud. He watched again as the boy jumped off of his FNG motorcycle going at deadly speeds before flying through the air like some impossible Spider-Man. Landing roughly onto another road, picking up the speed again. Tsukachi watched it for the 3rd time in awe. Watching a purple blur fly over 4 buildings at record-level speeds before landing onto a motorcycle that hadn't existed a few minutes prior was insane. The vigilante hadn't even given his suit enough time to change colors. He'd flown past in a matter of seconds. Endeavor sat silently, his hair and uniform a wild, wind-blown mess. Chapter text. Wisteria spotted in Musutafu. Control Wisteria motorcycle.jpg. I know I already posted about Wisteria in the last 24 hours on this forum, but I went out for a walk and found him. Sorry, the picture is pretty blurry, and I didn't get a chance to take a video. We didn't get a chance to talk like last time, but I did notice that there were more reports of warehouses exploding on the news. Wisteria's at it again. 1.9k upvotes, 6 hours ago. Gravity Girl 456. Dude. Wisteria's whole aesthetic is literally the best. 900 upvotes, 4 hours ago. Flextipicax thax that. I've been hearing a lot about Wisteria, but I have no FING clue who that is. My boyfriend won't tell me. Enlighten me, people of Reddit, please. 2 upvotes, 20 minutes ago. Reverie understands. Basically, he's a vigilante. He's really popular because he's trying to take down the underground gangs that the police haven't been able to convict. So far he's been going after Amaranthus as far as officials can tell, but everyone thinks he won't stop with just one. He blew up a couple of warehouses a few weeks before he started hunting Amaranthus. So he's definitely going to try to take down all the gangs, even though it's practically a suicide mission. But people like him. He's doing what the police can't, and he rescues people who need help. Earlier at Control_Quirk posted about Wisteria helping him after bickering with Eraserhead. He's probably non-violent towards heroes, which helps with his popularity exponentially. And he's flashy. Most vigilantes aren't flashy because they want to avoid getting arrested. Wisteria is different. He wants the attention. He wants people to see him. I think it's because he wants people to know that he's there. To show people that there aren't just heroes protecting them. I respect him. He's cool, and I really want that bike. 20 upvotes, 10 minutes ago. Flextipicax thax that. Shitafar? He's doing all that? 5 upvotes, 5 minutes ago. Half and half under Scorsoba Noodles. Apparently, they brought Endeavor to help out with the case to get him captured. He's pretty elusive. I kinda don't want him to get captured. He seems cool. 1 upvote, 1 minute ago. Control_. They brought Endeavor into it. 1 minute ago. Half and half under Scorsoba Noodles. It's not as bad as it sounds. Endeavor said that they want to arrest him, not hurt him. He's been getting much better about his attitude and keeping civilians safe. His popularity has skyrocketed. Less than a minute ago. Control_. That's good to hear at least. I heard about Endeavor changing his approach to heroics, I just didn't believe it. Less than a minute ago. Explodo Murder. 123-24867-24422. Video. I got a video of his bike, Control_. Here you go, you fucking nerd. Less than a minute ago. Control_. I can always count on you, Explodo Boy. Less than a minute ago. Explodo Murder. This is my first time on this forum. How can you always count on me if I've only ever posted here once? Less than a minute ago. Control_. It bro, I'm just excited. Less than a minute ago. Flextipicax thax that. Bro, that video is crisp as hell. Less than a minute ago. For real. Less than a minute ago. Gravity Girl 456. Asaska bro, he coulda died. How did the bike go away and then come back? Less than a minute ago. Reverie understands. No clue, but that was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Less than a minute ago. Control_. He's so cool I could die. Less than a minute ago. Dude, I wish I could be that sparkly. Less than a minute ago. Fast understood. Being a vigilante is illegal, but I can say with absolute certainty that you can be that sparkly. While I can't condone this vigilante's actions, I can see how it's helped Musutafu. I hope he doesn't get caught. He does seem pretty cool. Less than a minute ago. He's so manly. You too, fast_boi. You're manly too. Less than a minute ago. Fast_. Thanks. Less than a minute ago. Laughing face. Less than a minute ago. Control_. Bro, what the F dash. Wisteria peace sign. Video. He waved at me. Less than a minute ago. Explodo Murder. How the F do you keep finding him? Less than a minute ago. Control_. I just happen to live near where he patrols and I've never seen him this early, I'm shaking. Less than a minute ago. Flextipicax thax that. Early? It's 1 am. Less than a minute ago. Gravity Girl 456. Dude, I need more. Less than a minute ago. Control_. He's getting on his bike. Less than a minute ago. Control underscore. Now he's driving away, but he did a wheelie for me. Less than a minute ago. Flex to pickaxe that. Control underscore freak. You're officially the expert on Wisteria. Headcanon accepted. Less than a minute ago. Control underscore. Less than a minute ago. NG was just doing a regular patrol around the city when he found Wisteria. Of course he'd been subconsciously searching for him, he always was. He felt bad for incinerating him with a fireball when he was 10, and helping him now was the only way he could justifiably say he'd completely redeemed himself. He had truly turned himself around, just before he could make an irreversible mistake. He didn't need to surpass All Might by creating the perfect hero, like he originally thought. No, he didn't need to resort to such dark and horrendous things. He doesn't even need to surpass All Might at all, even though he dearly wanted to. He was a hero first and foremost. NG's real goal and mission was to save people who couldn't save themselves. He was supposed to keep people safe and protect them. That should be the only thing on his mind, not his dumb one-sided rivalry with the #1 hero. But he had to admit that the rivalry had its benefits. Rivalries were healthy in the hero industry. It kept heroes from stagnating and getting weaker. It kept the villains from surpassing them, but NG needed to keep himself in check and balance it out. He wouldn't let his rivalry consume him like it had been for years. And Wisteria was the perfect distraction, a case he could turn his complete attention to so he could finally get himself out of that headspace. NG was leisurely taking a walk along his patrol route, or at least he looked like he was. His steps were slow, precise, and calculated. His eyes scanned everything at once, taking it all in and missing nothing. It was his facial expression that gave off the vibe that he was calm. His features were relaxed and smoothed out, unlike his scowl that he usually but gradually was cutting back on war during work. The streets were relatively quiet, mostly because of Wisteria being constantly on the prowl. He had caused quite the uproar among the underground with the way he kept blowing up buildings and generally causing chaos. He had yet to hear an explosion anywhere, but he knew it would be way later into the night until something like that happened. He usually struck the gangs early in the morning, or not at all, unless he was changing things up. Maybe that's why he hadn't expected to see him, perched on a rooftop, glowing his usual red and blue. NG stopped in his tracks, before making a beeline for that building. Wisteria didn't run. That was a good sign. He climbed the building easily and Wisteria didn't move, but didn't acknowledge him for a while. That was fine. NG could fill this silence with questions, even if he received no answers. Their plan was just to tell Wisteria he had allies. People he could go to if he was in deep, deep trouble. Detective Tsukakuchi and Eraserhead had agreed that this was the best course of action at this time. If NG tried anything else, they ran the risk of Wisteria disappearing forever, or Wisteria pushing them away. Neither of those were good options. "Hello, Wisteria," NG began, taking a seat beside him. Wisteria twirled a sci-fi-looking dagger in his hands, but NG didn't feel threatened. Not because Wisteria was a child, but because the boy didn't give off any ill intent. Wisteria seemed deep in thought, and the dagger twirling was probably part of his thought process. The city was sprawled out below them, and a gentle breeze blew past them. Wisteria kept looking forward, though he did hum lowly in response. It was better than nothing. "You've been busy," NG began, unsure of how to begin this conversation. He thought he heard him snort, and the silence continued for a moment. "I know you feel like you have to do this. But you don't have to be a vigilante. Not everyone is going to try to take advantage of you. Detective Tsukachi and Eraserhead will protect you from anyone who wants to use your quirk to their advantage. And I know this isn't something you want to hear, but this isn't what your mother would have wanted for you, kid. She wouldn't want you to get revenge." For the first time since NG arrived here, Wisteria spoke. He turned to face NG slightly, his dagger stilling. "You obviously didn't know my mother that well." Well, NG wasn't sure how to respond to that. He was telling the truth, NG knew nothing of incompetent. Not really. Of course, they had met on the day that NG accidentally killed her son, but they never interacted beyond that. They had barely interacted on the day of, only long enough to make sure Midoriya was okay. "You're right," NG replied, putting his hands in his lap. I just think you have the potential to turn this all around. You can still be a hero. Be that as it may, Wisteria told him, twirling the dagger again, the object glowing red as it spun expertly in his hands. It was deadly in the hands of anyone, but in Wisteria's it was even more so. I have no intention of becoming a hero. These organizations need to pay, and the payment is long since overdue endeavor. I'm coming to collect, and they better be ready. Enji didn't quite like the tone of Wisteria's voice, like he was getting ready for bloodshed. Like he wouldn't care if he murdered a warehouse full of petty thugs. Not that he wouldn't mind if they were gone. These gangs had been ruling the seedy underbelly of Musutafu for too long. He was glad to see them go. It was more of a problem that Wisteria was a child and killing people. He didn't want Wisteria to get blood on his hands this early into his life. He wanted to save him from anything that dark and scarring. Why not let the heroes handle it? Enji asked, but immediately regretted it. He quickly amended himself before Wisteria could fire a retort. I mean, we could come and offer our assistance. We're here to help you, Wisteria. None of us want to see you get hurt. Helping me is stupid on your part. What could you possibly gain? Where's the catch? What price would I pay for your help? There's no catch, Wisteria, Enji promised, giving him a glance. The daggers had stopped again. It's our job to help people. But I'm not like most people. Wisteria sheathed his daggers and shifted on his feet. He needed to wrap this up. Not only am I a vigilante, which is illegal, but I also have a very rare and valuable quirk. How do I know that you're not going to throw me in a prison cell for my own protection, or experiment on me like a lab rat? I can't trust you or anyone else. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, Wisteria, Enji sighed heavily, before he stood. Wisteria looked at him, and Enji took in the mask. A holographic exclamation point with a red triangle surrounding it. A mask that had been blowing up forums on Reddit. He'd seen them and stalked them. But that was irrelevant. I just want you to know that some of us want to save you, even if you refuse to believe it. Thanks for the advice, Endeavor, but I have warehouses to explode and people to avenge before the night is over. Wisteria stood to his full height and dropped off the side of the building. Enji watched as he slowed his descent with his boots. Enji didn't chase after him, even though he dearly wanted to. He watched him go with a frown tugging at his lips. He grabbed his phone and called Eraserhead. Hey, Enji said as soon as the underground hero answered. I finally got to talk to Wisteria. He's going after Amaranthus tonight again. It sounds like he should be getting ready to deliver the killing blow soon. Probably not tonight, but soon. I'll go watch him, if that's what you're trying to say, came Eraserhead's response. Yeah, Enji said, that's exactly what I'm saying. If I see on the news that Amaranthus got taken down tonight and none of us were making sure he made it out okay, I'll be said. Have you gotten soft, Endeavor? Eraserhead asked, sounding amused. I never thought I'd live to see the day. Oh. Shut the f up, Enji grumbled. He was actually pretty hard to find, in all honesty. Shoyuda had been hopping from rooftop to rooftop, trying to find him after his short but rather enlightening conversation with Endeavor. There wasn't much to go on. But he knew he'd probably be in the shady part of town, where all the deserted warehouses were. Shoyuda heard the explosion before he saw it. God DMN, problem child. Is blowing things up your only solution to your problems? He glanced around wearily, before he found a pillar of smoke floating through the air. He went toward it quickly, leaping through the air and allowing himself to swing with his capture weapon. The air whipped past him, pulling at his hair as he transversed buildings and made it over to the rising smoke. He took a moment to take in the situation. The warehouse was destroyed, but guards sat tied up nearby. He could hear sirens in the distance, so he left the scene, searching for the familiar glowing of Wisteria's costume. Oh, come on, stop lecturing me, oi, Wisteria grumbled from nearby. Shoyuda followed the sound, careful not to get noticed. You and I know we can't trust the heroes. It's too dangerous. Come on, Aoi shot back. At least give them a chance to help out, especially if we're planning to take down Amarantha tomorrow night. We don't want to go underprepared. I'll be fine, Wisteria told him reassuringly, and Shoyuda peered down into the alley the two of them were standing in. He could see trash thrown around, soaking wet and soggy from whatever sludge had found its way into the alley. You say that, but what if they capture you and experiment on you? Aoi asked, and he watched him cross his arms. That's the worst possible outcome. We can't risk that. It'll be fine, Wisteria pressed on as he turned away. Now let's go. We've got 2 more warehouses to destroy tonight. Shoyuta followed them from a distance away, watching as Wisteria methodically and concisely plotted his plan as he went. He would watch the building, deducing how many guards there were and create a plan based on that. He watched as Wisteria got out his sniper rifle, using his specialized stun charges to stun them or knock them out. He then moved on to sneak into the warehouse through the back. Shoyuta snuck to the rooftop to peer through the glass to watch. Wisteria placed bomb after bomb slowly, before moving to the gang members milling about. He knocked out one of them with a piece of cloth over his mouth and nose. Chloroform, probably. He watched as he knocked another out with the blunt part of his pistol, and Shoyuta winced. It wasn't that he felt bad for any of these people, but he just was surprised to see how skilled he was. He didn't hesitate to move. He was unflinchingly confident in every takedown he'd done, as 2 more members dropped down to the ground, guided silently by Wisteria. He restrained them, and Aoi appeared to take them outside. He continued this method for a few more minutes, and 4 more people went down. He and Aoi as a team took them outside the warehouse and then rigged it to explode. Shoyuta hopped off the rooftop, landing on a different building that probably wouldn't explode along with it. The explosion was bright, hot, loud, and destructive. The explosion thundered through the air like a roar, as flames engulfed the now empty building. And then Wisteria moved on as sirens blared in the distance again. He followed him to the last warehouse of the night, and this one was filled with cars. They looked identical to the vehicles that had chased him down 2 days ago. Wisteria went in, guns blazing this time. There were flash grenades, there were guns drawn and charges fired. There was the audible thump of bodies falling, and then nothing. Silence. Shoyuta watched, using the same method from the last building. Wisteria rigged the building to explode, and he watched it explode again. Is it time to go home yet? Aoi asked excitedly, appearing in a flash of blue. I want to watch Frozen again. Shoyuta smiled at that. The duo hopped roof to roof, before abruptly stopping. Shoyuta stopped too, watching them curiously. Slowly, Wisteria turned to him. You've babysat me enough for one night, Eraserhead. Go home. I'm not going until you do, Shoyuta told him, crossing his arms. He still had time before he needed to be anywhere. And he was curious about where Wisteria lived. You're not coming anywhere near my bunker, Wisteria told him, mirroring his stance. The way he spat out the words like poison was enough for Shoyuta to put his hands up placatingly. I just want to make sure you get home okay, Shoyuta told him, not daring to move from his spot lest he wanted the boy to run off. I won't try to capture you or anything, I swear. I can't risk that, Eraserhead. He turned away from him, and Shoyuta felt like he was losing this battle. You know, it's too risky for you to follow me. Someone could see you and follow us, or someone might figure out that you know where I live and torture you for information. I've made powerful enemies. Just how deep are you in, kid? Shoyuta asked, getting worry and guilt coil around his heart like a snake that wouldn't stop squeezing. You don't go after the organizations that rule the underbelly and get away with it without pissing people off. Eraser, Wisteria began with a nonchalant shrug. I don't know who my enemies are. They're biding their time somewhere I can't follow, and I'm constantly vulnerable. One of these days my enemies will come for me, and I don't want anyone in the crossfire. I will be fine. I'll always be fine, but other people around me won't be. But Shoyuta tried, placing a hand on his shoulder, but Wisteria interrupted him. I like you, he stated simply, and the enemies I'm surely making will take advantage of you, the detective, and even Endeavor. Find me once Aconite is destroyed, the last one on my hit list. Maybe then we can talk. Wisteria continued on, hopping roof to roof, and Shoyuta watched him go. He called Detective Tsukachi. I placed the tracker on him. He spoke before Tsukachi could say anything. Is it working? Yeah, the detective said, and he could hear him smiling. We'll figure out where he's staying whether he wants us to or not. Do you think this is a good idea? It's kind of a breach of trust, don't you think? Shoyuta grumbled, feeling a little sick to his stomach. It definitely is, but I want to make sure he's safe, Eraserhead, Tsukachi mumbled, sounding a little sad. I really don't want to realize he's been living on the streets day and night. It'll help me sleep if I know he lives somewhere hospitable. You're right about that, at least, Shoyuta mumbled with a long-suffering sigh. All right, I gotta go. I'm meeting someone tomorrow. That Shinso kid? Tsukachi theorized with a slight laugh. I thought you hated kids. Not this one, Tsukachi, he told him. He's a good kid. You gonna adopt him? The detective asked, and Shoyuta could hear shuffling on the other end. I haven't thought about it, Shoyuta admitted. Maybe? His foster parents don't seem to like him at all. Every time I see him he's either cut up or bruised. You think the parents could be doing this? Tsukachi mumbled, his tone growing worried. That's my most logical theory. He refuses to tell me though, Shoyuta told him. Anyway, I gotta go. Wisteria is a pyromaniac confirmed. Oh. Explodo murder. Straight up, this guy is always blowing up FING buildings. 600 upvotes, 4 hours ago. Reverie understands. Yeah, I heard he blew up 3 buildings last night. Does he even sleep? 300 upvotes, 3 hours ago. Control understand. I can tell you with absolute certainty that Wisteria is nocturnal. 700 upvotes, 1 hour ago. Explodo murder. How do you so many upvotes so fast, you loser? TF? Less than a minute ago. Gravity Girl 456. He's the expert. Less than a minute ago. Straight facts. Less than a minute ago. Wisteria's my hero.jpg. I saw Wisteria talking to Endeavor. And Endeavor didn't arrest him. I doubt he could catch him even if he wanted to. Less than a minute ago. I'm not going to ask you guys why you're all awake at 2 a.m., but I totally didn't get saved by Wisteria from a bunch of muggers around 20 minutes ago. He even let me take a selfie with him. Selfie with Wisteria.jpg. Less than a minute ago. Control understand. Next time I see him, I'm asking him to do a black flip for me and let me record it. I'm so FING jealous. Let's go Aoyama. Less than a minute ago. Unfortunately, I cannot fight. I can't mess up my beautiful hair. Less than a minute ago. Control understand. SDG Jardy Charger Ryuchfukard Chef WRQ SDG. Less than a minute ago. At Reverie understands. Less than a minute ago. Reverie understands. I hath been summoned by thee? Less than a minute ago. Explodo murder. Less than a minute. Control understand. Ha 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 ha, oh my good. Less than a minute ago. Fast understood. Less than a minute ago. Control understood. Riding Wisteria's bike yami suck me dick. Video. Oh my F god, I rode with Wisteria on his bike? I could die? Less than a minute ago. I've been dethroned. T to the power of T. Less than a minute ago. A tongue darted out to wet her dry and cracked lips. A low hum escaped the woman's lips as she stared at the screen in front of her. Her red eyes flew across the screen as she hastily punched in lines of code. Her small hands smacked the keyboard audibly as she hacked into the police database. They knew something. Something they shouldn't know. Her time was almost up, she'd have to act soon. It instantly filled her with a rush of pleasure. All for one would be pleased. Red eyes were locked on the screen, the mouse flying around almost at random until she finally clicked onto what she had been searching for. As soon as the video flared to life on her screen, she squealed like a teenager. Her eyes filled with primal joy as she paused the video before it even really began. Instantly, the woman zoomed in on his face, beautifully bloody and filled with absolute terror. Another squeal fell from between her lips. A free hand covered her smiling lips in glee as she clicked play once more. Zooming out, she took in the full picture. She'd been waiting to see him again for FNG forever. Finally, it had all come to fruition. The video picked up again, illuminating her face in the dark room. On screen, Izuku Midoriya stared at his mother as her blood was spilled uncaringly onto the dirty concrete below. Rather wasteful in her opinion, oh well. All that mattered was his blood alone. Soon enough, she was growling towards the video, hate easily taking over her features, changing from glee to pure rage in seconds. How effing dare they? She slammed her hands down onto the lit-up keyboard, rocking the whole laptop. Izuku was soon back and cradling his mother. The woman roughly growled again, slamming an open palm down onto her desk instead this time. They're so wasteful. Swiping her hand across her dirty desk, all of the papers flew onto the floor. Pencils and erasers soon followed it. In anger, her hands wound their way into her black hair. Gripping it roughly, another manic smile crept onto her face. Soon, I'll show the world that his blood shouldn't be wasted. A crazed laugh followed. Pressing play on the video once more, she reached up to touch his on-screen face. Her smile never fell as she stared at the boy in question. Soon I'll have you in sight and everyone will realize just how useful you truly are, Wisteria. The woman whispered, watching the video finally end. She pulled out her phone from her coat pocket. Looking down at herself, she realized that she was still sitting in her work uniform despite getting home hours ago. Not that it really mattered. Punching in numbers, she patiently waited for the man to pick up her call. Absent-mindedly, she twirled her hair with a finger. Izuku's soft face on the screen gazed back at her, frozen forever. Her tongue darted out to lick her lips hungrily. Finally, they picked up. What is it? You better not be calling me for something idiotic like last time. A gruff voice piped up on the other end. If she didn't know better, she'd say he was angry or frustrated with her. But behind his rough exterior, he was just like her. Fascinated by the unknown. Nothing could quench their thirst for knowledge. A lot of people at the lab were like that actually, but he was her favorite. Probably because he was her superior but didn't bother holding back his personality. He always said what was on his mind, which to her was a bit charming. It was reminiscent of her father. Oh, I'm sure you'll like what I found out. The woman said excitedly, standing up from her chair and finally turning on the light. Her room was attached to the rest of the facility, so it was a plain white everywhere she looked. Not everyone who worked here lived in the building. Only those who wanted to. She was one of the only people living here currently, mostly because she wanted to be able to come and go as she pleased. The voice on the other end just huffed impatiently, spurring her to finally spit it out. I found him. She started, looking back at the screen. He was beautiful. She couldn't wait to get her hands on him. Izuku Midoriya is Wisteria. You've got to be kidding me, the older man exclaimed. He sounded excited, which caused her to smile even more. Not one bit, Dr. Tsubasa. A laugh escaped her throat. I also think we should prepare to have him delivered in the next 24 hours. After he was certain he lost Eraserhead for good, he walked home from his patrol in civilian clothes. No one knew where Wisteria lived and he wasn't about to lead them straight toward it. He was close enough to walk home. Aoi was trying to convince him to maybe trust the heroes. He was bringing up good points, to be honest. Eraserhead, Tsukachi, and Endeavor really did seem to care about him a lot. Oh, and Izuku, don't forget to get more snacks before we head home. I want to try some of the pickled chips you got last time. Rolling his eyes, Izuku took a turn onto another street. The streets were empty tonight, thanks to him. The store he'd been at with Eraserhead a while ago was the closest to his house. So it only took him about 5 minutes to get there, even with Aoi's constant bickering and craving of pickled chips. His mom had always bought them snacks and Aoi had seen the advertisement for a pickle-flavored chip and demanded he get it. Entering the store, he quickly made his way to the chip aisle. After a second of searching, Aoi suddenly screamed in his head. There they are. Second F-row baby. Mentally flipping off the man in his head, he grabbed 3 bags just in case. Stalking out of the aisle, he walked to the register and spotted a small first aid box. He needed to refill his vigilante costume stash. After helping out that purple-haired kid and a couple of random civilians, he was running pretty low. Paying for his stuff, he quickly left the store with his sheet. Before he could fully leave the area though, he heard people talking in the alleyway next to the store. He recognized those voices. This is the second time I've seen you out here this late. Yeah, I have insomnia. You also have more cuts and a black eye. How did that happen? I'm just super clumsy. You're bleeding too. What happened to your arm? Izuku took a chance and turned down the alleyway, showing himself to both of the people. He was correct. Both the purple-haired boy from earlier and Eraserhead stood at the mouth of the alleyway. Both of them turned around quickly and he shrunk backwards in faux anxiety. He forced himself to look a bit sheepish, basically being the opposite of his vigilante persona. Not hard at all. He was well disguised too, with a cap that hid his hair and a face mask that hid most of his face. I heard that while you're hurt? Izuku asked timidly before rummaging through his plastic bag. Pulling out his first aid kit, he held it up in question. See could help you if why you want? He asked, taking in their suitably shocked faces. Even in their hero-filled society, people oftentimes didn't really offer any help anymore. Most of the time they would ignore something, thinking that some heroes would take care of it. That couldn't be further from the truth. He wouldn't have come down the alleyway if he knew Eraserhead was in costume. But his patrol had ended hours ago, but he seemed worried about this kid. Izuku understood. So here the hero was, hair down in a hoodie and sweatpants. If you met Eraserhead once, you'd know him the next time you saw him. His hair and attire was, for lack of a better word, iconic. All he was missing was his gear. The purple-haired boy didn't have a chance to say anything before Eraserhead spoke up. That'd actually be really great. I'll patch him up and then return this to you if that's all right. The older man stated, holding out a hand to take the kit. Izuku handed it to him. He could probably patch up any wounds in a second. He could probably do it better than the pro next to him. But he didn't stop him when they sat down in the middle of the alleyway. Hitoshi, sit. So his first name was Hitoshi. Shinso didn't look entirely comfortable, getting his wounds cleaned and wrapped. Wisteria in this situation would have smirked. When Eraserhead got to work, Izuku got on the hero section of Reddit when he saw 2 threads dedicated to him. On there, Control_Freak had posted pictures and videos of him as Wisteria. So he was a fan. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he looked over at Shinso. So, did you guys see the news tonight? Izuku asked, already knowing what was about to happen. Eraserhead heavily sighed next to him as he worked. Hell yeah, I fainted. Wisteria is actually insane, Shinso excitedly spit out. His eyes looked brighter somehow. It made him want to smile. I can't believe he can just blow up buildings and still manage to escape the police. It's gotta be a talent. He paused, wincing when the man cleaned the cuts on his face. Eraserhead just looked slightly agitated. But he could also see the amusement there. Izuku would also find this funny if he were in Eraserhead's shoes. The flash of worry in his eyes at the mention of his vigilante persona didn't go unnoticed, though. Yeah, I think he's pretty cool too. I even saw this Reddit page dedicated to him and there's videos on him in there. It's so strange that he's already so popular. Shinsu's face heated up dangerously. That confirmed his suspicions then. Shinso was definitely Control_Freak, and now Izuku was almost legally required to F with him. But before he knew it, his first aid kit was handed back over to him. Eraserhead didn't take his eyes off of Shinso as a gruff thanks was mumbled out. Izuku smiled back at him from under his hood. Anytime, he exclaimed, putting the kit into his bag with his chips. Neither of the people had questioned him about buying a fully stocked first aid kit. Goodbye, Shinso. I hope you feel better soon, he called out before walking out of the alleyway. The urge to F with Eraserhead was strong. Izuku could still hear them talking as he turned the corner. Come on, let's get you home. Deciding to wait a moment and listen to their conversation, he used a precarious pile of boxes to get up higher. He used it to his advantage to climb onto the low roof of the store, and he ducked out of sight. You don't have to help me. Everything's okay, thank you for patching me up and all that, Shinso declared, sounding somewhat nervous. There was a beat of silence. I'm a pro, letting you just go home when you're possibly in danger is illogical. Eraser replied. The teen suddenly huffed, sounding angry. Well, what the F are you going to do about it? I'm just a effing stranger. Izuku could hear something slam against the wall. It sounded metallic. Maybe he kicked some trash? If I am in danger, what are you going to do? How the F are you going to help me? I have FNG villain's quirk. I could make you forget I ever existed and leave. Shinso sounded like he was crying. You can't help me. The boy finally screamed, the sounds of his crying becoming more prominent as he spoke. There's nothing you or anyone else can do. His harsh breathing sounds too loud in his ears as he broke down. Listening to him cry wasn't a pleasant experience. Izuku took a chance to look over the edge. Shinso had been pulled into Eraserhead's chest, FSNG the fabric of his hoodie. The hero had his arms wrapped protectively around the teen's body. I'll help you, the gruff man whispered, petting Shinsu's gravity-defying hair. I promise. We'll get through this together. Home was spent in silence. Aoi wasn't raging in his head anymore. Izuku threw open his door as Aoi manifested himself in the kitchen. The blue man turned towards him before enveloping him in a warm hug. Come on, we can eat a bunch of junk food and go to bed. Then we can plan Shinsu's parents' murder. Aoi mumbled against his hair, pressing a soft kiss there. Izuku nodded before pulling out of the embrace. Aoi smiled brightly as he ripped the grocery bag out of his hands. Now time for these. I've been waiting far too long to devour them. Aoi always made everything better. No matter what happened, he could always rely on Aoi to be there. Izuku watched fondly as the man tore open the bag of chips and looked apprehensive. I hope they taste good, I hope they taste good, I hope they taste good. Aoi mumbled to himself before throwing a chip in his mouth. His face melted in pure bliss and Izuku decided he needed to taste it too, if they made the usually hyperactive Aoi melt. Grabbing one, he threw it into his mouth. Aoi was watching him in excitement, already shoving more into his mouth in glee. Izuku hadn't eaten a whole lot of pickles in his life, and while it wasn't spot on, it did taste amazing. Oh my god, he began, grabbing more and eating them. Before Aoi started screeching excitedly. This is just what I needed. It was after they ate and settled down enough to get back to playing, that Izuku voiced his worries about what they were about to do. I have a bad feeling about the last warehouse tomorrow. We should be more careful. Aoi nodded. If Izuku felt apprehensive, Aoi probably did too. After he pat Izuku's head in an attempt at comfort, they both set to work. The pulsing blue landscape of his mind filled him with comfort. It felt like coming home after years away. Aoi transported them to their usual workshop, filled with a sheet-ton of experimental tech. More lethal means of incapacitating his enemies. He probably couldn't use any of those. Izuku picked up a shield that he deemed not useful earlier in his vigilante career. Izuku obviously didn't really expect to have bullets shot at him all of the time. He was definitely more of a flashy vigilante, but huge confrontation hadn't been a threat. Now though, he was rethinking that. The 12-year-old touched the middle button in the small disc. With a beep it quickly expanded, the electric blue filling the now expansive disc. It also had his insignia projected off of it, a small flower. This he would probably need. At least tonight. Izuku quickly moved on to the next objective. He quickly grabbed more explosives and flash grenades. He'd been using a lot of them recently. Next up were his pistols. While their single shots were pretty useful, he needed something faster. Maybe a semi-automatic would work? Filled with his tranquilizing bullets, of course. He couldn't just kill a bunch of people, no matter how bad they were. He was only after one person's head tonight. He also pulled out one of the bow staffs he'd been harboring. Izuku had been training extensively with it, so it was only natural that he finally picked it up. After all, it'd be more useful in a fight against a big group. Taking down multiple people would be easy, especially if Aoi fought by his side, bringing up the rear. A thought suddenly struck him. Aoi, you effing idiot! He exclaimed, turning around to glare at the man. The man in question just shrugged, not knowing what he'd effed up this time. Why the F, haven't you been wearing armor or bringing out your own weapons? Or, hell, just mass summoning grenades and flashbangs and sheet? He paused again, an incredulous look overtaking his face. We could do fake-outs. You could have led them away the other night and then disappeared. Or if I ever got chased, you could do the same thing. Izuku face palmed with intensity, feeling like a complete idiot. By the look on Aoi's face, he'd realized it too. Oh my god, we are so effing stupid. The blue man stated, quickly changing into a copy of their vigilante outfit. Adjustments for his size difference were easy. A wicked smile grew on Izuku's face. Now, this will make things a lot more interesting. Shoyuta, Tsukachi, and Endeavor all stared at the dot on the screen, unsure of their next step. The blinking blue dot mocked them. This was where Izuku lived, in an abandoned warehouse that was most likely unhealthy and dirty. Not a place a kid should be living. Tracking him was one thing, but actually going out and investigating said warehouse would be another. Shoyuta sighed. They couldn't throw away the little trust they'd been building for these past few months. If they did that, Wisteria could fall off of the map forever, or he'd become even more elusive. They couldn't afford that. If that happened, the police chief would grow impatient. They wouldn't have a capture alive notice. It would read more along the lines of terminate. Or they'd throw a mass of heroes at him, hoping one had a quirk to counter his. Which technically they did, should as erasure quirk. But that didn't matter at all when the kid fought hand to hand. So here they all sat, indecisive. At the present moment, Izuku was still. There was a chance he had found the tracker and had disposed of it in a random warehouse. But last night, the boy had slipped up and told him that he was living in a bunker. This bunker couldn't just be located anywhere, as the city was bustling with life. A warehouse was the most viable location. A voice popped up next to Shoyuta. He was surprised when it was NG who spoke up. I think we should keep his whereabouts to ourselves. Only use it to check up on him if we're worried. He began, finally looking away from the screen. It seemed like the little vigilante was growing on him, which made Shoyuta feel a little warm. If someone like NG could vouch for the kid, the commission would probably let him attend a reform program. That, combined with the fact that Tsukachi would lie on the stand for the little runt. So would Shoyuta. The two men nodded their heads. I think he'll move tonight though. We should be prepared to swoop in and provide assistance or attempt to capture him. I'm not sure which one would be the best. The Hero Commission would probably hop on our buttes if we sat around and did nothing though. NG continued, glancing at the other two. But we could always blame the gang for taking away our attention from him, at the very least. Shoyuta nodded. That would make the most sense. There was only one warehouse left for the gang he was hunting. Then the boy would probably move on to the next gang and then move on to the next. The fight tonight was bound to be explosive. We'll keep the entire tracker incident to ourselves, which means that we're going to need an excuse as to why we know where he'd be going. The detective pointed out, leaning back in his chair frighteningly. Shoyuta already knew the answer to that. Of course I could just tail him like usual and then call in when he makes it to the warehouse. At least at that point I could make sure he's okay on the way there. He paused, looking at the two. You guys and a squad could be waiting at the warehouse, claiming you're staking it out or something. Then we'd have immediate backup as we wait for other heroes to get there. Hopefully, the fight is over by then. Shoyuta knew that was wishful thinking. This gang was ruthless, and there was bound to be people Wisteria was making angry. He'd said so himself, that people were after him. That they could probably kill Shoyuta because it would get to Wisteria. It was nice that the kid actually cared about him to some extent. But that didn't change the fact that the gang was very, very angry. It would probably show up in the fight tonight. When he looked around the room, he noticed they felt the same way. Something bad was going to happen tonight, and it wouldn't be safe. But their priority was Wisteria. Even if he could never die, Shoyuta still felt a sense of protection towards him. He wanted to protect him from those who could harm him. If it isn't, we're going to have to hope that the gang is fighting with all of their strength. Enough to keep the others distracted for a while. So we can assist Wisteria if he needs it. Otherwise, we should keep a good distance from him. We don't want to look suspicious. Tsukachi commented, writing something down on the paper in front of him. They'd need to flesh out a plan quickly for tonight, as the sun was already setting. Wisteria would strike soon, and he could only hope the boy was prepared for what was coming. It was pretty late into the night when Izuku and Aoi were finally ready to begin. The two of them had taken temporary refuge on a nearby rooftop, but not so close to their target that it was suspicious. The night was warmer than usual, almost hot, but Izuku didn't have time to dwell on it or even care. His suit had internal cooling anyway, so it wasn't like he was going to sweat bullets. Izuku watched as Aoi pulled a number of weapons out of the mindscape. The grenades, the guns they decided on, the experimental tech he hadn't had a chance to use yet. He already had his shield strapped to his arm, ready at a moment's notice. He double-checked all of Aoi's holsters and straps, making sure that everything was secure. He even created a few more grenades and flash grenades just in case. And remember, Izuku began, already hating the words that were about to come out of his mouth. If I say the code word, you self-destruct. Hopefully you won't need it, I don't want you to die. You know we can't die, Aoi said with a smile, repeating their near-constant joke. What's the code again? Izuku shot him a scalding glare, and Aoi barked out a laugh, throwing his head back. It was strange seeing Aoi in his Wisteria suit. He couldn't see his familiar white hair and blue glow. It was unnerving to not be able to see his smile and his dimples. But that didn't matter. Right now, what mattered was wiping the Amaranthus off the map before they could strike back again. Songbird, he stated simply, and Aoi nodded. He needed to crush Amaranthus before they crushed him. He chewed on his gloves nervously. The last warehouse showed no outward signs of life, but he knew that once he went inside it wouldn't be empty. He'd come face to face with Amarantha. Quelling the rising anxiety in his chest, he pulled up his HUD. 3:45 a.m. Heart rate is increasing. Breathing exercises recommended. Temperature rising, activating cooling system. Izuku did as instructed by his suit, and he in a deep breath. He couldn't F this up, not this time. He needed to make sure this gang wouldn't rise again, and that any remnants of it were abolished and gone. He couldn't leave a single trace of their existence save for their police records after they were arrested. As he had been monologuing in his head, he failed to notice the pro-hero who had jumped down next to him. He found himself searching for Aoi, only to find Ursairhead talking to him, staring incredulously at a bag of chips Aoi had happily taken out of the mindscape for him. Izuku furrowed his brow and gawked at them. Aoi, I didn't know you could store food in the mindscape. I love me some pickle chips, my man, Aoi responded, as Eraserhead tentatively opened the bag. I also have an energy drink if you want it, Wisteria. I'll be bouncing off the walls if you give me that sheet, Izuku stated smoothly, before turning to Eraserhead who was now eating the chips and looking at Aoi with newfound respect. Why are you following me again, Eraserhead? You said you had enemies, Eraserhead said simply, staring at a particularly large potato chip. I'm here to help. It's too dangerous to go alone. Izuku stared at him blankly for a second. No way. This is my fight and my grudge. We've been hunting these gangs too, so it's only polite to help you with the first one. I have a bad feeling about it, even if it needs to be done before they decide to chase you in public again. Oh really? Me and Wisteria had weird feelings about it too. Aoi exclaimed, shooting finger guns at him. Izuku let out a long-suffering sigh. Sometimes he felt like the guardian in this scenario. Aoi was always way too energetic and laid back about everything, but could easily be serious if the situation called for it. But right now he was probably projecting all of Izuku's repressed inner fanboy. It was kind of embarrassing. When are you going to strike? Eraserhead asked, and Izuku found himself looking at the warehouse again. The windows were covered up on the inside, offering no clue as to what was happening inside. The doors were most likely locked, and Izuku was sure there was probably an army in there, waiting for his inevitable arrival, whether it be tonight or 3 months from now. He really should get a visual on how many people were inside, but that ugly rage was rearing its head again like a monster on the prowl. Its long, bloody talons clamped around his chest, as Inko's dead, bloody face flashed behind his eyes. The image of her dead body was forever ingrained in his retinas, something he could never hope to forget. The rage simmered and bubbled in his chest. He could go in, guns blazing, or he could attempt to get a head count. Now, I suppose, Izuku admitted, though I have no way of knowing how many people are inside, or what kind of weaponry they have. Not to mention I'm not too sure about their quirks. Then maybe you should do this when you have more information, Eraserhead mumbled. It'd probably be safer. Oh come on Eraserhead, Izuku snapped, trying to reel in his anger that was beginning to surface like a raging fire. You and I both know that sometimes, having more information doesn't help the situation. I do have an erasure quirk, Eraserhead pointed out, crumpling up the now empty bag of chips. Izuku ground his teeth against each other. Of course, he wanted to join in on the action. Of course, he wasn't going to let Izuku go on his own. What a dad. I don't feel comfortable putting your life in danger, Eraser, Izuku ground out, his hands itching to reach for his weapons. Itching for the battle to begin. If they shoot me it's fine, but if they shoot you, it's game over. There's no respawning for you, and I would be effing said. So no, you can't help me. Who said it would be just me? Eraserhead mumbled, giving Izuku a wide, slightly unnerving smile. Eraserhead didn't smile. Izuku felt his heart constrict at the strangeness. What do you mean? Let me just say that Endeavor and Detective Tsukachi are waiting for my signal to call for more heroes to the scene to help us if you'd like. Of course, during the conflict we've all agreed that you got away before we could capture you. I think me and Endeavor will be plenty, but if it gets bad we can always get help. He went quiet for a moment, chewing his lip nervously. Endeavor up here and we'll make a plan. Eraserhead nodded curtly and he vanished into the night. Aoi turned to him instantly, as soon as he was gone. He was sure if he could see Aoi's face, he would have seen him looking pretty smug. I never thought I'd see the day where you accept help from heroes. This is going to be the first and last time I ask for their help, Izuku told him, crossing his arms. It's not safe. I don't really trust them. That look on your face says otherwise, Izuku, Aoi replied easily, stretching his arms out and yawning. You can't see my face, he pointed out. I'm wearing a mask. I just know you really well, Aoi amended, pointing at him accusingly. And you sounded like you appreciate their help. I don't, Izuku grumbled. I don't need anyone's help. You're 12. How is that even relevant? Izuku snapped, pulling his sniper rifle off his back. He pressed the tiny button on the grip, and it transformed with an audible whirring and clicking. Aoi pulled a piece of paper out of the mindscape and a pencil. Izuku placed his semi-auto on the ground next to him as Endeavor and Eraserhead reappeared. So, Endeavor began, you've accepted our offer for help? Yeah, whatever, Izuku mumbled. Get over here already, I want to finish this as soon as possible. Eraserhead snorted and took a seat near him, as well as Endeavor. What's the plan? He asked, giving Izuku an apprehensive look. Izuku took the paper and pencil and drew the basic layout of the warehouse. It was an open floor plan, essentially one big box. Aoi is going through the front doors, Izuku began. He took the pencil and drew in an arrow going through the front door. He's going to be our canary. Canary? Endeavor asked, looking a bit perplexed at the expression. Izuku smiled slightly under his mask. People used to have canaries in coal mines back in the day. They detected carbon monoxide by dying before it reaches hazardous levels for humans. The coal miners would then know it was dangerous, he explained as Aoi made another pencil. Aoi is going to be our gas detector, telling us how many people are inside. But he won't die, of course, and we have new sheet. Aoi doodled something on the paper, and Izuku furrowed his brow at the drawing. What the F is that? He asked, pointing to a stick figure and looking at Aoi. That's me, Aoi replied, and Izuku could hear the smile in his words. Izuku sighed heavily and smacked his head on his mask. What? I'm a visual learner. Anyway, Izuku plowed on, continuing on with their planning. Endeavor, can you use fire in your feet? Yeah, why? When Aoi goes inside and gives us an estimation, you'll be burning a hole in the ceiling. You and Eraserhead will drop on top of them. They'll be too distracted by Aoi and me to notice. He frantically drew Endeavor and Eraserhead on the ceiling. Aoi gave them both earpieces. What will you be doing? Eraserhead asked. Izuku grinned, even if they couldn't see. It was slightly deranged and unhinged. I'm going to be the one delivering divine retribution. He laughed slightly, drawing the amaranthus flower. He savagely marked an X over it. She is mine. You do not interfere. You do not help me. You do not attack her. I will have her head. Eraserhead and Endeavor looked a little worried, and shared a look. Eventually they nodded. Okay, let's do this. I feel like Captain America with our new shields, Aoi said, fiddling with the shield on his arm. Who is that? Endeavor asked as they turned their attention to the warehouse. A character from old Marvel movies, they're vintage as hell, Izuku told them. He has a really cool shield. He was a super soldier. He's really hot, Ake mentioned as he took out his gun and transformed it into a semi-automatic. Oh my god, shut up, Izuku begged. We're starting now. Fine, Aoi relented, and with that he launched himself off the building. Izuku whistled softly, shifting on his feet as Endeavor and Eraserhead made it to the rooftop. He watched as Aoi kicked in the door, the hinges screaming into the night as he plowed into the building. His shield expanded instantly, and there were yells, and the sound of shots ringing out met his ears. 10, a round of screeching gunshots. No. It's more like 20. Amarantha spotted. Location? Izuku asked. Other side of the warehouse. Wisteria, you can easily cut through the wall and attack her, Aoi said. Endeavor, are you ready? Izuku asked, jumping off the rooftop and rounding the warehouse. Eraserhead, when you get down there you should erase the more heavy-hitting quirks if you can and take them out. Endeavor, you should take out the people with heavier machinery. Izuku pulled his pistol out, shooting holes in the wall in an arch. Roger that, Wisteria. We're ready to go. Any time now would be awesome. Angi yelled, and Izuku could hear Aoi's semi-automatic shooting a round of shots. Izuku kicked in the wall, and it fell with a clang. That went unnoticed in the chaos. At the same time, he felt a wave of splintering heat as Endeavor and Eraserhead dropped into the scene. Amarantha was the only thing he was seeing. The only thing his eyes zeroed in on, or it was, until she wasn't alone. She was standing nearby, pulling out a katana, and at her side was another man. Izuku could feel himself sweat already with stress. He recognized that bird mask. That black hair, and those unnerving eyes. It was the young head of the Yakuza, Overhaul. His description in the police database that he'd hacked into was an exact match to what he actually looked like. He really hadn't planned for this scenario. He didn't think Overhaul would have taken precautionary action by positioning himself here, and therefore hindering Izuku's efforts to destroy Amaranthus once and for all. God fingdmn it. Well, there was the saying that plans never survived first contact with the enemy for a reason. Apparently, whoever came up with that had been right on so many levels. The two villains froze, their eyes equally wide as they stared at Izuku. Izuku was the first to react, pulling his gun from the hostler on his back. Luckily he had already taken the initiative to transform it already. But Overhaul was fast. Too fast for any normal human. It was kind of unfair, as Izuku drew his weapon, only to have it snatched from his grip and disassembled in a second. FNG God. He wasn't prepared for Overjerk to be here. Aoi, you failed to mention Overhaul. Izuku snapped into the earpiece. It's fine, just sneeze on him, Aoi responded, sounding winded. Izuku rolled his eyes. Today was just getting better and better. How was he going to counter both of their quirks at the same time? He needed to think. He dodged Overhaul's reaching hand, and activated his shield as Amarantha came up beside him and swung her sword in a huge arc. The metal screeched loudly against Izuku's shield as he pushed his shield forward to throw her off balance. Her sword bounced off of it in the end. He ducked purely on instinct, as Overhaul's hands swiped the air where he'd just been. I need a FING strategy. Overhaul had a dismantling and reassembling quirk. It was based purely on contact, and Amarantha's quirk was more passive than physical. They were opposites, yet equally deadly. Izuku whirled, and kicked Amarantha square in the stomach. She doubled over, eyes wide and cheeks struggling for air. He turned back to Overhaul, determined to snap his fingers or break his wrists. But Overhaul wasn't dumb. And neither was Izuku. Songbird! Izuku exclaimed over the din of fighting, and he heard Aoi answer over the earpiece. The red flower? He asked, and Izuku smiled. Yes. Confident in Aoi's abilities to defeat Amarantha, he focused all of his energy into his fight with Overhaul. The man was not one to be messed with. His quirk was ruthless when it came to hand-to-hand combat. Maybe he should. His body staggered, and pain exploded in his torso, pulsing and burning with white-hot pain. Blood splattered on his mask, and Izuku scrunched up his nose in disgust. His chest heaved in agony as his hand went straight for the gaping hole in his torso. Aoi could probably stick his entire head through Izuku's chest right now. The pain seared through every muscle, burning, exploding. More blood poured from his mask. He had no lungs. That's why he couldn't breathe. Overhaul slipped his glove back on, and Izuku never heard Aoi explode. He risked a glance back down at the missing hole in his torso. He could see the white of his bones peeking through his exposed flesh. Blood showered down his legs and pooled beneath him. If he turned to look behind him, he would have seen the blood splatters that had rained down on Aoi and Amarantha, giving Aoi a perfect distraction. Originally he was supposed to explode, but he managed to capture her. Izuku didn't know any of this. He was staring at the hole in his chest. If he could breathe, he would have been screaming. Hot strings of flesh were hanging from parts of the hole, and every inch of it exploded again and again with white-hot pain. His world flashed white. He couldn't hear anything. There was only agony. This primal, instinctive horror that was hammering through his veins was silent. He looked back at Overhaul, who frowned at the worsening situation around him. Well, he began, as if Izuku's blood wasn't squirting out of him with each passing second. How was he alive? How the f was he alive? I should get going. I'm sure we'll see each other again, and when we do, I'm going to make you my science experiment. His suit was screeching warnings. He couldn't hear it over the pounding pain. He couldn't focus. His muscles seemed to lock up and freeze. Pain. This amount of blood loss is fatal. 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 He was frozen as Overhaul left, and Aoi rushed to his side. Blood poured out of his mask. He watched Aoi pull off his mask, and he was met with familiar white hair. Aoi glanced away, and then shook his head. He shakily reached for the knife, but it clattered to the ground. Or at least it probably did. The world had gone silent for him. Pain shot through him continuously like lightning, ripping him apart with every single second that he had to suffer. Every second hurt more than the last, and his body wouldn't die. He fell forward, and yet his body refused. There was a hand around his neck instantly, and he felt it crack before the pain abruptly ended. Aoi had snapped his neck, and his blood was splattered, and his mind was broken. Shoyuta watched the scene with growing horror. He'd seen the moment Overhaul had reached out with an ungloved hand. Shoyuta had almost screamed out for him, knocking out the villain he was tussling with. But he didn't because it was entirely too late. Endeavor had finished up with his group as well when he turned around to stare at the scene as it unraveled. As soon as Overhaul's hand made contact, blood splattered everywhere. It rained down onto the two fighting behind him. Wisteria seemed shocked. For a moment, it seemed like nothing really touched him, as if he couldn't feel it. But he watched as the 12-year-old looked down in horror, eyes latching onto the gaping hole in his chest. He should have died instantly. The pain must be unimaginable. Both Eraserhead and Endeavor jumped down from their posts above. Aoi's fight ended soon afterward, and he looked so sad when he turned to look at Izuku. Overhaul left, and no one moved to stop him, too caught up in the horror they were witnessing. Blood was pouring from his wound, coating the bottom of his costume in it, the dark red hue staining everything as it splattered onto the ground with a squelch. It was thick and disgusting. The smell of iron immediately filled the warehouse. Their objective was complete, but at what cost? This kid didn't deserve to have this happen to him over and over again. The pain must be excruciating each time. He must be scarred beyond belief, mentally and physically. Izuku made no noise, and that was the worst part. Could he not feel it? Did he damage his nerve endings so much that the pain didn't register anymore? The closer he crept, more of the picture he got. He couldn't scream because he couldn't breathe. where his lungs and heart should be had been utterly obliterated. Wiped off the face of the earth due to Overhaul's quirk. Even being a hero and experiencing gore like this firsthand, he could feel the bile rising in his throat. He refused to set it free as he continued to watch. Aoi snapped out of his daze quickly and rushed towards Izuku, quickly catching him as he pitched forwards. Blood immediately coated his form. Izuku's body was shaking and he realized that he should have been dead. Without a heart, no blood would flow, but somehow he was still moving. Izuku's eyes flitted around the room dangerously, blown wide with pain. So he did feel it. His body shook with tremors. Shoyuta couldn't look away as he slightly exposed his neck for Aoi, who grasped it. With a sickening crunch, his body went limp. Endeavor gasped next to him. Shoyuta was more collected than him, but he did set an arm on the flame hero's shoulder. He had kids, so this would probably hit him harder. Shoyuta couldn't imagine someone younger than his students in that position, dead weight in someone's arms. Aoi looked at them sadly before setting Izuku down gently. "Usually I'll be there if he dies," he commented sadly, placing a hand onto his helmet. It disappeared and they were greeted with Izuku's face. He looked so young and innocent. Blood was speckled on his face. Izuku looked almost peaceful. "Will you watch him for me?" Aoi asked, faintly glowing blue. Shoyuta immediately nodded, placing a hand onto Izuku's blood-soaked knee. "Yeah, take your time." And with that, Aoi exploded into blue light. He was gone. Izuku was so cold underneath his hands. Endeavor stood next to him. "I don't think I ever wanted to see this," Endeavor commented numbly, staring at Izuku's peaceful face. He was dead. But he wasn't. He hadn't been killed. Shoyuta had to agree. "I don't think anyone should have to see this," Shoyuta said, keeping his eyes trained on Izuku. "We should restrain the head of the gang before they wake up again." Endeavor took it upon himself, glad he had an excuse to finally tear his eyes away from the 12-year-old's corpse. Producing quirk-canceling cuffs, he snapped them onto her wrists before turning around at the sound of a gasp. It only took a second to completely close the wound, and Izuku shot up from his previously prone position. He was still soaked in blood. There was a hole in his suit where the wound had been healed. The heroes couldn't stop themselves from looking at it. The scar. It was huge. The skin didn't look rough or damaged. Just discolored. It was a light pink now. It covered the expanse of where the hole had been entirely. It wasn't ugly, just obviously fatal. Anyone who looked at it, and the one undoubtedly on his back, would know that it had been a massive hole. One that took out a majority of his fang chest. God, it would be hard to explain. Shoyuta thought that Izuku would come back calm and collected, but apparently that wasn't the case. As soon as he had ripped that first breath into his lungs, he was grappling onto Aoi, who had suddenly appeared again. His breathing was uneven. Panicked. He held Aoi in a brutal grip, his knuckles turning white. Aoi quickly grabbed onto him. They only saw a sliver of his terrified face before it was pushed into Aoi's chest. They didn't care about the blood. I could. He cut himself off with a rattling breath, it wheezing out of his airway dangerously. Aoi hushed him, petting his green hair. Izuku didn't stop. Izuku swallowed before pulling away, looking Aoi in his eyes with sudden intensity. Tears were falling down his face as he crumpled further. Thank you," he finally stated, getting around his stutter. They all knew what he was thanking him for. For putting him out of his misery. For snapping his neck gently. Aoi started crying too, and the duo took that as their chance to leave. They definitely didn't want to intrude on this moment. Yes, the two had trusted him, but that didn't mean shit when one was on the brink of a meltdown. Dragging Endeavor out of the warehouse quickly, he dialed Tsukachi. It rang one time before the man picked up. His breathing was ragged, as if he had been running. "We tried to get Overhaul," was the first thing out of the detective's mouth. So he'd run in their direction. Maybe if they were more prepared with the police force, they could have caught him and brought him to justice for killing Izuku. Obviously, that death wouldn't be put on his record because they had no proof of it, but it would certainly be comforting if he got what was coming to him early. Shoyuta tried to not let out any emotion as he spoke through the phone. "It's all right. He has his own mafia to tend to. from what I've heard. He did have connections to this one for some reason. He paused, glancing at Endeavor, who had a lost look plastered on his face. Not good. He was there when we came in. Izuku and him fought for a few minutes before he paused once again, looking at the doors behind them. Just beyond that door, there was a traumatized child suffering. He was suffering every day. And he couldn't do a single thing to help him in the slightest, other than bring the head of Amaranthus in. Tsukachi spoke over the phone, interrupting Shoyuta before he could say anything. I know. He was talking about it as he left. Said something along the lines of, "Oh, and tell Wisteria that I'll be meeting him again very, very soon." The hole I blew in his chest was only the beginning of what I'd do to him. He sounded disgusted and worried. Shoyuta swallowed thickly. None of this had really gone according to plan. But they did make it out alive. That's all that mattered, really. Despite the worry, blood and pain, everyone made it. Even the villains they were fighting. Wisteria didn't have any blood on his hands other than his own. Faintly, he could hear crying from inside the warehouse. Him and Endeavor both walked a bit farther. Neither of them wanted to hear what was going on inside. It wasn't their business. His grip on the phone was tightening. Just get here quickly, we have everyone else restrained. Maybe Wisteria will still be here too. Shoyuta commented offhandedly. If anyone had somehow hacked into either of their phones, it would seem like any routine bust. Restrain and capture. That was the whole premise of this operation. They'd just have to let Wisteria go without being suspicious. Suddenly the warehouse was silent. The erasure hero looked over to Endeavor. He looked angry and a bit guilty. Emotions that weren't foreign to him in the slightest. He's going to be all right. Shoyuta started, throwing a quick glance behind him. He'll always be okay, he can bounce back. Endeavor looked slightly irritated at that. How many more times is he going to have to die before we get through to him? What if he loses himself? Endeavor asked, eyes locking onto his. If this gets too much, what will happen? How are we supposed to help him? The answer was easy for the underground hero. After all, when he had been around the same age as Izuku, he went through some shit. Everyone hated him. They called his quirk an abomination, a freak of nature. Being able to erase someone else's quirk was unheard of. Activated through his eyes made it worse. 4 days on end he would be blindfolded. Shoyuta was essentially left blind, as per his parents' request. At school kids would torment him day after day for his quirk. He didn't have any friends. The bullying and hate was intense, and it made him feel like he had a kinship with Midoriya, who was trying to get revenge while also avoiding the hero commission, who would probably try to experiment on him. He was actively avoiding crazy criminals who wanted to use him for his quirk. Now, he knew that he had been killed in that bathroom. It felt like years had passed between now and then. But he understood. Shoyuta ended up hating the world and people with strong, flashy quirks. They had been gifted with something that immediately made their lives better than anyone else's. He hadn't experienced that, rather he was the lowest of the low. The only people that were seen as lesser than him were quirkless people. That stirred a rage inside of him that burned hotter than any flame. No one deserved to be treated like that, and in his moments of weakness, he'd only ever wanted one thing. A friend. Someone to cry on. Someone to understand what he was going through. One that wouldn't judge him for his quirk or what had been done to him. We're going to be there for him. Shoyuta finally muttered. That's all that mattered. If they never caught him, the least they could do was help him and comfort the boy when he needed it. That's what Hitoshi needed. Shoyuta had finally gotten him under his custody a few days before. He saw so much of himself in the boy, it was frightening. It was almost as if the child was his secret love child or something. But that was nearly impossible. But everything about him reminded him of himself. The way he viewed others' quirks. The barely contained rage he harbored towards them. The burning wish that he had been born with something better, because then maybe his parents would have loved him. Maybe then, society wouldn't have ripped everything away from him so quickly. But this vigilante was different. He didn't have a horrible quirk, or one that would be called an abomination. He had a curse. One that might never let him leave. One that would put him in excruciating pain over and over again. One that would have people flock to him. A quirk that could end up scarring him for life. It already had. A quirk, if found out, could change the hero industry indefinitely and not in a good way. If news of his quirk got out, there wouldn't be an Izuku Midoriya or Wisteria. It would just be another lab rat that would get stolen away and hidden for the foreseeable future. Someone to be poked and prodded and killed. That's what terrified him the most. The unlimited amount of pain and suffering this quirk could bring to this child if they didn't save him first. Eve stared at her screen in fascination. A small drone had been sent out by the institution. One that was soundless and could stick to the wall. Right now, it clung to a warehouse's wall. Currently, there were gang members walking around. All of them seemed to be on edge, and she knew why. In a matter of a few minutes, they would be completely taken out by Wisteria. That is when they would strike. Pressing her finger against her comms, she spoke. Move on my command for the extraction of Izuku Midoriya. There was a single affirmative mumbled back towards her. She quickly flicked to the other screen, showing her team in the building next to the warehouse. For some reason, these people didn't think to check their surrounding buildings before a raid. They just rushed in headfirst. That'd be the first habit she'd break out of Izuku. 2 operatives sat by the window, watching Wisteria from a safe distance. He was so unaware of his surroundings. She had already crafted her lesson plans, but these could be extracurriculars for him. It wouldn't be hard to throw them in when she had the chance. The rest of their group was stationed by the exit, around 15 highly trained members of All for One's organization. She was glad that All for One was funding and sponsoring Dr. Tsubasa's underground institute. Suddenly, there was movement inside the warehouse. The white-haired man, presumably part of Izuku's quirk, was there. Soon after, 2 pro-heroes crashed in as well. The plan wasn't the most effective for their quirks, but it was enough. At least until Izuku had a gaping hole blown into his chest and blood splattered everywhere. A smile took a hold of her face as she barked out a laugh. His blood was beautiful, and the complete and utter shock on his face was to die for. She soaked it up in glee, chuckling to herself as she watched the fight end quickly. The woman didn't like Overhaul, and was slightly sad that he'd escaped. That was no matter, they'd take care of him eventually. She watched in fascination as the 2 heroes left the building as Izuku lost himself in the pain. They'd break him of that habit too. Move in, the heroes are on the other side of the building, so be wary of them. Move silently and shoot the tranquilizers. The blue man will probably remain, take him out silently as well. She lowered her hand from her comms as she switched to a new screen. This one was strapped onto the leader's chest, showing her the live footage as they walked towards the building. She could hear a quiet conversation happening. Clicking around on her computer for a moment, she enhanced the audio. Stop for a moment, number 1, everyone else keep on moving. She quickly muttered into their comms. Number 1 stopped quickly before she fully enhanced the audio. It was Endeavor and Eraserhead's conversation. They knew. Regardless, this would be done quietly and they would never know what happened to Wisteria. Get a move on. The police have been dispatched along with a few heroes. She demanded, switching her camera back to the one inside the warehouse. Izuku was cradled in the blue man's arms. This was a bond she'd probably kindle. Trauma bonding seemed to be a theme with the 2. She could use that to her advantage. Teaching the blue man to assist Izuku in any way would be ideal. The team moved in silently, number 1 making his way back to the front. He had the longest range out of all the men. They quickly slipped into the building without a sound and fired off a plethora of shots at the artificial man. They didn't know much about the blue man or how he was worked into Izuku's quirk, so they probably overdid it a bit. Bullets rained down on the duo. Izuku called out to the blue man. Aoi. So that was his name. The man exploded into blue light, suddenly disappearing. Izuku looked upset before he looked back over to the group. Before he could speak or move out of the way, more bullets shot towards him. He slumped over instantly, falling back to his laying down position from before. She smiled in victory. Extract Izuku Midoriya. The rest of the operation went smoothly. The heroes didn't even glance over during the whole ordeal, their bullets silent as they flew through the air. The soldiers grabbed onto Izuku, two holding him in their grasp before they called out that they had the target in hand. Another voice crackled over the extraction in 3. The group readied themselves, getting into a closer position. 2. The grip on Izuku was shifted so he wouldn't fall during the extraction. 1. A purple portal opened underneath the group, quickly enveloping them in the mist. They fell through effortlessly. The warehouse was empty. No trace of Izuku, Aoi, or their group ever being there, other than the pool of drying blood. Seconds later, the doors were thrown open by the police and they looked somewhat shocked that Izuku wasn't there. One of the heroes clapped the other on the back. "We'll get him next time, yeah?" She closed her laptop quickly, cutting off all contact in the building. They wouldn't find the drone. It blended in perfectly and was set to explode in a couple of hours. Suddenly a purple mist enveloped the room she was in, and she swirled around in her chair. Standing up, she grabbed her clipboard effortlessly. The men dropped into the room with her subject before roughly setting him down on the medical table in the middle of the room. They immediately strapped him down, his body immobile. The group quickly left after that in another portal. They'd be back for his training. Eventually. It only took her 5 minutes to do a full physical on the boy. He awoke with a shock he administered through her gloves. It was enough to rival a defibrillator, his body convulsing under her hands. Izuku looked up at her groggily. "Hello, Izuku. Welcome to Project Everlasting."